Hello everyone, this is Dr. Asma, your PSM faculty. Today our agenda is to learn all A to Z of PSM such that we can marvel the exam. So let us get started. So first with alphabet A, let us learn what we have to remember. We have to remember very important both vitamin A prophylaxis as well as vitamin A treatment. Okay. So there are two things. One is vitamin A prophylaxis, which we do with our national immunization schedule. And vitamin A treatment is given for children who come with symptoms of vitamin A deficiency. That is nothing but your 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗪. So we will discuss both one after the other. So first let us focus on prophylaxis. Prophylaxis is started from 9 months of age. Children at 9 months of age will be given 1 lakh international units of vitamin A. Okay. So this is given in the form of syrup. And how much is the syrup? It is 1 ml of vitamin A syrup. So sometimes they can ask you simple MCQ. 1 ml of vitamin A syrup contains how many lakh international units of vitamin A? The answer is 1 lakh international units of vitamin A. Okay. Now, once we do this along with MR vaccine at 9 months of age, what we do is from 1 to 4 years of age, we ask the child, or from 1 to 5 years of age, we ask the child to come every 6 months. Okay. So they have to come what? Every 6 months and take 2 lakh international units of vitamin A. Okay. So this is, I am talking about again prophylactic dose. Remember, prophylactic dose will be little different from your treatment dose. So in prophylactic dose at 9 months of age, 1 lakh international units, and again from 1 year to 5 years of age, every 6 months we are going to give 2 lakh international units of vitamin A. Okay. Next, please remember how many doses of vitamin A are given. So if you see 1 to 5 years is contributing to 4 years of life. So 4 into 2 will make it 8 doses. 8 plus 1 dose which is given at 9 months. So total number of vitamin A doses given during the whole prophylactic regimen, answer is 9 doses will be given. Sometimes a tricky question will come. What is the total amount of vitamin A given? At that time your answer should be 17 ml of vitamin A syrup, or it will be 17 lakh international units of vitamin A. Okay. So anything is the right answer, 17 ml of vitamin A syrup or 17 lakh international units of vitamin A syrup. Okay. So please remember, children less than 9 months of age, 1 lakh international units. I am talking about prophylactic dose. Okay. Children less than 9 months, 1 lakh international units. From 1 year to 5 year, 2 lakh international units. So 2 lakh international units for every 6 months. So it contributes to 8 doses. 8 into 2 will make it 16. And 16 plus this 1 lakh will make it 17 lakh international units. Okay. Now let us quickly have a recap at what we are looking at treatment. So whenever a child is having vitamin A deficiency, okay, so what is the first important feature he will present with? Vitamin A deficiency will lead to a condition. What is the name of the condition? The name of the condition is 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗪. Okay. What is the meaning of 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗪? Zero means dry, ophthalm means eye. So it is a condition which leads to dry eye. Okay. So 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗪 is a condition which arises because of vitamin A deficiency. Now what are the classification, WHO classification of 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗪? Okay. WHO classification of 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗪 they can ask you sometimes. Okay. So please remember, the first it starts with a staging called night blindness. Please remember, this is the first symptom of vitamin A deficiency. Very important. Night blindness is the first symptom of vitamin A deficiency. First symptom of vitamin A deficiency. Okay. Next, if you do not treat night blindness, it will lead to what is known as conjunctival xerosis. So there will be what? There will be dryness of the conjunctiva. That is called as what? Conjunctival xerosis. Okay. Next, please remember, then it will lead to a condition. If conjunctival xerosis is not treated, then it will lead to a condition called Bitot spots. What are Bitot spots? These are pearly white patches. Are you able to appreciate? See, these are the pearly white patches which are seen on the bulbar conjunctiva. Pearly white patches seen on the bulbar conjunctiva. That are called as what? Bitot spots. Okay. So this is the symptom of vitamin A deficiency. Now, if you do not treat at the stage of Bitot spots also, then it will lead to a condition called corneal xerosis. What is corneal xerosis? It is the dryness of cornea. So now after conjunctiva, your cornea starts getting affected. Once, let us suppose at this stage also you miss out the patient and you don't happen to treat him at this stage, then it will lead to a condition called corneal ulcer. So whenever there is dryness, it can lead to corneal ulceration. So what is the first stage? X3A, that is corneal ulcer less than 1/3 of the cornea. Okay, so if the ulcer is involving less than 1/3 of the cornea, we call it as X3A. Next, let us assume it is involving more than 1/3 of the cornea, then it is called as X3B, corneal ulcer, more than 1/3 of the cornea, that is X3B. And if you do not treat this stage also, then it will heal with a scar formation that is called as XS, that is corneal scarring. Okay, and very rarely, even if the corneal scarring is not treated, then it can lead to dryness of the fundus, that is nothing but 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗃 fundus. Okay, 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗃 fundus, very important. Do not forget, WHO classification can come from ophthalm point of view, can come from PSM point of view. Now, question, if you come across a child or anyone who is suffering with this vitamin A deficiency, now what we should do? We should treat the vitamin A deficiency. Now, what do we do? For treatment of vitamin A deficiency, we give vitamin A supplementation. Okay, so what do we need to give? We need to give vitamin A supplementation. Please remember, vitamin A supplementation is given on 3 days, that is day 0, day 1 and day 14. Okay, so the day when he is presenting to your OPD, you have to give him first dose. Okay, after that, the next day you will give next dose, and again you have to call him after 14 days to take the third dose of vitamin A. Some books mention it as day 1 and 2 and 14. That is also equally correct. Anything, how you record the day, first day when you give the dose, you record it as day 0, then the next day you will call it as day 1. If you record the day first dose as day 1, then you call the next day as day 2. Anything is one and the same, no much change in that. Okay, so day 0, 1 and 14 or day 1, 2 and 14 means one and the same thing. Okay, now please remember, what is very important is 3 doses needs to be given in the treatment of vitamin A deficiency. Okay, now what is more important than this is how much dose needs to be given. Okay, so now please have a focus on this. See here, all the SAM children should receive single dose of vitamin A supplementation. Do not give supplementation if it is taken in last 1 month. What is the meaning of SAM children? SAM is nothing but severe acute malnourished children. So irrespective of whether the child is presenting with vitamin A deficiency or not, every SAM children should be given a dose of vitamin A. Okay, now please remember, what is the criteria of SAM? I think you already know about this. Weight for height less than 3 standard deviations. Very important. Okay, so what is the, this has been asked in previous FMGE exam also. What is the cutoff for severe acute malnutrition? The right answer is what? The right answer is less than 3 standard deviations. Apart from that, what was the other question that was asked? Please remember, the mid-arm circumference should be less than 11.5 centimeters. Okay, the mid-arm circumference should be what? Less than, weight for height less than -3 standard deviations. Okay, and mid-arm circumference less than 11.5 centimeters. So these two contribute towards what? These two contribute towards your severe acute malnourished. Okay, so all the SAM children should be given what? Should be given 1 dose of vitamin A supplementation. Now coming to the real treatment, please have a look. Less than 6 months, the dosage is 50,000 international units. Okay, let us suppose you are coming across a vitamin A deficient child and the child's age is, let us say, 5 months of age or 4 months of age. How much vitamin A you should give? You should give 50,000 international units. Okay, next please remember, in 6 to 12 months of age group, or if the weight of the child is less than 8 kgs, the dose is 1 lakh international units. Star MCQ again. Please remember, we give lot of importance to weight rather than the age. Okay, like for example, ideally what would be the weight by 1 year of age? It would be around 9 kgs. Why? Because birth weight triples by 1 year of age. But sometimes what happens, you may come across a 2-year-old child, 2.5-year-old child who is still weighing 7 kgs, 7.5 kgs, 6 kgs. Why? Because they are malnourished. At that time, do not give them 2 lakh international units. Instead, you will give them how many units? You will give them only 1 lakh international units. Okay. So please remember, 6 to 12 months, or if the weight is less than 8 kgs, you will give only 1 lakh international units. If the age of the child is 12 months or more than 12 months, give them 2 lakh international units. Okay. So if in your question, the examiner does not mention the weight and he just says a 2-year-old child presents with symptoms of vitamin A deficiency, what is the treatment or what is the dosage? Your answer should be 2 lakh international units on day 1, day 2, day 14. Okay. If the examiner is clearly mentioning you, a 2.5-year-old child presents to you with vitamin A deficiency symptoms. The weight of the child is 7.5 kgs. Now what is the treatment? Now your answer should be 1 lakh international units on day 1, day 2 and day 14. Are you getting the point? So if the weight is mentioned, give importance to weight. If the weight is not mentioned, give importance to age. Okay, very important. Next, if signs of vitamin A deficiency are there, as I told you, we have to give it on day 1, day 2 and day 14. Children more than 12 months but less than 8 kgs of weight should be given 1 lakh international units orally irrespective of the age. And please remember, we always prefer oral formulations in comparison with intramuscular injections. Very, very, very important. This is where majority students make mistake. They think injections are best form of vitamin A. No, the right answer is oral forms are better form of vitamin A supplementation. Okay. So oral formulations should be preferred when compared to intramuscular formulations. And please remember, in oral formulations, oil-based formulations should be preferred more when compared to water-based formulations. Okay. So oil-based formulations should be given more importance than water-based formulations. Okay. Now please remember one very important point I want to highlight here. Sometimes you will be given a question like this. What's the question? Let us suppose there is a measles epidemic. Sometimes what happens, there will be a measles epidemic or a measles outbreak. Okay. Whenever there is measles epidemic or measles outbreak, okay, then what we do is we will supplement the children with vitamin A supplementation. Okay, supplement the children with vitamin A. Now, let us suppose there was a measles outbreak. There is a 6-month-old child. You have given the child 50,000 international units. Now, when the child comes at 9 months of age to take MR vaccine, what would you do? The answer is you have to give 1 lakh international units again. The dose which is given during the epidemics will not be counted. For any child, it won't be counted. Okay. Like for example, there's a 1.5-year-old child. You have given him already a 2 lakh international units dosage when there was a measles outbreak or an epidemic. Now again, when he has reached that 1.5-year age mark or 2 years age mark, you should again give 2 lakh international units. Are you getting the point? So prophylactic dose has to continue irrespective of what we have done during the epidemic or outbreak time. Okay. So this is another important point you will remember. Supplement the child but do not count the dose. Okay. So we'll not count that dose, we'll give again the regular doses. Okay. So this is another important point. So I think alphabet A, we are clear with what to remember for alphabet A. Now let us move ahead. Next important is to learn about option number B. Okay, so alphabet B is for biostats. Biostats is like a nightmare for many students. So let us see what we can do and how we can make it easier this time. Okay, now see here. What is the formula for mean? Mean is nothing but statistical average. Sometimes they'll ask you this simple MCQ. What is a mean? Mean is nothing but a statistical average. Please remember, it is nothing but sum of all observations divided by total number of observations. If you add up all the things which are present and divide it with total number of observations that is present, then we call it as what? We call it as mean. Sum of all observations divided by total number of observations is called as mean. What is median? Median is nothing but middlemost value in the data. Middlemost value in the data after arranging in ascending or descending order. Middlemost value in the data after arranging in ascending or descending order. So first what you should do, you should arrange your data either in ascending order or in the descending order. Once you do that, whatever mid value comes up, that is called as median. Now let us suppose you have arranged it in ascending order or in descending order and there are two mid values which are coming up. At that time, what you are going to do, you are going to take average of those two middle values. Okay. So again, I'll repeat it. What is median? Median is nothing but middlemost value in the data after you have arranged it in ascending or descending order. What you need to remember, if there are two mid values after you have arranged it in ascending or descending order, you have to take average of those two middle values. Okay. Next is mode. What is mode? Mode is nothing but most repeated value in the data. Mode is nothing but most repeated value in the data. The number which repeats the maximum time, that is called as mode. Please remember another MCQ. mean, median, mode, all these three are measures of central tendency. Okay, mean, median, mode, all three of them are what? All three of them are measures of central tendency. This is a very commonly asked MCQ. Which among the following is a measure of central tendency? Mean, mean deviation, standard deviation, range. What is answer? Mean is the right answer. Okay. So mean, median, mode, these three are measures of central tendency. Mean is nothing but sum of all observations divided by total number of observations. Median is nothing but middlemost value after we have arranged it in ascending or descending order. If there are two middle values, take the average of the two middle values to get the median value. What is mode of the data? Most repeated value in the data is called as the mode of the data. Okay, or the value which repeats maximum number of times is called as mode of the data. Okay. Next we have got measures of dispersion. Measures of dispersion, please remember we have got range, then we have got interquartile range also. What is range? Range is nothing but highest value minus lowest value. Then there is interquartile range, that is difference between two quartiles. Then there is something called mean deviation. And then we have got what is known as a standard deviation. Okay. So what is the formula of standard deviation? Standard deviation is also called as square mean root square of mean of root deviation, square mean root deviation, square mean root deviation. So it's also called as what? Square mean root deviation. When you sum up all the mean deviations and if you square it and put it under root divided by sample size, then it is called as what? Standard deviation. Do not worry, in a FMG based or in a NEET PG based exam, they won't give you the values and ask you to do this standard deviation. That's for a UG practical exam, but not for a objective based exam question. Okay, so x minus x bar here refers to mean deviation. Okay, and n refers to here sample size or total number of frequencies, sample size. Okay, then we have got what is known as standard error of mean. Standard error of mean is given by standard deviation by root n. Standard error of mean is a what do you call group group measure of dispersion, and it is measured by standard deviation divided by root n. Next we have got is called as standard error of proportion. Standard error of proportion is given by the formula under root PQ by N, where P is nothing but prevalence of the disease. P is nothing but prevalence of the disease. Q is nothing but 100 minus P, and again N is nothing but sample size. Okay. Now some students are asking me to give an example. Let us quickly take an example and understand this. Let us suppose a question is given like this. Okay, if you have recorded the mean weight of 100 school children, mean weight of 100 school children is 100 children is 12 kgs. Standard deviation is 2 kgs, let us assume. Okay, what is standard error? They can ask you a simple question like this. Okay, so now because mean is mentioned in the question, we have to go with the formula standard error of mean. So what is standard error of mean? Standard error of mean is given by the formula standard deviation by root n. So what is the standard deviation here? 2 divided by what is the sample size? 100. 2 divided by under root 100. So this is nothing but 2 divided by 10, which comes to 0.2. Okay. So this is how you will get. Sometimes they will, instead of mentioning it as mean weight, they will say that proportion of undernourished children or underweight children. Okay. Proportion of underweight children is 40%. Okay. And let us say sample size is 100. Calculate standard error. They will tell like this. At that time, what we should use? We should use the formula standard error of proportion. So see here, P is nothing but prevalence of the disease. How much is the prevalence of the disease? 40%. So it is 40 multiplied by Q would be how much I told you? 100 minus P. So 100 minus 40 will be 60. Divided by what is the sample size? Sample size is 100, let us suppose. So you will write it as 100. All this under root. So there will be under root 24. That's nothing but somewhere around 4.8 something would be your answer. Okay. So you may be given simple questions like this where they can give you the standard deviations and expect you to calculate standard error. Okay. Next is variance. What is variance? Variance is nothing but standard deviation whole square. Variance is given by the formula what? It is given by the formula standard deviation whole squares. Okay. Next is coefficient of variation. Coefficient of variation is given by the formula standard deviation by mean into 100. Okay, so coefficient of variation will be telling us how much is the variation within the sample. Like for example, if I have to compare two groups, okay, and I want to know whether this group is showing more variation or this group is showing more variation. Like for example, let us suppose there are two groups of school children. One is government school children group and the other is private school children group. Okay. Now let us suppose I am having a weight of around 40 kgs in the mean weight of 40 kgs in government school children and mean weight is around 35 kgs in private school children. Let us suppose. Now I want to know within the government school children, is the variation more or variation less? Like for example, is there some child who is weighing 40 kgs and is there some child who is weighing 10 kgs? Is there some child weighing 28 kgs and is there some child who is weighing 12 kgs? So I want to know what is the variation between these two things. At that time, I look for coefficient of variation. So whenever I have to look within the group for how much is the variation, then I will take up the help of coefficient of variation. Okay, very important. Do not forget this. Okay. Next, moving ahead, apart from this, what else is important in biostatistics? Let us quickly have a look. Okay, so see here. Next important can be skewed distribution. Whenever you are having a tail, it means it is a skewed distribution. Okay, so whenever there is a tail, what is the meaning? It is a skewed. If the tail is towards your right hand side, then we call it as a right skewed distribution. Okay, if the tail is towards your right hand side, then what does it mean? इसका मतलब है कि वो right skewed distribution है. Okay, in a right skewed distribution, please remember what is the rule? Mean is greater than median is greater than mode. Okay, mean will be greater than median, which will be greater than mode. Agar tail, if the tail is on the left hand side, then it is called as what? Left skewed distribution. Left skewed distribution is also called as negatively skewed distribution. Okay, left skewed distribution is also called as what? Negatively skewed distribution. Please remember, in a negatively skewed distribution, mean will be less than median, which will be less than mode. Okay, mean will be less than median, which will be less than mode. This is which one? This is in negatively skewed distribution. So in a negatively skewed distribution, mean is less than median, which is less than mode. Very, very important. Do not forget this. Okay, sometimes very simple question comes up. In a positively skewed distribution, which among the following statement is a correct statement? Okay, so what would be the right statement? Mean will be greater than, mean value will be a higher value when compared to a median value. Median value will be higher value when compared to a mode value. Whereas if we look in a left skewed distribution or in a negatively skewed distribution, mean value will be lesser value when compared to a median value. Median value will be a lesser value when compared to a mode value. Okay, so very important, do not forget this in a right skewed and in a left skewed. Please remember, right skewed distribution is also called as positively skewed distribution, whereas a left skewed distribution is also called as negatively skewed distribution. Okay, next, there is another scenario called normal distribution or symmetrical distribution. In a normal distribution, mean, median, mode will lie all at one point, that is called as center point or point of coincidence, where mean will be equal to median, which will be equal to mode. Okay, so mean will be equal to median, which will be equal to mode. Very, very, very important. Okay, so please remember this. This is also another important area from biostats chapter. Now, what else to remember in biostats? Let us have a look. Normal distribution curve. So we all know normal distribution is also called as Gaussian distribution or the standard distribution curve. It looks like this. A normal distribution curve, tails never touch the baseline. Okay, it is a bilaterally symmetrical curve. It is a bell-shaped curve. What is the meaning of bilaterally symmetrical curve? It means that 50% of the observations will lie below the mean value. 50% observations will be above the mean value. Okay, a normal distribution curve, what does it suggest? 50% observations will be below the mean value and 50% of the observations will be above the mean value. Okay. If we move, okay, it's a bilaterally symmetrical curve, that's one point. if we move one standard deviation on either side of the mean, okay, that is -1 and +1 standard deviation, then please remember, what does it suggest? It suggests that it will cover 68% of the observations. If we move 2 standard deviations on either side of the mean, it will cover 95% of the observations. And if we move 3 standard deviations on either side of the mean, it will cover 99% of the observations. Very, very important, very commonly asked MCQ. Mean plus or minus 1 standard deviation will cover 68% of observation. Mean plus or minus 2 standard deviations will cover 95% of the observations, and mean plus or minus 3 standard deviations will cover 99% of the observations. Very, very, very important. They have asked in terms of numbers. They can ask you a direct question also. They can give you numbers like this. If mean weight of 100 children is 60 kgs, standard deviation is 5 kgs, then 68% of the students will have weight between what numbers? Okay. So at that time, what does it mean? It means mean plus or minus 1 standard deviation. Mean is given in that example as 60 and standard deviation is given as 5. Okay. So 60 plus 5 will be 65 kgs and 60 minus 5 will be 55 kgs. So 68% of the children in the class will have a weight between 55 to 65 kgs. That is what is the meaning of it. Okay. So please remember, mean plus or minus 1 standard deviation will cover 68% of observations, mean plus or minus 2 standard deviations 95%, and mean plus or minus 3 standard deviations will cover 99% of the observations. This will tell us in a class or in a given population, how will the population or where will the population lie. Like for example, if I record let us say hemoglobin levels of 100 pregnant women and the mean hemoglobin value I get is 9. And the standard deviation I get is 2. Now I want to know 95% of pregnant women will have what hemoglobin level during pregnancy. So what I should do? 95% is given by what formula? Mean plus or minus 2 standard deviation. So mean has come as 9. Standard deviation has come as 2. So mean plus or minus 2 into 2. 2 into 2 is nothing but 4. So 9 plus or minus 4. 9 minus 4 would be how much? 5. And 9 plus 4 would be how much? 13. Okay. 13. So 95% of the pregnant women during pregnancy will have a hemoglobin ranging between what to what? Between 5 gram deciliter to almost 13 gram per deciliter. This is what is the meaning of this mean plus or minus 1 or 2 or 3 standard deviations. Okay. So with that, you can be given examples and you are expected to calculate. These are simple calculations. You have to remember this. Sometimes direct MCQ आ जाता where they will tell 95% कितना cover करेगा या 99% of observations will cover how much, 68% of observations will cover how much. ठीक है. So please remember this mean plus or minus 1, mean plus or minus 2 and mean plus or minus 3 standard deviation. Okay. Next. This is done. So 68% mean plus or minus 1, 95% mean plus or minus 2, 99% mean plus or minus 3. Okay. So this is normal distribution curve. 50% will be above the mean value, 50% of the observations will be below the mean value. 50% values will be above mean value, 50% of the observations will be below the mean value. Okay. Okay. Acha, you want me to write the example? Example, see here, pregnant woman, HB, let us say mean HB comes as 9 and standard deviation is 2. And they are asking 95% of pregnant women will have what? Hemoglobin levels. So the answer should be mean plus or minus 2 standard deviations, that is nothing but 9 plus or minus 2 into 2. Why 2? This is the standard deviation given in our example. So 9 plus or minus 2 into 2 is 4, 9 minus 4 would be 5 and 9 plus 4 would be 13. So 5 to 13 gram per deciliter will be the HB value. Okay, clear? Now let us move ahead. In biostats, next what to remember, just have a look. They can ask you graphical data, they can ask you the names, they can give you an image based MCQ also. So this is again a very important core topic of PSM. Please remember it very correctly. Okay. So now see here, first important figure which we see is a histogram. Okay. What is a histogram? Histogram is used to represent continuous quantitative data. A histogram is used to represent what? Continuous quantitative data. So whenever we are having a data which is made up of numbers, which are measurable numbers, and it is continuous, then we use a histogram to represent. Okay. In simple words, if you have to remember, a bar diagram with no gaps in it is nothing but a histogram. Next, if I join the midpoints of a histogram, I will get what? I will get a frequency polygon. Okay. What is frequency polygon? If I join midpoints of a histogram. So see here, this is the midpoint, this is the midpoint of the histograms. If I am joining the midpoints of the histogram, then what am I going to get? I am going to get frequency polygon. Please remember, again, frequency polygon is used to represent continuous quantitative data. A frequency polygon is used to represent continuous quantitative data. Okay, remember. Next, whenever we are having large number of observations, okay, when large number of observations with narrow class intervals are there, at that time we cannot draw a histogram. Why? Because the observations are very large and the frequency interval is very narrow. When large number of observations with narrow class intervals are present, then we will just draw the outline of the midpoints. That is called as what? That is called as a frequency curve. Okay, this is called as what? Frequency curve. ठीक है. अच्छा, तो हिंदी में चाहिए तो हिस्टोग्राम क्या है? जब भी हमारे पास कंटिन्यूस डेटा होता है. ओके, कंटिन्यूस डेटा का मतलब क्या है? लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल, लेट अस से यहाँ पर क्लास इंटरवल्स आपके कोइंसाइड हो रहे हैं. लेट अस सपोज मैं एज ग्रुप ले रही हूँ, 0 to 10 ईयर्स में कितने बच्चे हैं? लेट अस से 50 बच्चे हैं. 10 से 20 साल की उम्र के बीच में कितने लोग हैं? 40 लोग हैं. 20 से 30 साल की उम्र में कितने लोग हैं? लेट अस से 30 लोग हैं. अगर मुझे इसे ग्राफ फॉर्म में रिप्रेजेंट करना है तो मैं कैसे करूँगी? यहाँ पर 0, 10, 20, 30 ऐसे लिखूँगी. तो 0 to 10 के बीच में 50 चिल्ड्रन वर देयर. 10 to 20, क्योंकि यहाँ पर कोइंसाइड हो रहा है. इफ़ यू नोटिस, देखो 10 ईयर्स यहाँ पर भी है, यहाँ पर भी है. जब भी हमको ऐसे कंटिन्यूस डेटा होता है तो हम क्या करते हैं? एक हिस्टोग्राम ड्रॉ करते हैं. ओके, so this kind of representation is called histogram. इस हिस्टोग्राम के मिड पॉइंट्स जो होते हैं उसको अगर आप ज्वाइन करते हैं तो उसे आप फ्रीक्वेंसी पॉलीगन कहोगे. ओके, so whenever there is a histogram and if you are joining the mid points of the histogram, then we call it as what? We call it as frequency polygon. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, थर्ड इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट. लेट अस सपोज आपके पास बहुत से ऑब्जर्वेशंस है जिसके क्लास इंटरवल बहुत नैरो है. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल, मेरे पहले एग्जांपल में क्लास इंटरवल कैसा था? 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30 था. बट लेट अस सपोज अभी एग्जांपल में मैं 0 to 1 ईयर के बीच में कितने लोग हैं? 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4 ऐसे ले रहे हूँ. तो अभी क्या हो गया? क्लास इंटरवल बहुत नैरो हो गया है, बहुत नज़दीक हो गया. अगर इस वक्त मैं हिस्टोग्राम डालूंगी तो ऐसे कुछ लगेगा, बहुत बहुत क्लोजली स्पेस्ड होगा कि आप उसे व्हाट यू कॉल इंटरप्रेट सही नहीं कर पाओगे. तो इस टाइम पे व्हाट वी डू इज वी जस्ट ड्रॉ द आउटलाइन और द मिड पॉइंट्स ऑफ द हिस्टोग्राम. दैट ड्रॉइंग ऑफ मिड पॉइंट्स ऑफ हिस्टोग्राम इज कॉल्ड एज व्हाट? फ्रीक्वेंसी कर्व. फ्रीक्वेंसी कर्व और फ्रीक्वेंसी पॉलीगन में व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस? यहाँ पर हिस्टोग्राम इज ऑलवेज सीन इन द बैकग्राउंड in a frequency polygon, whereas histogram is always seen in background, whereas you don't see a histogram in frequency curve. Why? Because the class intervals are so narrow that even if you draw, it doesn't make any sense. We will not be able to differentiate. Okay, so there is no histogram in the background. Very important. Do not forget this. Okay. Next is what? Next is ogive. What is ogive? Ogive is nothing but cumulative frequency curve. Okay, cumulative frequency curve. Cumulative का मतलब क्या है? What is the meaning of cumulative? It is nothing but addition. Whenever you add something, what will happen to the existing value? It will increase. Like for example, let us say I am having 10 chocolates with me. I am getting every day 2 chocolates. So on day 2, my chocolate number will be 12. On day 3, my chocolate number will increase to 14. On day 4, it will increase to 15. Let us suppose one day nobody is giving me the chocolate. It is 0. Still, it is going to remain there only, but it's not going to dip. Okay. So in a cumulative frequency curve, the speciality is frequency only increases. The curve will always go upwards. It will never show a downward trend. Okay, it is never going to show a downward trend. It's always going to be an upward trend. That is the feature of what? That is the feature of ogive. Ogive is nothing but what? It is known as cumulative frequency curve. In a cumulative frequency curve, frequency always increases. Okay, please remember ये जो भी चार curves या graphs मैंने पढ़ाए हैं, that is histogram, frequency polygon, frequency curve and ogive, all of them are used to represent quantitative data. For all the four graphs can be used for representing what? Quantitative data. Okay, clear? Next is what is known as a line diagram. Okay, now see here, what is a line diagram? Very important. A line diagram is used to represent trends of events over a period of time. It is used to represent trends of events over a period of time. So how are things changing with time? That is represented by line diagram. Like for example, let us suppose I want to see how many cases of measles are there in 1990, 2000, 2010 and 2020. Okay, तो ये क्या हो गया? Every 10 years का मैं एक statistics ले रही हूँ. अगर मैं इसे ग्राफ फॉर्म में रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ कि मीजल्स केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं या कम हो रहे हैं या रिमेनिंग सेम, then that is nothing but called as line diagram. So a line diagram is what? It is used to represent trends of events over a period of time. How things are changing with time. That is called as what? That's called as line diagram. Please remember a line diagram की speciality क्या है? It will on x-axis always will show time. X-axis will always show time. So time can be shown in terms of minutes, it can be shown in terms of hours, it can be shown in terms of years, months, कुछ भी हो सकता है. But x-axis will always show the time band. Okay. Next, please remember line diagram में frequency can increase. So diagram, graph can show upward trend, can show increase, decrease, or it may remain same. Anything is a possibility in a line diagram. Okay. So a line diagram can increase, can decrease, or can remain the same also. Very important, do not forget this. Line diagram is always used to represent trends of events over a period of time. How will you differentiate a line diagram from an ogive? In a line diagram, it can increase, it can decrease, or it can remain same. First increase, then decrease, then increase. Anything is a possibility. Whereas in an ogive, frequency will always increase. Okay. In an ogive, what is going to happen? Frequency is always going to increase. Okay, very important. Next important is scatter diagram. Please remember, a scatter diagram is also known as correlational diagram. A scatter diagram is also known as what diagram? It is also known as a correlational diagram. A scatter diagram is used to represent trends of events. It is used to tells relationship. We can write it like this. It tells relationship between two quantitative variables. Tells relationship between two quantitative variables. So what is a relationship? If one variable is increasing, what is happening to another variable? That is called as what? Correlation. It tells the relationship between two quantitative variables. Now see here. If one variable is increasing and the other is also increasing, then we call it as positive correlation. If one variable is increasing and the other is also increasing, we call it as what? Positive correlation. Like for example, जैसे pregnant woman में hemoglobin increase होता है, baby का birth weight increase होता है. Yes or no? As the HB status of mother is good, the birth weight of the baby will be good. This is called as what correlation? This will be called as positive correlation. Okay. So whenever one variable is increasing, other is also increasing, we call it as positive correlation. Next is what? Negative correlation. What is negative correlation? If one variable is increasing, then another is decreasing, then we call it as what? Negative correlation. जब भी एक variable increase हो रहा है and the other variable goes down, then it is called as what? Then it is called as negative correlation. Let us take an example. जैसे if I am taking more amount of calcium supplementation, let us suppose every day I am taking calcium intake. Okay. So as calcium intake is increasing, my chance of getting an osteoporosis is decreasing. That is called as what? Negative correlation. In other words, let us say this, we can take the example of T3 and TSH. As TSH level increases in the body, T3, T4 will decline. Yes or no? If T3, T4 increases, TSH will decline. Yes or no? So this kind of relationship is called as what? Negative correlation. Next, if one variable is increasing and there is no change happening in another variable, then it is called as what? It is called as no correlation. Okay. So if one variable is increasing but there is no change happening in another variable, then it is called as what? No correlation. Okay. So a scatter diagram will tell us relationship between two quantitative variables. Very important, do not forget this. Yes, simple image based MCQs आ सकते हैं या फिर they can give you in the what they call sentence based formats and they can ask you the MCQ. Next is qualitative variable images. Let us have a look. This is nothing but a bar diagram. A bar diagram is used to represent qualitative data. A bar diagram, it is used to represent qualitative data. So I think you are able to recollect what is quantitative data and what is qualitative data. Data which you can measure is called quantitative data. Data which you can only describe or which can only which cannot be measured is called as what data? It is called as qualitative data. Okay. Another example of representing your qualitative data is your pie diagram or a pie chart. Pie chart is also used to represent qualitative data. It is also used to represent qualitative data. Okay. Next. So bar diagram, pie diagram is done. Other important are your what you call spot maps and pictogram. Those also are used to represent qualitative data. Now another important topic in biostatistics chapters only is sampling techniques. I'll give you a brief here such that you are able to recollect it. One is called as probability sampling techniques. Probability sampling techniques. And the other one is called as non-probability sampling techniques. Probability sampling techniques and non-probability sampling techniques. What are probability sampling techniques? जब भी there is equal and known chance of getting selected, equal and known chance. If you know what is your chance of getting selected and if everyone in the group is having equal chance of getting selected, then we call it as what? We call it as probability sampling. Okay. Then what is non-probability sampling? If there is unequal and unknown chance, we call it as non-probability sampling. Unequal and unknown chance is called as non-probability sampling. Okay? Now, probability sampling technique के examples क्या है? We have got what is known as simple random sampling. Okay, simple random sampling. Then there is what is known as systematic random sampling. Systematic random sampling. Simple random, systematic random sampling, stratified random sampling, and last one is cluster sampling. ये सारे probability sampling techniques है. ठीक है? If you are selecting a sample in your study by using a lottery technique, then it is nothing but your simple random sampling. Okay? So you can do a lottery technique by cheat system, or you can do by computer generated random numbers, or you can even use random number table methods. ठीक है? So this is called as what? This is called as simple random sampling. Next होता है systematic random. Systematic random sampling क्या है? Whenever we are calculating sampling interval, then it is called as what? Then it is called as systematic random sampling. What is sampling interval? Sampling interval is nothing but it is given by the formula total population divided by desired sample. Total population divided by desired sample. This is called as sampling interval. Okay. Next, third one. What is stratified random sampling? Stratified random sampling is nothing but when strata or group are given importance, then it is called as stratified random sampling. Whenever we give importance to strata or group, then we call it as stratified random sampling. Okay? Just I'll give you a quick example to understand this. Let us suppose I want to do a study. Like for example, मेरे को एक vaccine trial करना है. Okay? I want to select study subjects. Okay? I want everyone to have equal and known chance of getting selected. So what I'll do? I'll go with probability sampling techniques. What is the one way of doing this? One way of doing this is, let us suppose there are some 100 patients who have enrolled for this study. I will write the sheets or numbers of these 100 people, pick up one sheet and select some 10 members, let us assume, okay, or 15 members, let us assume. This is called as simple random sampling, okay. So by lottery technique, that is your simple random sampling technique, okay. There is another way of doing this. What is that called as systematic random sampling, okay. The name itself is telling कि यहाँ पर हम systematic way में जाएंगे. So what is this systematic random sampling? In systematic random sampling, I will do what is known as this sampling interval. Sampling interval क्या है? It will tell us कि कितने points के बाद we will change to the next sample. Like for example, it is calculated by the formula total population by desired sample. Let us take the same example. Vaccine trial की study है, 100 लोग enroll कर चुके हैं, मुझे 15 लोगों को select करना है, ठीक है, या फिर let us say 20 लोगों को select करना है. Now what I'll do, sampling interval is nothing but total population, that is 100, divided by desired sample. So there is desired sample is 20. So 100 divided by 20 will give me what? Sampling interval as 2 or 20. It will give it as 5. 100 divided by 20 means 2, 5. 5 would be my sampling interval. Now what I will do is, the first subject in the sampling interval or in the systematic sampling will be selected by simple random method. मतलब lottery technique से पहला number निकालना है. Let us suppose मैंने first sheet निकाला, that number has come up as 13, 1, 3. Now second subject who should be selected is 13 plus 5. What is this 5? That 5 is nothing but your sampling interval, ठीक है. तो जो sampling interval आया, how did we get that sampling interval? Total population divided by desired sample. That will give us what? Sampling interval. So 13 plus 5 will make it 18. So second person who will be selected in my study would be 18th subject, okay. Third person कौन होगा? 18 plus 5, 23rd subject. Okay, then fourth subject कौन होगा? 23rd plus 5, 28th subject. Are you understanding? So I'll go this way until I achieve 20 subjects. This is nothing but which sampling technique? That is called as systematic random sampling technique. Okay. Next, third important we have got is stratified random sampling. What is the meaning of stratified random sampling? Stratified random sampling is nothing but whenever we give importance to subgroups. Okay, so if you see, our population dynamics is not uniform, it is not homogeneous. We have got heterogeneous representation. So whenever we give importance to all the subgroups, then it is called as what? Then it is called as stratified random sampling. Next, last one we have got is cluster sampling. What is this cluster sampling? Cluster sampling is nothing but it is also known as 30/7 sampling. It is also known as 30/7 sampling. Please remember this. Here, please remember, it is used for immunization coverage evaluation. It is used for what? Immunization coverage evaluation. Whenever we want to evaluate how much is the immunization coverage in a given area, we'll go with cluster sampling. In a cluster sampling, we will take 30 clusters and from each cluster, 7 children will be selected. 30 clusters and 7 children from each cluster. 30 clusters, 7 children from each cluster. 7 children from each cluster are selected. Okay. Very important. 30 clusters, 7 children from each cluster are selected. Next is non-probability sampling. What are this non-probability sampling? Whenever there is unknown or unequal chance, like for example, convenient sampling. Okay. या फिर alphabetical sampling, and one another good example among this is snowball sampling. Please remember, snowball sampling is used for tracking HIV drug contacts, HIV contacts, not drug, IV drug abusers contact, STI contacts. Okay, the snowball sampling is very useful there. Please remember, a question can come from sampling techniques. It's very important that you remember this very correctly. Okay, next, after this, let us quickly wind up our biostats chapter with the last very important topic, that is your tests of significance. Okay, now please remember, tests of significance are of two types. One is called as parametric test and another one is called as non-parametric test. ठीक है, तो दो प्रकार के हैं, एक है parametric test और एक है non-parametric test. Please remember, parametric test is used for quantitative data, whereas non-parametric test is used for qualitative data. Okay. तो टेस्ट ऑफ सिग्निफिकेंस टू टाइप्स, एक का नाम है पैरामेट्रिक और एक का नाम है नॉन पैरामेट्रिक। पैरामेट्रिक टेस्ट कहाँ यूज़ करेंगे? जब भी हमारे पास क्वांटिटेटिव डेटा होता है। नॉन पैरामेट्रिक टेस्ट कब यूज़ करेंगे? जब भी हमारे पास क्वालिटेटिव डेटा है। क्वांटिटेटिव डेटा का मतलब क्या है? द डेटा विच यू कैन मेजर। व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ क्वालिटेटिव डेटा? द डेटा विच यू कैन नॉट मेजर और कैन ओनली बी डिस्क्राइब्ड। ओके, नाउ सी हियर, in parametric test there are three choices for us. One is called as students paid t-test. Student is the name of mathematician, the students paid t-test. Then we have got students unpaid t-test, students unpaid t-test, and then there is something called ANOVA. ANOVA stands for what? It stands for analysis of variance. ANOVA stands for analysis of variance. Okay, please remember students unpaid t-test का और एक नाम भी है, that is nothing but independent t-test. Okay, next, please remember non-parametric test we have got two choices. One is called as sign test, another is called as chi-square test. Sign test and chi-square test. Okay, now see here what we should remember. Whenever you are having quantitative data and there is same group comparison, then we have to use paired t-test. Whenever we have quantitative data but two different groups comparison, then we have to use unpaired t-test. Whenever we are having quantitative data but more than two different groups comparison, then we should use ANOVA. Okay, clear? I'll come with the example, don't worry. If there is qualitative data and if there is same group comparison, then we have to use sign test. And if there are two or more than two different groups comparison, then we have to use chi-square test. Okay, clear? So please remember there are two types of tests of significance. What are the names? Parametric, non-parametric. Parametric कहाँ use करेंगे? जब भी data quantitative होता है. Non-parametric when do we use? Whenever our data is qualitative data. Okay. Parametric test, there are three choices. One is called as paid t-test, another is called as unpaid t-test, and the third one is called as ANOVA. जब भी we have got same group comparison, we have to go with paid t-test. Whenever we are having two different groups comparison, go with unpaid t-test. And whenever there are more than two different groups comparison, you will go with ANOVA. Likewise, qualitative data है and if there is same group comparison, sign test. And if there is more than or equal to two different groups comparison, you will go with chi-square test. Okay, understand, I will explain you. Let us suppose in a question, the question is asked like this: HB levels of pregnant women before taking IFA tablet and after taking IFA tablet. Before taking IFA tablet and after taking IFA tablet. You want to compare. Okay, so first thing, whenever you are given a question on test of significance, आप क्या देखोगे कि डेटा क्वांटिटेटिव है या क्वालिटेटिव है. क्वांटिटेटिव डेटा का मतलब क्या है? जो आप मेजर कर सकते हो. तो सी हियर HB लेवल, क्या आप मेजर कर पाओगे? यस, वी कैन मेजर HB लेवल, सो इट इज़ क्वांटिटेटिव डेटा. अभी हमारे दिमाग में तीन चॉइसेस है. क्या है? आइदर आंसर पेड टी टेस्ट होगा या अनपेड टी टेस्ट होगा या ANOVA होगा. नाउ सी हियर, कितने ग्रुप्स कंपेयर हो रहे हैं? एक ग्रुप है जिसको हमने IFA टैबलेट दिया. IFA टैबलेट देने से पहले वी हैव रिकॉर्डेड देयर HB लेवल्स. Given IFA tablet, and to this group only we are recording HB level after giving IFA tablets. Are you understanding this? So whenever there is same group comparison, the answer would become what? The answer would become paid t test. Yes, absolutely right answer in the chat section. So the right answer is paid t test. Okay. Let us take another example. Bilirubin levels of term neonates and preterm neonates. ठीक है, मुझे ये कंपेयर करना है कि बिलीरुबिन लेवल टर्म नियोनेट्स में कितने हैं और प्रीटर्म नियोनेट्स में कितने हैं. सी हियर अगेन, बिलीरुबिन लेवल, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ डेटा इट इज? इट इज़ अ मेजरेबल डेटा. तो ये क्या हो गया? क्वांटिटेटिव. तो जब भी मेरे पास क्वांटिटेटिव डेटा है 3 चॉइसेस है मेरे पास, पेड टी टेस्ट, अनपेड टी टेस्ट, एनोवा। नाउ कितने ग्रुप्स कंपेयर हो रहे हैं? 2 ग्रुप्स आर बीइंग कंपेयर्ड। व्हाट आर दोज? टर्म ग्रुप, pre-term group. So there are 2 different groups. Now what is the right answer? The right answer is unpaired t-test or ANOVA. Excellent answer in the again chat section. I'm very happy you all are very actively participating. Okay. So bilirubin level of term neonates and preterm neonates, the answer would be unpaired t-test. Okay. Now let us suppose I want to compare weight of preschool children, primary school children and secondary school children. Okay. Now what is my answer? Now see here. Weight, again it is what data? Quantitative data. Now how many groups are there? There are 3 groups. One is preschool, then there is a primary school, that is 1st standard to 5th standard, and then there is a secondary school children, that is from 6 to 10. जब भी 2 से ज़्यादा groups होते हैं and data is quantitative, the right answer would be ANOVA. Okay. So are we clear with where to use what answer? Paired t-test should be used if there is quantitative test and same group comparison, or quantitative data and same group comparison. Where to use unpaired t-test? Whenever there is what you call quantitative data for 2 different groups comparison. And where to use ANOVA? We would use ANOVA whenever there is quantitative data but more than 2 different groups comparison. Okay. Now next scenario, where to use sign test and where to use chi-square test. Now see here. Okay. See here. Let us suppose I want to measure percentage of anemic women before taking IFA tablets and after taking IFA tablets. Okay. Now see here. HB was what data? Quantitative data. Anemia is what data? Anemia is qualitative data. Okay. So anemia will describe whether you are normal or anemic. Okay. So it's a qualitative data. Now how many group? Same group. कितने लोग anemic थे या कितना proportion anemic था before they have taken IFA tablets, and how much proportion were anemic after taking the IFA tablet. So because same group is being compared, here the test of significance would be sign test. Okay. Let us take another example. Let us suppose I want to compare percentage of TB prevalence in rural areas and urban areas. Now again, how many groups are there? There are 2 groups. Again, percentage of TB prevalence. TB is what data? It's a qualitative data. TB is there, not there. So you can just describe it. So again here, what test of significance I would use? I would use a chi-square test. Very good. Okay. Next, if let us suppose I want to compare percentage of TB prevalence in rural, urban and tribal. So even if it is 2 or more than 2, the right answer would be chi-square test. Okay. So I'm expecting that you would not lose any kind of marks here. You have to do this correctly and come. Test of significance is a sure shot question. FMGE, NEET, PG, INI said they are bound to ask a question from test of significance. Okay. So hoping that the concept is clear to you. Okay. So with this we have completed alphabet B. I'm hoping biostats chapter is very clear to you. And now let us move with the next topic, that is top alphabet C, where we will learn about control, elimination and eradication. Okay. So what is control? Control is nothing but reducing the prevalence of disease, reduction of disease to such low numbers that it is no longer a public health problem. Reduction of disease to such low numbers that it is no longer a public health problem. Then it is called as what? It is called as control. For any disease, we will first try to achieve control. Like for example, today we are telling we want to eliminate TB. Once upon a time, we were talking about controlling the TB. Okay. So first, for any disease, we will try to achieve control. Once control is achieved, then only we will move towards elimination. Okay. So control will pave way towards what? It will pave way towards elimination. What is elimination? It is removal of disease agent or infectious agent, removal of disease agent from large geographical areas. This is called as what? This is called as elimination. So whenever we remove a disease agent from very large geographical areas, we call it as what? we call it as elimination. Please remember, this large geographical areas can be district, can be a state, can be a village also. Okay, so whenever we try to remove it from the large geographical areas, we call it as elimination. Examples of diseases eliminated from India. Please remember, polio has been eliminated in the year 2014 from India. Okay. Apart from that, we have even worked and removed maternal and neonatal tetanus from India. Maternal and neonatal tetanus was eliminated in the year 2016. Then trachoma was eliminated in the year 2017. Okay. Trachoma was eliminated in the year 2017. Now, majority of the students post me this question and ask, ma'am, there was a thing that has come in 2024, you are telling 2017. Please remember, India declared itself free of trachoma in the year 2017, but WHO certification came in the year 2024. Okay, so read the question appropriately. WHO certification of trachoma came in the year 2024. So if he is asking exactly when the certificate came to your hand, answer is 2024. But if he is asking you when did India achieve that particular milestone, the answer should be 2017. Okay. So apart from this, yaws is also eliminated. Guinea worm disease has also been eliminated from our country. Okay. Next, what is more important than this list is what are the diseases which are next in target for elimination. Okay. So next in target for elimination, first important is malaria. Malaria we want to eliminate by the year 2030 from our country. Next, tuberculosis, we want to eliminate it by 2025. Again, lot of chaos from some students saying that, ma'am, the revised year is 2027. But none of the what you call government websites are mentioning that, neither National Health Portal, nor even Press India Bureau. So we have to wait until they clearly announce. Maybe we may not be able to achieve it by the end of this year, but still work is lot going on to achieve it by the year 2025. Okay. For now, if in your exam it comes, your answer you will opt as 2025. Okay. Next, please remember, leprosy we want to eliminate by 2027, filariasis also by 2027, and also Kala Azar by 2027. So these are the next diseases in target for us to eliminate. Okay. Very important list, do not forget. Next is, what is eradication? Eradication is nothing but extermination of disease agent. Extermination of disease agent from whole planet is called as eradication. Please remember, only one disease has been eliminated till date, that is smallpox in the year 1980. Is polio eradicated? The answer is no. Polio, only 2 strains have been eradicated. One strain is still present which is causing the disease. So for now we will remember only smallpox is the disease which has been eradicated. Okay. Very, very important. Will not forget this: control, elimination and eradication. Okay. So I think alphabet C is done. Next is alphabet D. Very, very, very important. Disaster management. 1 MCQ sure shot in your exam. Okay. Now see here, what is disaster management, which we should remember is, what is a disaster? Disaster is nothing but any mishap or calamity which leads to loss of life and loss of human property. Okay. So first important is disaster cycle, which we should remember. So in disaster cycle, what are the components? First thing, there will be impact of the disaster. What is the meaning of impact of the disaster? Impact is nothing but loss of life and loss of property. So human lives will be lost in a disaster, and likewise there will be loss of property also. Okay. Now this impact will lead to response. Response comes from whom? It will come from immediate survivors. Whoever are the people who survived the disaster, they will try to revive the people who are stuck in that disaster. Okay. So disaster will lead to impact. Impact will lead to what? It will lead to response. Once response is achieved, the next important step that will happen is recovery. When does recovery happen? Recovery will happen once help starts coming from outside the disaster affected area. Okay. So once you start receiving help from outside the disaster affected area, then starts the process of recovery. Okay. And along with recovery, there is going to be what? There is going to be even rehabilitation. So these two go hand in hand, recovery and rehabilitation. Okay. Once rehabilitation is done, now there will be what? There will be mitigation. What is the meaning of mitigation? This time when the people are rebuilding themselves, they will take measures that if the same disaster strikes them again, they do not face the same amount of damage. That is called as what? Mitigation. Like for example, if there is a train accident, okay, next time what they will do, instead of building the coaches with the iron or tin, they may use some material which is hard enough to bear the strength, but at the same time if any collapse happens, it is not going to cause so much damage. That is called as what? Mitigation. Okay. Next is what? Next is preparation. In a preparation, what we have to remember? Disaster preparedness. What is this disaster preparedness? Once we have taken the measures, we will check ourselves whether we are really prepared to check for whether we are really prepared for a disaster if it happens. That is nothing but by doing mock drills, we will check ourselves. That phase is called as what? Preparedness. Okay. Next, preparedness will eventually lead to disaster, such that if a disaster happens, again the same cycle continues. Okay. Now, recent example, when we were having this India-Pakistan war, okay, there was this air raid signs. Okay, so there was a warning alarm that was being blown. Okay, that is nothing but what component of disaster? In exam, you may get that question. So that air raid signals or that warning signs, signals that were being loud sirens that were being blown, that is nothing but a preparation phase of disaster. So it was telling us how ready we are, or they were conducting the mock drills. They were telling what to do when such a siren you will hear again. Okay, so that is nothing but checking for preparedness phase. Okay, so please remember, preparation and mitigation will come in the pre-disaster events. They will come in the pre-disaster events, whereas impact, response, recovery and rehabilitation, all of them will come in the post-disaster events. They all will come under post-disaster events. Okay, pre-disaster events. Many a times this question have been asked, where they will ask you to keep it in the logical sequence. So first, please remember impact, response, recovery or recovery and rehabilitation, followed by mitigation, followed by preparedness. Okay. Next, very important, what you should do whenever there is a disaster, you should follow this triage. What is triage? Triage is nothing but segregation of disaster victims based on the level of injury. Segregation of disaster victims based on the level of injury is called as triage. Now, this is not the end of the definition. It is based on the level of injury and likelihood of survival with minimal interventions. Okay, so you should be able to survive with very minimal interventions, then only you will be given importance. That is called as what? Triage. Okay, what are we doing? We are dividing the victims based on how severely they are injured. Now, among the people who are injured, the ones who can be saved with minimal interventions, they will be given highest priority. That is called as what? That's called as triage. Okay, please always remember, triage should be done at the site of disaster. It should not be done after reaching the hospital. Instead, it should be done at the site of disaster. Very important MCQ. Now, in triaging, we are having 4 categories. One is called red, another is called yellow, another is called green, and the fourth one is black. Okay, तो रेड कलर किसको देंगे? जिसको immediately आपको हॉस्पिटल ट्रांसफर करना है. So that's nothing but what? Highest priority, immediate transfer. So these are the people who can be saved with minimal interventions. That is called as what? Red color tag. Okay, yellow color tag is given for moderate priority. That means these are the people who can tolerate some delay in the transfer. They are injured, but not so much that they require immediate transfer. So they can tolerate some delay in transfer. Next, green color is given low priority, and it is given for ambulatory patients. Okay, green color is low priority, given for what patients? Ambulatory patients. And black color is given least priority. This is given for patients who are already dead or about to die. Okay, dead or already moribund patients, that is about to die patients. Clear? Very important. Red highest priority, yellow moderate priority, green low priority, and black is least priority. So this is what we do during the time of disaster. Okay, Next, what is the common disaster in India? The common disaster in India reported is floods. Post floods, what is the disease which is very commonly seen? The right answer is gastroenteritis. Most common disease reported after a flood episode in India is gastroenteritis. Okay. Now, which is the most common vitamin deficiency we see? We see vitamin A deficiency after a disaster. Okay. Please see here the logo of National Disaster Management Authority. Sometimes this can come as an image based MCQ. Okay. So whenever you see the map of India surrounded with a human chain, if you can see, people are holding the hands together. That's a human chain they are forming. So that is nothing but a what you call National Disaster Management Authority logo. And please remember, the chairman of this particular authority is our Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of the country will be the chairman. And who is responsible for disaster management? Okay, it comes under Ministry of Home Affairs. Okay, it's actually the responsibility of Home Affairs to look after disaster. Do not make the mistake and mark it as Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We definitely look at the treatment part of the victims, but saving part of the victims and looking after the what you call rehabilitation activities and all, that part is what you call dealt by your Home Ministry. Okay. Next, do we need to give mass vaccines? No. Please remember, mass vaccination is contraindicated during the time of disaster. It's practically not possible to do mass vaccination. See, just imagine a scenario कि जहाँ पर पूरा बाढ़ आ गई है, फ्लड्स आ गए हैं, ठीक है, वहाँ पर जाने का रास्ता नहीं है, पूरा पानी है, बारिश हो रही है, क्या आप वहाँ पर जाके वैक्सीन दे पाओगे जो भी लोग हैं? नो, नॉट पॉसिबल. सेकेंड पॉइंट, do we what do you call have so much manpower to mobilize it and do it? No. Again the answer is no. And third, very important point, people are displaced. Very important. Whenever they are in the low lying area and flood signals आते हैं, हम क्या करते हैं? We will displace those people to a higher or what do you call safe zones. So it is not practically possible to go to a disaster site and do mass vaccination to everyone. So please remember, mass vaccination is contraindicated. Okay. Next, vaccines which are mandatory for health professionals. So health professionals who are on constantly giving the care, they are at risk of developing the disease, and because they are fewer in number, we can always give them the vaccines. What are the vaccines we have to give them? We have to give them typhoid vaccine, cholera vaccine and tetanus vaccine. Okay. Next, so आप vaccine तो नहीं दे सकते to prevent gastroenteritis. Then what can you do? You have to do very important step called superchlorination of water. What is meaning of superchlorination of water? Adding excess amount of chlorine to the drinking water such that we can kill the viruses, the bacteria which are present in the drinking water. That's called as superchlorination of drinking water. Okay. Sometimes they may not use the word superchlorination. They can use the word chlorination. That's also a correct statement. Okay. So chlorination of water or superchlorination of water is the most important step which is needed to prevent gastroenteritis. Okay. Then another question, what is the residual level of chlorine that has to be maintained in the drinking water after a flood episode or after a disaster episode? The right answer is 0.7 milligram per deciliter. Similar question जो पूछा जाएगा, swimming pools में कितना chlorine maintain करना है? The answer should be 1 milligram per deciliter. Okay. The swimming pools we will maintain a 1 milligram per deciliter, whereas in after floods we will maintain it as 0.7 milligram per deciliter. Then they will ask you a simple question, the normal drinking water hai, which I am drinking, how much chlorine does this have? Okay, so normal drinking water, what should be the chlorine level? Answer is 0.5 milligram per deciliter. Very important MCQ. Please read the units correctly before you answer in the exam. They will try to confuse you, give it as gram per deciliter. That's a wrong answer. The right answer is milligram per deciliter. Okay? Very important. Do not forget this. Next, a question or job we have to remember for our upcoming exam is, what is the insecticide to be used to prevent leptospirosis? Insecticide to be used to prevent leptospirosis. So because what happens whenever there is floods, this rat burrows get washed away. So once this rat burrows get washed away, no, rats are also outside, the rat fleas which were there inside, they are also outside. So there is high chances that leptospirosis ka infection bhi ho sakta hai. So to prevent this, what is the insecticide we use? We use malathion. Okay. So malathion is effective against what? The answer is rat fleas. If examiner is clearly asking, he wants to target this, what do you call, rats, okay? So they can give you a question like chemical poison to kill the rats, then your answer should be zinc phosphide. Okay, so both malathion and zinc phosphide will help in reducing leptospirosis, but the difference, subtle difference in the two questions is malathion is an insecticide which can kill the rat fleas, whereas zinc phosphide is an anti-rodent measure, it will kill the rats itself. Okay, next, moving ahead. Next, very important third chapter or alphabet E, that's our epidemiological study designs. Okay, so two questions sure short from this area. Get your concepts very clear. One conceptual area was your biostat and another conceptual area is your epidemiology. So we'll just quickly wind up our epidemiological study designs and see what we have to remember from this. Okay, now see here, epidemiological study designs are divided into two types. We already know this. What are the two study designs? One is called as observational study designs and the other one is called as experimental study designs. Observational study designs and experimental study designs. Experimental study designs are also called as interventional study designs. Experimental study designs are also called as what? It's also called as interventional study designs. Now, see here. Observational study designs are further classified into two types. One is called as descriptive study designs and the other one is called as analytical study designs. Okay, descriptive study designs describe a disease in terms of time, place and person. Analytical study designs include cross-sectional studies, ecological studies, case control study and cohort study designs. Okay, so what have we learned? There are two kinds of study designs. One is called observational and the other one is called as experimental. एक्सपेरिमेंटल स्टडी डिज़ाइंस का और एक नाम क्या है? इंटरवेंशनल स्टडी डिज़ाइंस है. अगर आप सिर्फ ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हो तो उसे हम ऑब्जर्वेशनल स्टडी डिज़ाइंस कहेंगे. ओके, if you are doing some active intervention, if you are doing some manipulation, then only it is called as experimental study designs. Like for example, I'm just observing how many students are attending this session, how many students are actively contributing in answering the question. Then it is called as what? Observational study design. Okay. Let us suppose I'm mandatorily telling some students to keep posting the questions in the group or to keep posting the answers in the chat section. Then it is called as intervention. So until the investigator does not give any instructions, then it comes under observational category. If the investigator or the researcher or the epidemiologist gives some instructions to follow something or to not follow something, then it is called as experimental or interventional study designs. Okay. Now, observational study designs are of two types. One is called as descriptive study designs and the descriptive study designs and analytical study designs. Okay, descriptive study designs describe a disease in terms of what? Time, place and person distribution. Analytical study designs are further classified into four types. What are those? Cross-sectional study designs, then there is ecological study designs, then there is case control and cohort study designs. Okay. Now please remember MCQ number 1. What is the aim of descriptive study designs? The aim of descriptive study designs is to formulate a hypothesis. Whenever I want to generate a hypothesis formulation, that is called as what? Descriptive study designs. What is the aim of analytical study design? The aim of analytical study designs is what? It is to test the hypothesis. So once we have generated the hypothesis, we should test it. And which are the study designs which will help in? The answer is analytical study designs. Okay. Next, third important. What is the aim of interventional study designs? The aim of interventional study designs is to confirm the hypothesis. It is to confirm the hypothesis. let us suppose I am having a hypothesis. What is my hypothesis? Let us suppose I have observed 100 people. I have seen that people who are using smartphone after 9 p.m. usually are having insomnia. So in 100 people, I observed that if they are using smartphone after 9 p.m. in the night, they are having insomnia. Okay? Now I have to, what is my second step? This is my hypothesis. So what is my hypothesis? Usage of mobile phone post 9 p.m. in the night will lead to insomnia. This is my hypothesis. Now I have to confirm my hypothesis, or sorry, I have to test my hypothesis. How am I going to test my hypothesis? I can take two groups of people. One group who is already using phone after 9 p.m. One group of people who will sleep away by 9 p.m. and do not use their mobile phone after 9 p.m. And then I can compare the results, whether insomnia is more in this group or whether insomnia is more in this group. This is called as analytical study design. Okay? इसमें भी you are not giving the instruction to use or not to use. They are only using. So like for example, in the study population which I have, okay, and in that let us say a group hai which is already using it. One group is not using. Let's say 100 students hai. 40 students are sleeping by 8:30, 9 o'clock. 60 students are there who are using it till 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, whatever it might be. Okay. So these two groups, I'm just going to observe and see whether they are going to have insomnia or not. This is called as what? Analytical study designs. Now what I'm going to do in interventional study design is, I am going to take a group of people, randomly divide them into two groups. One group, I will mandatorily tell them, you have to use mobile phone after 9 p.m. till 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock, whatever it might be. And for one group, mandatorily I will tell them not to use mobile phone after 9 o'clock. Okay. Then I am going to observe it after, let us say, 6 months or 5 months, whether they are developing insomnia or not. This is called as what? This is called as interventional study design. Okay. So I'm hoping you got the base difference between observational and interventional. अगर आप कुछ intervene करते हो तो ही वो interventional या experimental study होता है. अगर आप सिर्फ चुपचाप ठहरे या बैठे हुए देख रहे हो कि what is happening, then it is observational study design. ठीक है? Now coming to, let us see the subtypes of it or what to remember from each of it. So interventional study designs mein what are the things we have to remember? We are having what are known as the field trials. So whenever you use the term trial, it more or less means your experimental study designs. Okay. So we are having field trials. Then there is what is called as community trials, clinical trials. Community trials, clinical trials, and then there is what is called as randomized control trials. Okay. So RCTB वही है, randomized control trial is an example of interventional trials. Okay. So are we clear with the base definition? Now let us look a little more deeper into these studies. Okay. So before we go into deeper mode, let us first look the hierarchy of study designs. What is there in the topmost part? There is meta-analysis. Okay. Next, below meta-analysis, the next best kind of study designs are systematic reviews. Next, below to systematic reviews, what are the next best study designs? Randomized control trials. Next, we are having cohort studies. Beneath cohort, we are having case control study designs. And beneath this will be your cross-sectional and descriptive study design. Then there is descriptive study design. Okay. So if they ask you in the exam, which are the best study designs? Answer is meta-analysis. Second question, which are the gold standard study designs? Again, the answer is meta-analysis. Okay. If meta-analysis is not there, then the next best option is systematic reviews. Please remember, both of them are examples of evidence-based medicine. Both of them are examples of evidence-based medicine. Okay. Next, please remember, this is experimental study designs. All these are analytical study designs. Okay. Next, what is systematic reviews? If you are reviewing a few of the randomized control trials, compiling the results and giving it as one presentation, then we call it as systematic reviews. Okay. If you are also actively contributing to the conclusions part in giving the results, combined results of all of them, then it is called as what? It is called as meta-analysis. Okay. So meta-analysis and systematic reviews, the difference between these two is, if the researcher is adding his own implications, then it becomes meta-analysis. If we are just summarizing others' results, then it is called as systematic review. Okay. Like for example, if there are 4 different newspapers, okay, which are covering the, let us say, news of Indigo flight shortage, okay. If I am just reading the 4 news and telling you that there were 1,000 planes that were cancelled like that, then it is just a systematic review. Let us suppose to this I am giving some input that people have suffered a lot, or the other flight rates have been hiked because of this. How to overcome this solution or overcome this problem? What are the solutions to overcome such a situation? Then it becomes a meta-analysis. Okay. So if I am adding my inputs, my implications, or the my conclusions, then it is going to become a meta-analysis. If I am just summarizing it, then it becomes a systematic review. Okay. So please remember this hierarchy of scientific evidence, very important: meta-analysis, systematic reviews, RCTs, cohort studies, case control, cross-sectional and descriptive studies. Okay. Now, let us give a quick recap to our descriptive epidemiology. So we know that descriptive epidemiology can be described in terms of time, place and person distribution. Within time distribution, what is very important? Let us quickly have a look. Okay. So we all know that time trends can be divided into 2 important things or 3 important things. One is called as short-term epidemics or short-term fluctuations. Then we are having periodic fluctuations, and then we are having long-term fluctuations. Yes or no? So we know this. And we also know that long-term fluctuations are also called as secular trends. They will take at least 10 to 25 years to develop. Example include your hypertension, diabetes mellitus, coronary artery disease, etc. Then periodic fluctuations can be further classified into 2 types, that is called cyclical trends and seasonal trends. If a disease happens in cycles, we call it as cyclical trends. If a disease happens more during a certain period of year or during a certain season, then we call it as seasonal trends. Like for example, now the winter months are going on, we are seeing a lot of episodes of flu, influenza, etc. That's a seasonal trend. Okay. Next, coming to short-term fluctuations. Short-term fluctuations are further divided into 2 types. One is called as common source epidemics, and the other one is called as propagated epidemics. Common source epidemics and propagated epidemics. What is common source epidemics? Common source epidemics are further divided into 2 types. One is called as common source single exposure epidemic, and another one is called as common source multiple exposure epidemics. Okay, common source single exposure, common source multiple exposure. Now, what are the important points that can come in our exam? Let us quickly have a look. Single exposure common source epidemics. What are the points to remember? Here there is going to be rapid rise in the number of cases and rapid fall in the number of cases. Rapid rise and rapid fall in number of cases. Okay. Because there is rapid rise and rapid fall in the number of cases, you will see all cases within 1 incubation period. All the cases will happen within 1 incubation period. Very important. Okay. Next, third important, you won't see any kind of secondary waves. No secondary waves. And very important, there is not going to be any person-to-person transmission. So everybody will get the disease from that common source only, but there is not going to be any person-to-person transmission. Examples of this include your Bhopal gas tragedy, it also includes your food poisoning. Okay, and how does the graph look like? The graph looks like this: rapid rise, rapid fall. All the cases will occur within 1 incubation period. You won't find any kind of secondary waves in this. Examples of this will include what? Bhopal gas tragedy and food poisoning. Okay. Next, after talking about common source single exposure, please remember these are also called as point source epidemic. They are also called as point source epidemic. Okay. Next we have got what? Multiple exposure common source epidemics. What is this multiple exposure common source epidemic? Here we are going to see cases beyond one incubation period. So because they will require repeated exposures before the disease happens, so cases will occur beyond one incubation period. Next, please remember the other important point. Here we are going to find secondary waves. Secondary waves are present. Okay, and please remember, here also we won't see any person to person transmission. Okay, examples of common source multiple exposure epidemics include Legionnaire's disease. So this is very commonly seen whenever a large gathering is using a common air conditioner. If this air conditioner is harboring this Legionella pneumophila organism, then some people after 10 episodes or 10 exposures may develop. Some people may require 15 exposures, some may require 11 exposures. Anything can be a number that can lead to disease. Okay. The second example is contaminated wells. Nowadays we don't have this concept very predominantly of using wells as source of drinking water. Now majority of India is having tapped sources of drinking water. But earlier when there was wells as source of drinking water, if one well was contaminated, all the people using that common well for drinking purposes would suffer with diarrhea epidemic, but it would follow what you call a common source multiple exposure kind of epidemic, where cases used to occur beyond one incubation period and we used to end up seeing secondary waves. Okay. Next, last one is propagated epidemics. What to remember here? Here we will see a gradual rise in the number of cases and gradual fall in the number of cases. Gradual rise and gradual fall in number of cases. Here there will be secondary waves, but these secondary waves will merge together and give rise to what is known as a plateau phase. And very important aspect of this is you are going to see person to person transmission. Person to person transmission. Okay. Next, examples of this include any kind of thing like cholera, malaria, etc. You can remember wherever you see this person to person transmission, remember it is nothing but a propagated epidemic. Okay. And how is going to be the curve of this? There is a gradual rise. Secondary waves will merge together to give rise to a plateau phase, and then there is going to be a gradual fall. Okay. So this is what we are going to see in a propagated epidemics. Okay. Next, let us move ahead and now let us learn the analytical study designs. So first we are having what? Cross-sectional study design. Cross-sectional study designs, what to remember here? Please remember it helps in assessing prevalence of the disease. It helps in assessing prevalence of the disease or burden of the disease. Anything is a correct option. It helps in assessing prevalence of the disease. Okay. Second important point, please remember cross-sectional study designs are done at one point of time. They neither move forward nor backward. They can give you the data about what is happening at one given point of time. Okay. It is done at one point of time. Please remember it is based on primary data. What is the meaning of primary data? Investigator himself collects the data. That is the meaning of primary data. Okay. Please remember here we cannot calculate strength of association. So we cannot calculate odds ratio or relative risk here. Hence we say that we cannot calculate strength of association. Okay. It helps in assessing prevalence of the disease. Done at one point of time based on primary data, cannot calculate strength of association. Example, prevalence of TB in a village or prevalence of diabetes in a village. Prevalence of insomnia among medical undergraduates. That's nothing but a cross-sectional study design. Okay. Next is ecological study designs. What is ecological study designs? These are also done at one point of time. Done at one point of time. Please remember these are very commonly used whenever we have to do national surveys. It is used for national surveys. They are also known as correlational study designs. Okay. They are also known as what study designs? They are also known as correlational study designs. Okay, they'll tell the relationship between two different variables. And please remember, ecological studies are based on secondary data. What is the meaning of secondary data? The data is collected by someone else but analyzed by the researcher, meaning to say we will maintain the records for other purposes. We are collecting the data for some other purpose, but somebody else will come use our data for another purpose. Like for example, let us say hospital people will maintain the records for their own hospital audits, etc. Okay, let's suppose as a researcher I am going there and picking up how many cases of cancer are coming. Okay, and then I am going to the nearby small kirana stores and picking up the data how many cigarette sales are happening, and I am trying to see whether when there is increase in cigarette sales, is there any increase in the incidence of cancers in the nearby hospital. That is nothing but your ecological study designs. Okay, so it is done at one point of time. It is used for national surveys. It is also known as correlational study designs, and it is based on secondary data. Okay, next, moving to most important study designs, that is case control and cohort study designs. Please understand it very effectively. It can come in your exam. Okay, so now see here, what is case control study design? Case control study designs start with two groups. What are the two groups? Cases and controls. Case control study designs start with two groups. What are the two group names? Cases and controls. What are cases? People who are having the disease, they are called as cases. People who do not have the disease, they are called as controls. So controls can be healthy people or they can be non-diseased people. In both the groups, we will go backwards in time and we will try to find out whether exposure or risk factor is present or not. We are going to go backwards in time and we are going to find out whether exposure is present or exposure is absent. This study design, which starts with deceased but proceeds backwards towards the exposure, is nothing but a case control study design. Okay, so what is a case control study design? It starts with two groups. What are the two groups? Cases and controls. What are cases? People who are having the disease. What are controls? People who do not have the disease. Okay, so these two people will be traced their history and we are going to find out from their history whether exposure is present in them or not, or in other words, simple words, whether risk factor is present in them or not. Okay, because this study design is going in backward direction, we call it as retrospective study designs, because we are going in backward direction. These are also called as retrospective study designs. Okay, because these are going from disease to exposure, they are also called as backward looking study designs. They are also called as retrospective study designs. They are also called as backward looking study designs. Okay, like let us take an example and understand this. Let us suppose I want to know whether sedentary lifestyle is a risk factor for diabetes or not. Okay, this is my study. What is my study? Whether sedentary lifestyle is a risk factor for diabetes or not. So now what I am going to do? I am going to take a group of people who are already diagnosed with diabetes. जिसमें already diabetes है वो मेरे cases हो जाएंगे. Then I am going to take another group of people who are not having diabetes. Okay, so this can be healthy people. This can be people suffering from other diseases who are not having diabetes. Okay, now what I am going to do? I am going to ask them the history in 20 years of life. Okay, let us say when you were 20 years of age or 30 years of age. What was your physical activity? How much physical activity you used to do? Okay, some may say no physical activity, some may say some physical activity was present. Likewise, in the non-diabetes group also, I am going to ask the same question. What is your physical activity in the last 10 to 20 years or last 20 to 30 years? This kind of study which goes in backward direction is nothing but your case control study design or retrospective study designs. Okay, now please remember, in a case control study designs, we can calculate exposure rates. Why? Because we are for the first time getting to know about exposure or risk factor present or not. Hence, we will say what exposure rates can be calculated. So, at the start of study, we are starting with two groups, cases and controls. And at the end of study, we are ending up with two groups, exposed and non-exposed. Okay. So, exposure rates can be calculated. Apart from that, we can also calculate what is known as odds ratio. Odds ratio is also known as cross product ratio. Odds ratio is also known as what? It's also known as cross product ratio. It's given by the formula AD by BC. What is the meaning of this AD by BC? It gives us the interpretation that if odds ratio is equal to 1, no association between exposure and risk factor, risk factor and the disease, or exposure and the outcome, or exposure and the disease. If odds ratio is more than 1, positive association. If odds ratio is less than 1, negative association. Negative association, in another words, is also called as inverse association. Okay, very, very important. Do not forget this. Then next we are having what is known as a cohort study designs. What is cohort study designs? If I am taking a group which are having similar characteristics, then it is called as cohort. Cohort is further divided into two types or two groups, that is, one is exposed and the other is non-exposed. Okay, so exposure present or exposure absent, these are the two groups. Now these two groups will be followed in time and we will find out whether they are developing the disease or not. So disease present, disease absent. Likewise, non-exposed will also be traced and followed to see whether they are developing the disease or they are not developing the disease. Disease present, disease absent. Okay. So what are the two groups at the start of study in a cohort study design? Exposed and non-exposed. What are the two groups at the end of the study? Deceased, non-deceased. So MCQ number 1. What can you calculate in a cohort study designs? Please remember, we can calculate incidence rates in a cohort study design. Incidence rates can be calculated in a cohort study designs. Okay. Next, please remember, in cohort study we can calculate what is known as a relative risk. What is relative risk formula? Incidence among exposed divided by incidence among non-exposed. Again the same scenario, if relative risk is equal to 1, no association. If relative risk is more than 1, positive association between risk factor and the disease. If relative risk is less than 1, it means there is negative association between the risk factor and the disease. Okay. What does relative risk tell us? Relative risk will tell us what is your risk of developing the disease if there is exposure in you as compared to a person who does not have the exposure. Okay. If you are having a sedentary lifestyle, what is your risk of developing diabetes as compared to a person who is not having a sedentary lifestyle? That is the concept in relative risk. Okay. Now please remember, cohort study designs are also called as prospective study designs. They are also called as forward looking study designs. Okay. For prospective study designs or forward looking study designs. Very important. Okay. Next, so odds ratio I already told you, it's also called known as cross product ratio. Relative risk we have already discussed. Now let us see what is attributable risk. What is attributable risk? It's given by the formula incidence among exposed minus non-exposed divided by incidence among exposed multiplied by 100. This is the formula for attributable risk. What is the interpretation of attributable risk? It will tell us how much percentage of disease can be attributed to one single exposure. Okay. How much percentage of disease can be attributed to one single exposure? That is called as attributable risk. Like for example, for me to have diabetes, there might be n number of causes like sedentary lifestyle, having a diet which is rich in fats, having what you call genetic factors. So there might be multiple things which are causing diabetes. How much is the role of sedentary lifestyle? How much is the contribution of sedentary lifestyle in causation of diabetes? That is called as attributable risk of sedentary lifestyle. How much percentage is caused by genetic factors? That is called as attributable risk of genetic factors. Okay. What is the meaning of attributable risk? How much percentage of disease can be attributed to one single exposure? That is called as what? That's called as attributable risk. Next is population attributable risk. What is population attributable risk? This is given by the formula incidence in total population minus non-exposed divided by incidence in total population multiplied by 100. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is if risk factor is removed or eliminated, if risk factor is removed or eliminated, how much percentage of disease will reduce in the community? How much percentage of disease will reduce in the community? That is called as population attributable risk. If you completely remove or partially modify the risk factor, how much percentage of disease is going to reduce in the community? That is called as what? That's called as population attributable risk. Like for example, if let us suppose I get to know that let us say lung cancer is happening because of smoking. Okay, so tomorrow I have taken a law which says there is no more sale of tobacco in the country. Now with this move of mine, how many new cases of lung cancer are reducing? That is called as population attributable risk. Okay, so if you remove the risk factor or modify the risk factor, how much percentage of disease will reduce in community? That's called population attributable risk. Okay, so now next important is to learn types of cohort. Okay, so this is one area where students get a lot of confusion and lot of queries. Let us quickly have a recap of this and understand this. One is called as prospective cohort. Then there is something called retrospective cohort. Okay, and then there is mixed cohort. Mixed cohort is also called as ambispective cohort. Okay, so what have we got? We have got retrospective cohort, prospective cohort and mixed cohort. These are the three types of cohort which are available with us. Now let us see what is this prospective cohort. What is the meaning of prospective cohort? It means that it is starting with exposed and non-exposed, and it is moving towards deceased, non-deceased. Okay, it's starting with what? Exposed, non-exposed, and it is moving towards deceased, non-deceased. If all the steps are going in the forward direction, then we call it as prospective cohort. What do we call it as? We call it as prospective cohort. What's the meaning of retrospective cohort? In retrospective cohort, because the word cohort is there, it has to go like this only. It has to go from what? Exposed to disease only. Okay, exposed to disease, non-disease. This is essential step. Whenever we use the term cohort, this has to be the essential step, that it has to start with exposed, non-exposed, go towards deceased, non-deceased. Okay, but what is the feature of retrospective cohort? In retrospective cohort, exposure is traced from history. The first step will only go backwards. Exposure, first step will be traced from history. The whole study will move from where to where? It will move from exposure to deceased only. Okay, how is a retrospective study cohort different from a case control? A case control will start with deceased, non-deceased. Understand this point very clearly. Okay, a case control study will start with deceased, non-deceased, and it will move towards what? It will move towards exposure, non-exposure. It will move towards exposed, non-exposed. Whereas a retrospective cohort will start with exposed, non-exposed, but end up with deceased, non-deceased. Okay, so don't forget this base point. To call it as a case control, समझने की कोशिश करो. Case control का मतलब क्या है कि वो start ही cases और controls से होता है. It will start with cases and controls. What's the meaning of cases and controls? Deceased, non-deceased. Then it will go backwards in time and it will find out whether there is exposure present or not. Like for example, diabetes, non-diabetes. I am going to trace their history and find out whether for the whole of their life, whether they were having a sedentary lifestyle or a non-sedentary lifestyle. Are you understanding this? This is with study design, case control. So case control will always start with cases and controls. If I am starting with sedentary, non-sedentary, moving towards diabetes, non-diabetic, then it is a cohort study design. Let us suppose I want to start with sedentary lifestyle and end up with diabetes only. But I don't have so much time to wait for 10 to 15 years for the disease to develop. So now what I am going to do? I am going to take the group of diabetes, non-diabetes who are already suffering with the disease. Let us suppose they are already having the disease in them. But I am not going to ask them the first question whether you are diabetic or non-diabetic. Instead, I will ask them the question, what was your lifestyle 20 years ago, or for the last 20-30 years, what is your lifestyle? Are you having a sedentary lifestyle or are you having a non-sedentary lifestyle? Okay. Then I will come forward and I will ask them whether you had any periodic examination or not, whether you are having these symptoms of diabetes or not. Are you understanding this? So if the first step is going backwards and all the steps are moving towards or moving from exposure to disease, then we call it as retrospective cohort. Okay. So please remember one example. This is just for example for easy understanding and remembering. Okay. Let us suppose this is a non-medical example, just to make you understand the topic I am telling you. Okay. Let us suppose I want to write a book or I want to do a study on how our MBBS journey is. Okay. So what are the good memories of MBBS? What are the bad memories of MBBS? I want to know. What is one way of doing the study? Students who take admission right now in 2025 in the first year, I can enroll them, follow them up, what is happening in the first year of MBBS, follow them up for second year MBBS, third year MBBS, and end my study in 2030, let us suppose, or 2029. Okay. So because all the steps are moving in the forward direction, this becomes an example of prospective cohort. Okay. So what is the start point here? First year MBBS students. What is the end point here? Internship is the end point here. Let us assume. Okay. Let us suppose I want to do a study. Same thing, MBBS memories, I want to know good memories, bad memories. Okay. What I can do? People who are already interns in 2025, I am going to take them. I am going to ask them what are their fourth year memories, what did they do in 2024, what are their third year memories, how did they like PSM, how much they hated PSM, what was their memory with pathology, microbiology, etc. Then I am going to ask them what was their memories of anatomy, physio, biochem. ठीक है, तो ये क्या हो गया? ये हो गया case control. Why it is case control? Because all the steps are moving in backward direction. Because all the steps are moving in which direction? They are moving in backward direction. Are we clear with this? Now, let us suppose I want to do a study where I want to know the MBBS journey, but I don't want to know what happened in general medicine, general surgery first. I want to know the memories from anatomy only. I want what was their first imprint of medicine, how anatomy has affected their life, how physiology has affected their life. So what I am going to do? I am going to take interns who are right now in internship in the year 2025. I am going to ask them what happened in their first year of MBBS. Okay. So instead of going all step backwards, what I did? I went only the first step backward from the point where it all started. Okay. And then what am I going to do? I am going to come forward, ask them second year memories, third year memories, fourth year memories, and their internship memories. This kind of study where only the first step goes backwards, but rest all steps move from exposure to disease, this is called as retrospective cohort. Okay. So why is it being called cohort? Because the study is again proceeding from disease, risk factor to disease. Okay. Why is it being called retrospective? Because the first step is going backwards. Okay. So I am hoping there is no more ambiguity here. You all are clear with this. Okay. Next is what is mixed cohort. What is a mixed cohort? Whenever we are having components of both prospective cohort and retrospective cohort. So let us suppose I have taken that same study, diabetes and sedentary lifestyle. Okay. I have taken diabetes people, I have asked them their last 20-30 years, their lifestyle, sedentary lifestyle present or not. Okay, that's retrospective component. Now let us suppose I am following them up and I am trying to find out what kind of complications they all are developing after suffering with diabetes. Then it becomes a prospective cohort. So whenever these two components are being combined, then it becomes what? It becomes a mixed cohort where there are components of both prospective cohort and a retrospective cohort. Okay. So please remember very, very clearly, there are three types of cohort: prospective, retrospective, and mixed cohorts. Okay. So people are telling it's clear, so that's very good sign. Okay. Next important is what is a bias. Okay. So see here, bias is nothing but a systematic error. Bias is nothing but a systematic error. Okay. So what is a bias? Bias is any errors that can happen during a studies. What kind of errors can happen? One is 𝗘𝗱𝗁 bias. What is the meaning of 𝗘𝗱𝗁 bias? 𝗘𝗱𝗁 bias is nothing but it is due to difference in hospital admission rates. Whenever we select hospitals with different admission rates, we may end up having wrong recruiting of participants or wrong selection of participants. That is called as 𝗘𝗱𝗁 bias. Okay, so it is due to what? Due to difference in the hospital admission rates. Next there is something called memory bias. Memory bias is also known as recall bias. This is a problem in case control study design where study subjects are not able to recall the events accurately. So these subjects fail to recollect the events. Why? Because with time we will lose the memory of certain events. Okay, so study subjects failing to recall the events. This is again memory bias or recall bias. Then we have got what is known as Hlathon bias. What is Hlathon bias? This is nothing but study subjects change their behavior with time. This is a problem in cohort study designs. Study subjects change their behavior with time. So some people who are exposed can become non-exposed. Some people who are non-exposed can become exposed. This is a problem which happens in cohort study designs, Hlathon bias. Okay. Next one is 𝗘𝗱𝗁 memory Hlathon bias. Then we are having what is known as subject bias. What is subject bias? This is most commonly seen in randomized control trials where study subjects will give the wrong informations. Okay. So sometimes willful wrong information can also be given. That's called as subject bias. Okay. Then next important we are having interviewer bias. What is interviewer bias? If interviewer is showing some partiality or manipulating the results or manipulating the calibrations, then it is called as interviewer bias. Okay. Like for example, if I am recording the blood pressure and the blood pressure, right blood pressure of a person comes as 150/90, but I am recording it as 120/80, then it's nothing but an interviewer bias. Okay. Next, apart from that, we are even having what is known as analyzer bias. So whatever data we collect now, we give it in the Excel sheet for a biostatistician to analyze it. If biostatistician himself is doing the errors, then we call it as analyzer bias. Okay. So 𝗘𝗱𝗁 bias, memory bias, Hlathon bias, subject bias, okay, interviewer bias and an analyzer bias. These are the most important ones. Next important is what are the techniques to remove this? They are called as blinding. We are having single blinding. We are having double blinding. We are having triple blinding. If study subjects are unaware about their study groups, where we give one group a drug and another group a placebo, then we call it as single blinding. Here it removes subject bias. Single blinding removes subject bias. If study subject and interviewer, both of them are unaware, then it is called as double blinding. It removes subject and interviewer bias. Okay. And if both subject, interviewer and the analyzer are unaware, then it is called as triple blinding. It will remove subject, interviewer and analyzer bias. Subject, interviewer and analyzer bias. Please remember blinding techniques. Okay. Next, there is something called as confounding. What is a confounding? Confounding is a factor which is associated with both exposure and outcome. Factor which is associated with both exposure and outcome. If such factors are present in the study, then it can lead to errors in the result. Errors in the result. Okay. Most common known confounders are age and gender. And please remember, this can be removed by matching. Most common known confounders are age and gender, can be removed by matching. Next, please remember, randomization can remove known and unknown confounders. Randomization can remove known as well as unknown confounders. Please remember. Next. Please remember another important point they can ask you is which is the most common blinding technique we apply? Answer is double blinding. If they ask you which is the best blinding technique, the answer should be triple blinding. Likewise, if they ask you which is the best technique to remove confounders, the answer is randomization. If they ask you most commonly used, your answer should be matching. Okay. Next, we have to make some space for RCT also. So how do we do an interventional study? Please remember, an interventional study is done by taking a group of people, that's called as sample. This sample will be randomly divided into two groups, that's called as randomization. So by doing randomization, we divide them into experimental group and control group. What is the meaning of experimental group? The researcher himself will do the active intervention. Okay. In control group, we do not do any intervention. Then both of them will be followed up. So next step is follow up, and whatever data we get, we analyze the data. This step where the what you call intervention is done in the experimental group, that is called as manipulation. Okay, like for example, I want to know whether sedentary lifestyle will lead to diabetes or not. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a group of people, divide them into randomly two groups. For one group, I will tell them exercise should be done for 30 minutes in a day, every day, 5 days in a week. Okay, like that you should do for 1 year. This is intervention or manipulation being done by me. Likewise, for control group, I'll tell no matter what, you are not going to do exercise. Okay, both of the groups will be followed up after a period of time, and then we are going to see whether diabetes is more common in people who are having sedentary lifestyle, or diabetes is not common among people who is not having a sedentary lifestyle. Okay, so this is called as what study design? This is called as interventional study design. In interventional study designs, there are two types. One is called as concurrent study designs, another is called as crossover study designs. What is concurrent? If the group which was experimental in the beginning was remaining experimental group till the end, then we call it as concurrent study design. Okay. If some point mein we are doing a crossover where experimental group is becoming control group and control group is becoming experimental group, then we call it as crossover RCTs. Okay. So majority of the times we do a concurrent RCT only. Sometimes if the need arises, we will do even a crossover RCTs. Okay. Vaccine trials, drug trials, okay, many things will be passed after doing a RCT. Please remember, in the phases of clinical trials, RCT comprises of your third phase 3 clinical trials. It is the most important phase. If a drug passes through the phase 3 clinical trial, then only it will be released into the market. Okay. Next important we have got is Hill's criteria for causality. So whenever I say that this particular risk factor is causing this disease, it is that the Hill's criteria are fulfilled. Like for example, if I say sedentary lifestyle is causing diabetes, it's because the Hill's criteria are fulfilled. Okay. So what are the Hill's criteria that needs to be fulfilled? First important is temporality. What is the meaning of temporality? Temporality is nothing but risk factor of the disease should be risk factor and the disease, risk factor and the disease, risk factor and the disease should be related in time. How they should be related in time? Risk factor should happen first, followed by the disease. Risk factor should precede the disease. That is what is the concept in Hill's criteria of causality. Okay, so risk factor should precede the disease. It's a very important criterion and it is best established by cohort study design. Why do we say it is best established by cohort study design? Because if you recall, a cohort study design starts with exposed, non-exposed and moves towards disease, non-disease. So it's following that the same trail or same path line. That's the reason we say that it is being best established by cohort study design. Next, we have got what is known as specificity. What is the meaning of specificity? One risk factor should lead to one disease only. That is called as what? That's called as specificity. What is the meaning of specificity? Like for example, if I say sedentary lifestyle should cause only diabetes, that is the meaning of specificity. Is it possible? No, not possible. Hence, we say it is least important criterion or it is the most difficult criteria to establish. Okay, so it's most difficult or least important criterion to be established. Next, third important is strength of association. What is the third important criteria? Strength of association. What is strength of association? risk factor, more the risk factor, more should be the disease. That is the meaning of strength of association. Okay. Like for example, if a person is sedentary for 20 years, he should have more intensity of diabetes or more early onset of diabetes, something like that, as compared to person who was having some physical activity in between. Okay. So, more the exposure, more should be the disease. It is best established by relative risk and odds ratio. If they ask within relative risk and odds ratio, which is a better measure of strength of association, answer is always relative risk. Okay. Next, biological plausibility. What's the meaning of biological plausibility? It means that results should be scientifically explainable. Okay. Results should be what? Results should be scientifically explainable. Meaning to say that whatever, like for example, if I am saying sedentary lifestyle is causing diabetes, it is scientifically explainable how sedentary lifestyle will lead to more amount of glucose not being used. Okay. And once this amount is freely available, it can get converted to glycogen sometimes it may not happen, and because the active glucose is not being used up, it is leading to diabetes. Yes or no? So this kind of scientific explanation should be possible. That is called as what? Biological plausibility. Okay. Next, last one is consistency. What is consistency? Repeatable results is called as consistency. Meaning to say, for example, in Hyderabad, I am doing the study where I am finding that sedentary lifestyle is leading to diabetes. If I repeat the same study in Delhi, I should get the same results. If I repeat the study in Haryana, I should get the same results. If I repeat the study in Kerala, then also I should get same results. Okay. So, whenever I am getting repeatable results, then it is called as what? It is called as consistency. Okay. Next, what is coherence? Study results should be in line with recent trends. Okay. So, whatever are the changes happening in the society, study results should be able to reflect those changes. That is called as what? That is called as coherence. Like for example, if I take India's data of, let us say, 1960s or 1970s, lung cancer was very low, okay, very low in prevalence. But now if I take 2020 or 2030 guidelines or 2025 statistics, let us suppose I am finding that lung cancer is the leading cause of cancers or is the leading killer in the mortality rates. Now, this is a trend which is being shown. Now, I should have an explanation to it. That is called as coherence. So, what is the explanation I can have? One thing is, in 1960s, the air pollution was not there. Now, there is so much air pollution. So, that could be one factor which is causing this. Okay. Second important, cigarette consumption was not so much in 1960s, but it is skyrocketingly high now in 2020s. That's the reason it is happening. So, this kind of changes that have happened in the society from 60 to 25, the results should be able to depict it. That is called as coherence. Okay. So, please remember Hill's criteria for causality, very important. Do not forget this. Okay. So, I think with alphabet E, we have completed one huge chapter. I am hoping you all have a good grip over this chapter and you should be able to do very well in the upcoming exam. Okay. USP to remember, case control study will start with cases and controls. Cases are the people who have the disease, controls are the people who do not have the disease. Okay. USP of cohort study, it will start with risk factor present, risk factor absent. It will go forward in time and find out disease is present or disease is not there. Okay. Next, ecological study will pick up data from two different sources and see if there is any relationship between them or not. A cross-sectional study will tell us the prevalence of the disease. In this much population, how many of them are suffering with the disease? Okay. So, that's the summary I want to keep it. Clear? Next, moving ahead. Next, we are having what is known as alphabet F to fertility indicators. Okay. Now, see here. First important, what is total fertility rate? Okay. I think everybody is able to recall it. What is total fertility rate? It is total number of children born to a woman, total number of children born to a woman in her entire reproductive life. This is called as total fertility rate. So, how many children one woman in India is giving birth to? That is called as what? That's called as total fertility rate. Okay. So, one woman in India who is in the reproductive age group, how many children she is giving birth to? That's called as what? That's called as total fertility rate. Please remember the target TFR or desirable TFR. Many a times students are asking me this question, ma'am, what to opt if these options are given. So target or desirable we wanted to achieve is 2.1, meaning to say in India, on an average, we wanted every woman to have 2 children. 2.1 was what we wanted. MCQ number 2, what is the current TFR of India? We have reached below, that is 2, current TFR India. And urban TFR is much lower, it's around 1.9, whereas rural TFR is little high. That's the reason average is coming up around 2. Okay, so remember this. Next is, what is gross reproduction rate? What is gross reproduction rate? Number of girl children born to a woman. Number of girl children born to a woman in her entire reproductive life. If same fertility exists, without mortality. So, if the same 2 children norm continues, how many girl child will be born to a woman in India? Assuming the girl child who is born today will not die. That is called as gross reproduction rate. Okay. So, gross reproduction rate will give us an estimate what is going to be country's population in another 20 years or 25 years. Are you understanding this? So, many a times you might be seeing this news now. In 25 years, by 2040, India's population will hit this mark. By 2050, India will be having so many crores of population. How are they making those estimates? They are making those estimates based on this TFR and gross reproduction rates. Okay. So, TFR is nothing but what? How many children a woman can give birth to if same fertility pattern exists. Okay. So, it can be a girl child or a boy child. Gross reproduction rate exclusively talks about how many girl child will a woman can give birth to or is giving birth to, provided the same fertility pattern exists. What is the same fertility pattern? That is the 2-child norm. Like suddenly if the government tomorrow says or relaxes the 2-child norm, then our GRR will shift. Okay, it says you can have as many children as possible, then GRR will shift. Okay, so gross reproduction rate does not take into account what? It does not take into account mortality. It does not assume that once a girl child is born, she is not going to die. But is that the reality? No, some of the girl child are definitely going to die. That's nothing but what? That's nothing but your net reproduction rate. So what is net reproduction rate? Number of girl children born to a woman. Number of girl children born to a woman in her entire reproductive life if same fertility pattern continues. In her entire reproductive life, if same fertility exists with mortality. So, some girl child may lose the life after they are born. That is called as what? That's called as net reproduction rate, assuming mortality. That's called as what? Net reproduction rate. The target NRR India wants to achieve is 1. Target NRR India wants to achieve is 1. Next, eligible couple. What is an eligible couple? It is a married couple in which woman is in the reproductive age group. Married couple in which woman is in reproductive age group. So, what is the reproductive age group of India? So, we are taking 15 to 49 years as the reproductive age group in our country. Okay. Married couple in which woman is in reproductive age group. Next, what is a target couple? Target couple is eligible couple with 2 to 3 living children. Eligible couple with 2 to 3 living children. They are called as target couple. Okay. So please remember, eligible couple are eligible for temporary methods of family planning, whereas target couples should be targeted for permanent methods of family planning like tubectomies and vasectomies. Okay. Next, one point we will remember here itself, another MCQ. Eligible couple register is maintained at sub-center level, and who will maintain this register? It is maintained by our ANM. Okay, sub-center level by ANM. ANM stands for Auxiliary Nurse Midwife. Remember this. Next, please remember, for every 1000 population, it is estimated that in India there will be 150 to 180 eligible couples. Okay. So eligible couple register, very important MCQ, is maintained at subcenter level, and who is going to maintain it? ANM is going to maintain it. Okay. Next, moving ahead, next important demographic cycle. So let us quickly have a recap of the chapter related thing. So we are having what? First important is high stationary phase, high stationary followed by early expanding phase, early expanding followed by late expanding phase followed by low stationary phase, and low stationary phase will be followed by declining phase. Sometimes they can simply ask MCQ, arrange the demographic cycle in the correct sequence. What is the correct sequence? High stationary, early expanding, late expanding, low stationary and declining. What happens to crude birth rate in high stationary phase? Crude birth rate is high, crude death rate are high. Both are so high that the population remains stationary. That's the reason we call it as high stationary phase. Okay. So demographic gap here is what? Demographic gap here is minimum. Next, in early expanding phase, crude birth rate is going to remain high, but crude death rate starts to decline. Because it has started to decline, now we see some growth in the population. That is the reason we call it as what phase? We call it as early expanding phase. Okay. So India was in this phase for almost like till 1920. Now it is into the late expanding phase. Okay. Now here please remember, demographic gap is maximum in late phases of stage 2. Maximum in late phases of stage 2. Okay. Next we are having what is known as late expanding phase. What is late expanding phase? Here crude birth rate starts to decline, but crude rate will decline much further, because of which again we will see a gap, or we will see an increase in the population. So currently India is in this population. Please remember one MCQ, demographic gap starts contracting in early phase 3. Start contracting in early stages of phase 3 or stage 3. Anything is correct answer. Okay. Next, after this we have got what is known as low stationary phase. In low stationary phase, the crude birth rate is low, crude death rate is also low. They both are so low that again the population remains stationary, and again here demographic gap is minimum. Lastly, we have got declining phase. In declining phase, crude birth rate is very low. Births are not at all happening or very less happening, and death rate is also low, because of which again we are going to see what? A negative growth. Okay, here there is going to be a demographic gap negative. Okay. The negative demographic gap is seen in declining phase. Very important, do not forget this. Okay. Another important question they can ask you is crude birth rate. What is the formula? It is total number of births divided by mid-year population multiplied by 1000. Please remember, mid-year population is calculated on which day? They will ask you. It's calculated on July 1st of every year. Okay. Next is food toxicants. So a simple list to sum up. First important is neurolathyrism. Neurolathyrism is caused by which toxin? Answer is beta-oxalyl-aminoalanine. Beta-oxalyl-aminoalanine, this toxin is present in a pulse called खेसरी दाल, which is also called as Lathyrus sativus. ठीक है, जब भी आप खेसरी दाल ज़्यादा खाते हो तो ये पल्स में जो टॉक्सिन है वो बॉडी में रिलीज होकर एक्यूमुलेट हो जाता है, and once this gets accumulated it has what you call affinity towards our nervous system. So it's a neurotoxin and it can cause paralysis. Okay, so there will be one stick stage, two stick stage and a crawler stage. So you are going to see lower motor neurons being affected in this disease. Okay. Next, after this we have got endemic ascites. Endemic ascites is because of pyrrolizidine alkaloids. When does this happen? जब भी आप crotalaria seeds are mixed with millet. So crotalaria एक प्रकार की weed होती है. Weed is like a waste plant which grows in the fields ना. So whenever you are what you call harvesting the millet called sorghum. Sorghum is ज्वार, ठीक है. जब भी आप ज्वार को हार्वेस्ट कर रहे हो उसके साथ ये भी उसके सीड्स भी अगर हार्वेस्ट कर रहे हो किसके क्रोटलेरिया के, and if these both are getting mixed up then this crotalaria will release the toxin called pyrrolizidine alkaloids. जब भी अब बॉडी में pyrrolizidine alkaloid accumulate हो जाता है then it will lead to a condition called endemic ascites, जहाँ पर आपको जॉन्डिस और ascites दोनों दिखेंगे क्लिनिकल फीचर्स में. ठीक है. Next we have got what is known as epidemic dropsy. What is epidemic dropsy? जब भी mustard oil is contaminated with arginine oil, then it is going to release a toxin. What is the name of the toxin? Sanguinarin. Okay, so it's going to release a toxin. What's the name of the toxin? Sanguinarin. What are the features of this epidemic dropsy? Congestive cardiac failure के symptoms नजर आएंगे, जैसे कि bilateral pedal edema, what you call ascites. Okay, so these are the symptoms which we are going to see in cases of epidemic dropsy. Okay, next we are having aflatoxicosis. When does aflatoxicosis happen? Whenever nuts are infested with a fungus. What is the name of the fungus? Aspergillus flavus. Okay, तो please याद रखना, जब भी हम नट्स या सीरियल्स को ज़्यादा टाइम के लिए स्टोर करते हैं और मॉइस्चर अच्छा होता है स्टोरेज गोडाउन्स में, तो देन देर विल बी वन ग्रोथ ऑफ फंगस कॉल्ड एस्परजिलस फ्लावर्स. If you consume such infested nuts, then it is going to release a toxin in your body. What's the name of the toxin? Aflatoxin. This aflatoxin causes aflatoxicosis. What are the clinical features of aflatoxicosis? It will lead to hepatitis and hepatocellular carcinoma. Star PYQ. Aspergillus flavus is what kind of fungus? It is a storage fungus. Remember this. Aspergillus flavus is a storage fungus. Next we have got what is known as ergotism. Ergotism कब होता है? जब भी cereals infest होते हैं, nuts, cereals are infested with a fungus called Claviceps fusiformis. Okay. Now this is a field fungus. मतलब ये crop पे field पे ही grow हो जाता है. And if farmer has harvested such a crop and you have consumed such a crop, then it is going to release a toxin called ergotamine. And this ergotamine causes ergotism. What are the clinical features of ergotism? Abdominal cramps, peripheral gangrene, burning sensation in extremities. Okay, very important. एक question sure shot food toxicant से पूछा जाएगा. Please remember neurolathyrism. How can we prevent? Please remember we can prevent it by giving vitamin C prophylaxis. One way of preventing it, 500 milligrams per day is the dosage we have to give for people who are consuming lathyrus sativus as their staple food. What are the other ways of this? You can soak the pulse in hot water or lime water. Soak the pulse in hot water or lime water. Whenever you do this, what happens is the toxin beta-oxalyl aminoalanine is killed. So this is called as parboiling. Okay, this can also be done. Remember this. Next, moving ahead. So E, F is also done. Next is G. G for growth charts. Now what to remember in growth charts? Please remember there are first two lines in the growth chart. This is called as upper reference curve. Upper reference curve. And this will be called as lower reference curve. Okay. Now please remember upper reference curve corresponds to 50th percentile for boys, whereas lower reference curve corresponds to 3rd percentile for girls. Any child who is between upper reference curve and lower reference curve is called as normal. Any child who is between upper reference curve to lower reference curve, we call it as what child? We call it as a normal child. Okay, he is not having any malnutrition. Anyone who is below the lower reference curve, that is, what is the meaning of it? Below the 3rd percentile for girls, we call it as malnourished child. Okay, very important. Now we have a adaptation to this where we are having concept based on standard deviations. Any child who is between +2 to -2 standard deviation, any child who is between +2 to -2 standard deviations will be considered as normal. Anyone who is below -2 standard deviations will be considered as malnourished. And anyone who is below -3 standard deviation is considered as severely malnourished. Exam में MCQ आएगा. Cutoff for malnutrition, answer should be -2 standard deviation. Cutoff for severe malnutrition, then your answer should be -3 standard deviations. ठीक है? So reading the question is also an art. We have to learn the art very carefully. Don't be in a hurry to mark the answers. Okay? So please remember, the cutoff for malnutrition -2 standard deviations, cutoff for severe malnutrition is -3 standard deviations. Okay. Next, please remember, we are now having ICDS color coded growth charts. Okay. So we are having what? ICDS color coded growth charts. MCQ number 1, ICDS growth charts are based on what? Please remember, ICDS growth charts are weight for age growth charts. They are nothing but weight for age growth charts. Okay. Please remember, they are separate for boys and girls. They are separate for boys and girls. MCQ number 3, what they'll ask you is, how frequently should Anganwadi worker record the growth of a child? Please remember, weight of the child should be recorded every month. Weight of the child should be recorded every month. Be recorded once in every month. Especially if the child is between 6 months to 3 years. Beyond 3 years, you can record it. For 3 to 6 years, it is recorded quarterly once. Okay. Sajal is asking a question, can we convert percentile chart to a standard deviation chart? Yes. Based on the values, we can divide them. So percentiles are also divided into 100 equal parts, right? So we will have a cutoff weights. So based on that, you can place where your 95% of observations are lying. So based on that, you can frame the cutoff values. Okay, so yes, the answer is yes to your question. Okay. Next, moving ahead, after talking about ICDS color coded growth charts, let us have an image based look of this. See here, as I told you, they are separate for boys and girls. Okay, they are weight for age growth chart. So on the x-axis, if you are able to see, it is showing age in months. Okay, and on the y-axis, it is showing what? It is showing weight in kgs. It's a color coded growth charts where if the child is having green color, then it means the child is normal. If the child is with the yellow color zone, then the child is mild to moderate malnourished. Whereas if it is in the red color zone, then it is severe malnourished. Okay, so please remember this, very, very important. A growth chart which shows an upward trend is a good sign. A straight line is not a good sign. A one which is showing a bending curve, it's definitely more dangerous. Okay, so very, very important. Do not forget this. Okay, so if you are plotting continuously and if you are finding the weight increasing, it's a good sign. That means the child is improving. If let us suppose I am plotting the curve and stagnantly I am getting like this, this means the child's nutrition has to be improved. He has to be given additional nutrition. Let us suppose I am constantly monitoring and I am getting like this. Earlier he was like this and now he is dipping. So if it's getting a bending shape one or a bending arc, then it means the child is slipping into severe malnutrition. Okay, remember this. Next. Please let us quickly have a quick recap here itself. What are the ideal number of antenatal visits? The answer is 13 to 14. First 7 months, 1 visit per month. In the 8th month of pregnancy, 2 visits, that is once in every 15 days. In the 9th month of pregnancy, once a week, a visit should be done. So that adds up to 13 to 14 visits. MCQ, star MCQ. Minimum number of antenatal visits a pregnant woman should have. Answer is 4. Okay. So first visit before 12 weeks of gestation, second visit between 14 to 26 weeks, third visit between 28 to 36 weeks, and fourth visit 36 weeks to delivery anytime. So this is what we have written. First visit below 12 weeks, second visit between 14 to 26 weeks of gestation, third visit between 28 to 36 weeks or 34 weeks, and fourth visit between 36 weeks to delivery. MCQ, star MCQ, previous MCQ, whatever you want to name it. WHO recommended antenatal care contacts. What is the right answer? The answer is 8 minimum care contacts a WHO wants to achieve. Minimum number by India, answer is 4. So read the MCQ properly. Ideal number 13 to 14. Minimum number 4. Minimum number by WHO, answer is 8. Okay. Next. IFA supplementation. Now we are following Anemia Mukt Bharat Abhiyan program. Under Anemia Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, 60 milligrams of elemental iron and 500 micrograms of folic acid is being given. This has to be provided from second trimester onwards. Starting each day one tablet, daily one tablet will be given, and this will be given till delivery. So daily one tablet, so this contributes to 180 tablets which have to be given for 180 days. Okay. Next, please remember we are even focusing on tetanus, diphtheria immunization. First dose will be given as early as possible in the pregnancy. Second dose should be given 4 weeks after the first dose. Now please remember one important point. If a woman is pregnant, like for example in the last pregnancy she has taken 2 doses. The last pregnancy 2 doses were given. 2 doses given, and within 3 years if she is pregnant again. Within 3 years if she is pregnant again, then only 1 dose is given in the, if she is pregnant, then only 1 booster dose is given. Only 1 booster dose is given in subsequent pregnancy. Like for example, if a woman was pregnant in 2023, in 2023 she has taken both 2 doses of tetanus and diphtheria. In 2025 again she is pregnant. So at this time we won't give 2 doses of tetanus diphtheria. Instead we will give only 1 dose of tetanus diphtheria. Okay. So if she is pregnant within 3 years of the last 2 doses, then we will give only 1 booster dose. Okay. So when should you give the 1 booster dose is one question that has come up in the chat section. It can be given any time in pregnancy. There is no time that says 7th month or 8th month or just before delivery. We can give it any time in pregnancy. Okay. Next. So next is what are high risk pregnancies. We all know elderly primary. What is the meaning of elderly primary? More than 30 years of age. And if she is pregnant for the first time, then it's a high risk case of pregnancy. Short statured primary, OBS people may have already told you. Less than 140 centimeters height is a high risk pregnancy case. Any history of antepartum hemorrhage, like for example placenta previa or abruptio placentae, that's a danger sign. That's a high risk case of pregnancy. Placenta previa, abruptio placentae. Okay. Next, any history of preeclampsia and eclampsia. I think you already know what is the drug of choice for eclampsia. The right answer is magnesium sulfate. Okay. Next, any malpresentations. What are malpresentations? Breech presentation and transverse lie. So these are the malpresentations. Even this is a high risk pregnancy. Multiple pregnancies. What is the meaning of multiple pregnancies? Twins, triplets, etc. This contributes towards your high risk pregnancy. Anemia in pregnancy. Please remember the star MCQ. What is the cutoff HB level? Answer is 11 gram per deciliter in pregnancy. Okay. So what is the HB cutoff for anemia in pregnancy? Answer is 11 gram per deciliter. Next. Previous history of stillbirths, intrauterine deaths or abortions. Any pregnancy complicating diseases, like for example gestational diabetes mellitus, or any woman having some complication of pregnancy like premature rupture of membranes, all these will contribute towards high risk pregnancies. Okay. Next, previous history of cesarean section, previous history of instrumental delivery. What is instrumental delivery? Forceps delivery or vacuum assisted delivery. Next, pregnancy associated with general diseases. What is the meaning of general diseases? Like for example, if a woman is already suffering with TB or HIV or hypothyroidism, or if she is already a victim of myocardial MR or MS, then again she is a high risk pregnancy. Okay. So please remember this list, very important. Sometimes very rarely there can be an overlap of the question where they can ask this from OBG point of view or even from PSM point of view. Okay. Next, let us move ahead. Next important is what is low birth weight baby. So answer you all know. I think you all might be saying it aloud. The answer is less than 2.5 kgs. What is very low birth weight baby? Less than 1.5 kgs. We call it as very low birth weight babies. What is extremely low birth weight? Less than 1 kilogram is called as extremely low birth weight babies. Okay. Next, coming to what is a preterm or a premature baby? Babies born before 37 completed weeks of gestation. Babies born before 37 completed weeks of gestation are called as premature babies or preterm babies. What is moderate preterm? A baby born after 32 weeks but before 37 weeks. What is very preterm? A baby born after 28 weeks but before 32 weeks. What is extremely preterm? Less than 28 weeks of gestation. Please remember, in India, the period of viability is 28 weeks of gestation. Please opt the answer correctly. Period of viability, especially given Indian healthcare system, the right answer is 28 weeks of gestation. Next, let us learn quickly some points about breastfeeding. So, what is the program that is promoting or creating awareness about breastfeeding? The answer is MA. MA stands for what? It stands for Mother's Absolute Affection. It stands for Mother's Absolute Affection. Important MCQ. Okay. Next, is breastfeeding needed? Yes. How much? When it should be started? As early as possible. Can we start at the delivery table? Yes, absolutely right answer. If possible, you should start breastfeeding the child at the delivery table itself. Okay. Next, please remember another important point. Exclusive breastfeeding should be done for what period of time? The answer is it should be done for 6 months duration. During the first 6 months, when the baby is just dependent on breast milk, how much energy should a mother consume? The answer is extra 600 kilocalories of energy. Next, second MCQ. Breastfeeding should be continued to what time or till what age? Answer is it should be continued till 2 years of age. So after 6 months, we will start the baby on another feeds, but breastfeeding has to be continued. And now at this point of time, when we are continuing beyond 6 months, at that time we are supposed to give them extra 520 kilocalories. Some students ask me, ma'am, should we remember these numbers? Absolutely yes, because they are going to be asked in the exam. Okay. So lactation में पहले 6 महीने में 600 कैलोरी एक्स्ट्रा लगेंगे, उसके बाद एक्स्ट्रा 520 कैलोरी लगेंगे. ठीक है. Next, what is the specialities of colostrum? Let us have a look. So colostrum is rich in proteins. It has abundant of immunoglobulins, anti-streptolysins, and all this protective factors. It is rich in immunoglobulin A, very important. It's a thick yellow fluid which is secreted soon after birth. It is very, very important that we give colostrum to the baby. Okay. So colostrum comes for first 3 to 4 days, and after that there comes the 4 milk. Okay. So 4 milk is also called as transition milk. Then by 15th day onwards, we are having hind milk, which is more watery, which is whitish in color, and it is having more amount of carbohydrates and fats, and proteins are also there, but they are in lesser quantity. Okay. Then sometimes they'll ask you, what is the protein content in breast milk? The protein content in breast milk, the right answer would be 1.1 gram per 100 ml of breast milk. Okay, very important. Should I remember the number? Answer is yes. Okay. Next, what is the major component of breast milk? Answer is water. So 88% of breast milk is made up of water, major component. Okay. Next, another MCQ. Breast milk is not having which vitamin? So absolute deficient. Answer is vitamin K. Traces of vitamin D. So you can say that both of them are deficient, but if both K and D are present, opt for K. If K is absent, then D is the most best answer. Okay. So breast milk is deficient in vitamin K, absolute deficiency, and very rare traces of it can be found of vitamin D. But if like K is not there and D is only there, pick up the D option. Okay. Then apart from that, please remember breast milk is good source of, you know that it prevents it promotes bonding between the mother and the baby. Babies who are breastfed have got higher IQ, and babies who are breastfed do not have these problems of jaw. They have good developed jaws, etc. All those things you already know about. What I want to highlight here is breast milk in comparison with other milk is a good source of vitamin C, iron, is good source of vitamin C, iron, water, and carbohydrates. Okay. So if they ask you, breast will replace the word good with rich. It's a rich source of. Okay. So if they ask you carbs are highest in which milk, the options goes like buffalo, cow, goat and human milk. Your right answer is human milk. Okay. So lactose is very much abundant in our breast milk. Remember this. Okay. Next, let us move ahead. Next topic is to learn about this mortalities. Okay. So any death from birth till 1 year of age, we call it as, from birth till 1 year of age, we call it as infant mortality. Any death from birth to first 28 days of life, we call it as neonatal mortality. Neonatal mortality is further divided into first 7 days, where we call it as early neonatal death, and 7th day to 28th day, we call it as late neonatal death. Any death which happens from 28th day onwards to first 1 year of life, we call it as post neonatal death. MCQ number 1. Most common cause of post neonatal death. Answer is infection. If they ask you within infections, which is the major killer, answer is diarrhea followed by pneumonia. Okay, yeah. Next, what's the most common cause of neonatal death? Answer should be prematurity. If prematurity is not there, look for low birth weight. If both of these are not there, then you should look for birth asphyxia. Okay, next. Any death which happens from 28 weeks of gestation to first 7 days of life, we call it as perinatal death. And any death which happens after the period of viability to before birth, then it is called as stillbirth. Very important, do not forget this. Okay. Next, another important topic is maternal mortality ratio. We all know what is maternal mortality ratio. It is nothing but total number of maternal deaths divided by total number of live births. Total number of maternal deaths divided by total number of live births multiplied by 1 lakh. Okay, total number of maternal deaths divided by total number of live births multiplied by 1 lakh is called as maternal mortality ratio. Now please remember, what is a maternal death? Very important. Death of a woman, especially now that they are giving this problem based MCQ ना, तो you should know कि कौन से डेथ्स को कंसिडर करना चाहिए मैटरनल डेथ की तरह. तो ठीक है, याद रखना, एनी डेथ ऑफ अ वुमेन ड्यूरिंग प्रेगनेंसी, जब वो प्रेग्नेंट हो उस दौरान उसकी मौत होती है तो हम उसे मैटरनल डेथ कहेंगे, या फिर डिलीवरी के प्रोसेस पे डेथ होती है तो भी हम उसे मैटरनल डेथ कहेंगे, और विद इन 42 days of what you call delivery or termination of pregnancy, then also we call it as maternal death, provided it happens from a cause which is either related to pregnancy or aggravated by pregnancy. ठीक है, तो pregnancy के दौरान, delivery के दौरान या delivery के 42 days में अगर death हो रही है from a cause which is related to pregnancy, जो pregnancy से related हो या फिर pregnancy की वजह से बढ़ गया हो, aggravate हो गया हो, तो ही हम उसे maternal death कहेंगे, but not from accidental causes. ठीक है, for example, if a woman is pregnant, 28 weeks gestation she is having, let us say, unfortunately a cylinder blast at home, and because of burns she has died, then it cannot be calculated as maternal death. Okay, so it has to be from a cause related to pregnancy or aggravated by pregnancy, but not because of accidental causes. Okay, next, infant mortality. I think आप सबको पता है, pediatrics का revision भी हो चुका है. So what is answer? It is total number of infant deaths. What is infant death? Death of a child less than 1 year of age divided by total number of live births multiplied by 1000. This is called as infant mortality rate. Okay. Next, what is under 5 mortality rate? It is total number of under 5 deaths, matlab less than 5 years, total number of under 5 deaths divided by total number of live births, total number of live births multiplied by 1000. That is called as under 5 mortality rate. Next we have got what is known as neonatal mortality rate. This is total number of neonatal deaths. What's the meaning of neonatal deaths? Deaths within 28 days. From birth till 28 days, we call it as neonatal deaths divided by total number of live births multiplied by 1000. This is called as neonatal mortality. Okay? So one question has come up, pre-gestational hypertension, and if it aggravates, will it be considered as maternal death? Yes, definitely. As I told you, any condition which was pre-existing but has aggravated and has led to the death of the woman, then it is considered as maternal death. Like another example हम लेते हैं, एक mother, let us suppose nephrotic syndrome है उसको, एक woman है who is already having nephrotic syndrome. Now she is pregnant, and during pregnancy, because of this pregnancy effect, she ended up having a renal failure and she died. Then it is again considered as maternal death. Okay, so it should be a cause related to pregnancy or aggravated by pregnancy. Okay, now one question has come up, why are we calculating for 1 lakh maternal deaths? Okay, so please remember, क्योंकि when we use this statistics to compare with other countries, so other countries sometimes are having no births at all or very less births. So that's the reason we use a multiplier of 1 lakh such that it ensures comparability between two groups. Okay, so if I am comparing my maternal deaths with America's maternal deaths, it will give me a very huge disparity if the multiplier is same in both the cases, because US में birth rates बहुत कम है when compared to India's birth rates. Okay, so to ensure comparability between two different nations, we are taking a multiplier of 1 lakh because our growth rate is higher. Okay, next. So these are the recent statistics. Please have a look. The current IMR of our country is 25 per 1000 live births. The current under 5 mortality rate is 29. What is more important to me, what can come as an MCQ in the exam is, what is the target under 5 mortality rate India wants to achieve? The target under 5 mortality rate as per Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, what is the answer? The right answer is less than 25 per 1000 live births. This can come as an MCQ. What is this goal number? This is goal number 3.2. Okay. Next is neonatal mortality rate. What is neonatal mortality rate? Less than 28 days. Okay. So current rate is 17. Again the question is target neonatal mortality rate क्या है हमारा? As per Sustainable Development Goals, we want to reach a target neonatal mortality rate of less than 12 per 1000 live births. Okay. This is what we want to achieve. Again, this is which goal number? 3.2. Next, coming to maternal mortality ratio, the answer is 88. Current MMR of our country is 88 per 1 lakh live birth. Again, goal number 3.1 के हिसाब से target MMR India wants to achieve, the answer is less than 70 per 1 lakh live births. Okay. And please remember, very important point, all these goals we want to achieve by 2030. So that is the target year by which we should achieve these goals. Okay. Next, still birth rate in India is counted as 6 per 1000 births, and crude birth rate is 18.4 per 1000 mid-year population, and crude death rate is 7.5 per 1000 mid-year population. ठीक है. एक क्वेश्चन आया है कि what is the difference between maternal mortality rate and maternal mortality ratio? One student has posted that question. Please remember, maternal mortality rate में denominator would be total number of women in the reproductive age group. Okay, so it is total number of maternal deaths divided by total number of women in the reproductive age group multiplied by 1000. That would be your maternal mortality rate. Whereas what would be your maternal mortality ratio? It is total number of maternal deaths divided by total number of live births multiplied by 1 lakh. Okay. Next, so we have completed alphabet G. So let us now learn the alphabet H. H से हम क्या पढ़ेंगे? HDI and PQLI, और also health education के बारे में भी पढ़ लेंगे. ठीक है. Now see here, what is PQLI? PQLI हम सबको पता है. What is the full form of PQLI? It stands for Physical Quality of Life Index. Okay. PQLI stands for what? It stands for Physical Quality of Life Index. Next, what does HDI stands for? HDI stands for Human Development Index. Please remember, both PQLI and HDI are measures of quality of life. Okay, so both of them are actually measures of quality of life. MCQ number 1. Now they'll ask you what are the components of PQLI and HDI. Like ये तो एक बहुत ही favorite question है examiners का. So please remember very carefully what are the components or what are the constituents of PQLI. So it takes into account literacy rate. PQLI takes into account literacy rate. The second one it takes into account is infant mortality rate, literacy rate, infant mortality rate. Okay, and next important thing it takes into account is life expectancy at age 1. Life expectancy at age 1. So these are the three components. What are the three components? Literacy rate, infant mortality rate, and life expectancy at age 1. Next, what are the components of HDI? HDI takes into account literacy rate. They sometimes use the term, instead of literacy rate, they use the term what is known as mean years of schooling. That is also correct statement, mean years of schooling. They also take into term sometimes what is known as knowledge. Anything is one and the same thing. Okay? Then second important thing they take into account is income. And how do they measure income? वो लोग देखते हैं कि इंडिया की परचेसिंग पावर क्या है, परचेसिंग पावर पैरिटी इन टर्म्स ऑफ US dollars. Okay, so if you want to buy any health services, how much is our country ready to spend? That is called as purchasing power parity in US dollars. Okay, next, third very important it takes into account is life expectancy at birth. Life expectancy at birth. Okay, so PQLI and HDI. Please remember PQLI ranges from 0 to 100, whereas HDI ranges from 0 to 1. Okay, current HDI of India is 0.68 and the rank of India amongst all the countries is 130. Okay, the current PQLI value of India is 65. Another point to remember. Okay, next, after learning about PQLI and HDI, some important line or limelight over disability indicators. So इसमें याद रखना है DALY. What is DALY? DALY stands for Disability Adjusted Life Years. Disability Adjusted Life Years. Please remember DALY के two components है, एक होता है YLL और एक होता है YLD. What is YLL? It is years of life lost to premature death. So life expectancy achieve होने से पहले ही how many people are dying away? That's called as YLL. Years of life lost to premature death. And what is YLD? It is years of life lost to disability. Years of life lost to disability. So it takes into account two things. One is how many years of life is being lost to premature death and how many years of life is being lost to disability. That is called as what? That's called as DALY. ठीक है, इसी में एक और इंडेक्स है जो हमको याद रखना है एग्जाम के लिए, वो है क्वाली. क्वाली का मतलब क्या है? क्वालिटी एडजस्टेड लाइफ ईयर्स. क्वाली स्टैंड्स फॉर व्हाट? क्वालिटी एडजस्टेड लाइफ ईयर्स. ओके, नाउ व्हाट डू आई हैव टू रिमेंबर इन क्वालिटी एडजस्टेड लाइफ ईयर्स? इट इज नथिंग बट number of years of life, number of years of life added due to medical intervention, that is called as QALY. Number of years of life added due to medical intervention. So how many extra years a person is living just because some medical intervention was done in him? It can be a surgery, it can be a drug, it can be anything. ठीक है, so what are the extra years of life a person has added due to medical intervention is called as what? It's called as QALY. QALY stands for what? Quality adjusted life years. Okay. Next, after QALY, another important thing to remember which can come in your exam is Sullivan's index. What is Sullivan's index? Sullivan's index is nothing but disability free life expectancy. It is also called as DFLE, disability free life expectancy. So please remember, it is number of years of life spent without any disability. Number of years of life spent free of disability. That's called as Sullivan's index. Very, very important. Do not forget. Okay. Sometimes they'll ask you maximum number of DALYs is for which disease? Answer should be depression. Okay. Depression has got maximum number of DALYs followed by coronary artery disease. Next is coming to levels of prevention. Let us quickly have a look at levels of prevention. There is primordial prevention, primary prevention, secondary prevention and tertiary prevention. Okay. What is primordial prevention? You all might be telling it very loudly. I am very clear. Action taken before the onset of risk factor. Action taken before the emergence of risk factor is called as primordial prevention. So even before the risk factor appears, if you take some action, then it is called as primordial prevention. Okay. Next, what is primary prevention? Action taken before the onset of disease. So what is the meaning here? risk factor is present but disease is absent, then it is called as primary prevention. So here risk factor is absent, here risk factor is present but disease is absent. Okay. What is secondary prevention? It is nothing but action taken to halt the progression of disease. इसका मतलब क्या है कि डिसीज़ ऑलरेडी है बॉडी में, आप क्या कर रहे हो, आप ये मेजर्स ले रहे हो सच दैट द डिसीज़ डज नॉट गो इनटू कॉम्प्लिकेशंस, वो कॉम्प्लिकेशंस में ना बदल जाए. दैट इज़ व्हाट यू आर डूइंग, दैट इज़ कॉल्ड एज व्हाट, secondary prevention, action taken to halt the progression of disease. So here disease is present but complications are absent. Okay. Next, what is tertiary prevention? It is action taken to limit the disability. Action taken to limit the disability is called as tertiary level of prevention. Okay. Please remember, tertiary level of prevention mein what do we have got? Here disease is also present, here complications are also present. Okay, clear? So primordial prevention, action taken before the emergence of risk factor. Primary prevention, action taken before the onset of disease. Next is secondary prevention, action taken to halt the progression of disease, and tertiary prevention is action taken to limit the disability. ठीक है. अभी इनमें पूछा जाएगा कि मोड्स ऑफ इंटरवेंशन क्या है, ये कैसे अचीव करेंगे हम, प्राइमोर्डियल, प्राइमरी, सेकेंडरी कैसे अचीव करेंगे. ठीक है. तो प्लीज रिमेंबर, primordial prevention is achieved by health promotion, very important. ठीक है. And majority of the times how are you going to promote the health? That is by doing health education. Okay. So health promotion is being done by health education. Okay. Next, primary prevention. How will we be going to achieve primary prevention? Please remember, again we can do health promotion, or there is another way that is called as, that's called as specific protection. Okay. There is health promotion and then there is specific protection. ठीक है. Next क्या है? Secondary prevention. Secondary prevention can be achieved by two important measures. One is called as early diagnosis and the second method is treatment. Early diagnosis and treatment. Whereas tertiary level of prevention is achieved by disability limitation and rehabilitation. Whenever you are getting confused in the exam, if it is looking like primordial primary, if it is looking like primary secondary, it's looking like secondary tertiary, please always look into mode of intervention. Modes of intervention will always give you the right answer. ठीक है. तो modes of intervention बहुत specific है. Modes of intervention will always lead you towards the right answer. Okay. So please remember, health promotion is majority of the times done in primordial prevention. Health promotion and specific protection comes under primary level of prevention. Early diagnosis and treatment comes under secondary level of prevention. Disability limitation and rehabilitation comes under tertiary level of prevention. ठीक है. Like for example, screening comes under secondary level of prevention. Why? Screening में हम एक ही चीज़ पे concentrate करते हैं, that is nothing but early diagnosis. Okay. So early diagnosis is secondary level of prevention. Likewise, vaccination is always primary level of prevention. Why it is primary? Because it is going to specifically protect you against one particular disease. Okay. Chemoprophylaxis, again it is primary level of prevention. Okay. So whenever you take some action before the emergence of risk factor, primordial. Whenever you take an action before the onset of disease, primary. If you take an action after the disease happens but before complications happen, then it is called as secondary level of prevention. And if you take some measures to limit the disability, then it is called as tertiary level of prevention. Okay. Like for example, a diabetic patient is put on dialysis. Now which level of prevention is this? The answer is sure shot, it is a tertiary level. Why? Because he has already landed up in complications. Okay. A diabetic patient is put on oral hypoglycemic drugs. Now it is which level of prevention? It is a secondary level of prevention. A person who is having a risk factor or whose family history is there for diabetes, he is being asked to increase his physical activity. Now he is which level of prevention? He is into primary level of prevention. Okay. So please remember, very important. anything which can prevent the risk factor primordial, anything which can prevent the disease primary, anything which can prevent the complications secondary, and anything which is already helping with complications comes under tertiary. Okay. Next, moving ahead, coming to HSE और एक health education approaches है. तो यहाँ पर please remember a few things. There is something called individual approach, that is one-to-one approach. Then we are having group approach, and then we have got is mass approach. Okay. So mass approach, you already know the examples. It includes your internet, TV, social media, okay, newspapers, health posters. All this will come under mass level of communication or mass approach of communication. Please remember, they're least effective in bringing a change in the society. Okay. Next is individual approach. This includes personal visits, one-to-one communication, personal letters or emails. They are most effective method of communication. So whenever we want to bring a change, we should have one-to-one communication. Okay. Next is group approach of communication. This includes group discussion. They are called as focus group discussion. MCQ number 1 that is asked is, what is the group size, ideal group size? Answer is 6 to 12. Okay. Next is panel discussion. What is panel discussion? Panel discussion is nothing but when subject experts sit together, discuss their views about a topic and give out a combined view, then it is called as panel discussion. The size of subject experts that should be there in panel discussion is 4 to 8. Okay. Next, please remember another important thing in this we have got is symposium. Then we have got lectures. Lectures are also called as chalk and talk method. The maximum group size is less than 30 members. Okay, so a good lecture will have less than 30 members of participants. Then we have got what is known as group discussion, panel discussion, lectures, what they call role plays. Okay, and conferences, seminars. All this will come under group method of communication, group approaches of communication. Remember this. Okay. Then one question can be asked about barriers of health communication also. There is psychological barrier, physiological barrier, cultural barriers. Okay. Please remember, then there are environmental barriers. Excessive noise in the surrounding is an environmental barrier. Okay. A person not able to understand what you are speaking because you are using a lot of medical terms is a psychological barrier. A person not able to understand because he speaks in another language and you speak in another language, then it is a cultural barrier. Okay. Then if he is not able to listen, if he is not able to speak, then it's a physiological barrier. Okay. So these are the things which I want you to remember from that particular topic. Okay. Again, workshops, very good. This is also there. Okay. Next, with I alphabet, we have got international health regulations. Okay. So this is the logo for World Health Organization. The headquarters of World Health Organization is in Geneva, which is in Switzerland. Please remember, every year on 7th we observe World Health Day. 7th of April is observed as World Health Day. Logo of World Health Organization, I'm already displaying it on the screen. Please remember it very clearly. Okay. Then there is something called UNICEF. Whenever you see a mother holding an infant kind of logo, then it's UNICEF. Headquarters of UNICEF is in New York. UNICEF had launched a very beautiful program called 𝗘𝗱𝗶𝗁𝗃 campaign. It was a very successful campaign. G stands for growth monitoring. Growth monitoring. O stands for oral rehydration therapy. Growth monitoring, oral rehydration therapy. B stands for breastfeeding. I for immunization. F for family planning. F for family planning. F for female literacy. And another F for food supplementation. Okay, next. So this is one thing. Next, they'll ask you what are the diseases covered under international health regulations. So there are 8 diseases which are covered under international health regulations. Whenever we are having these diseases, we have to notify the World Health Organization. What are the diseases? One is called as smallpox. Another is wild polio, not the vaccine derived polio, wild polio. Then there is what you call viral hemorrhagic fevers, like your Ebola, dengue virus disease. All these are viral hemorrhagic fevers. Okay. Then next one is influenza, new strains of influenza. Next important is what you call severe acute respiratory syndrome. Your COVID-19 comes under this belt. Okay. Next, another important is yellow fever. Next is plague, and another one is cholera. So whenever we are having high cases of these diseases, we should notify the World Health Organization through proper authorities within 24 hours, such that these people can take some measures and can restrict the international trade and travel, such that the disease does not become a pandemic. Okay, so we don't want any more pandemics, or even from earlier times we didn't wanted any pandemics to happen. So for that, WHO asked mandatory notification of these diseases. Okay, so once this question was asked, within how much time should we notify the WHO? The answer is within 1 day, that is within 24 hours. Okay, next. Let us quickly recap the international health organizations, which organization or which program they are supporting in our country. Okay, so UNICEF is supporting ICDS program in our country. It provides a lot of funds to ICDS. It also provides funds to Universal Immunization Program of our country, and also to IMNCI program, Integrated Management of Neonatal and Childhood Illnesses. Okay. Next, USAID, when it was there, it was providing funds for TB control program, HIV/AIDS control program, and also for family planning program. Next important is CARE. CARE stands for what? Cooperative Assistance for Relief Everywhere. Okay. CARE is again providing funds for ICDS program in our country. ICDS stands for Integrated Child Development Services. Okay. Next, International Red Cross is providing funds for disaster relief activities. Next, Rockefeller Foundation is providing funds for control of hookworm disease. They have worked a lot for control of hookworm disease in India. Ford Foundation has worked extensively for family planning activities in India. Apart from that, they were the ones who were helped in construction of hand flushed toilets in India. Then we have got UNFPA, that is United Nations Population Fund. They have also contributed to family welfare program in India, or family planning program. SIDA, that is Swedish International Development Agency. These people have worked for TB control program. DANIDA has worked for blindness control program. Okay, next. Moving ahead, Red Cross for HIV also. Red Cross actually is working more for disaster relief and also for war victims. Okay. Next is J, alphabet J for JSY and JSSK. I think both programs you already know. JSY stands for Janani Suraksha Yojana. We already know about this. What is the program? What are we doing under this program? Under this program, we are giving free, or the aim is to increase institutional deliveries by financial incentives. Increase institutional deliveries by providing financial incentives. Okay, so we know that here mother package is there, and there is Asha's package. Okay, and we know that the whole of India is being divided into low performing rural, low performing urban states, high performing rural and high performing urban states. Asha worker, if she is working in rural areas, she will be given a remuneration of 600 rupees. If she is working in urban areas, she is given a remuneration of 400 rupees. Okay. Then mother in low performing rural is given 1400 rupees. Mother in low performing urban is given 1000 rupees. High performing rural, she is given 700 rupees, and high performing urban, she is given 600 rupees. This is the remuneration we are giving for women who are coming to hospitals and delivering their babies. Okay. So this is nothing but what? Increasing institutional deliveries by providing financial incentives. Then we have another program called JSSK. JSSK stands for what? Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakram. Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakram. What are we doing under this program? We are giving free services. So the key word to remember this program is free. We are providing free delivery services to pregnant women, okay, be it normal vaginal delivery or free cesarean section. Then we are giving free transport facilities to women from home to hospital for delivery, and once they have reached the hospital, delivered the baby, after that again back to home. Okay. Then in case if the mother requires any kind of blood transfusion, that also is being provided free blood transfusion facilities, free diagnostic services, any investigations if she needs, then free diet, okay, free diagnostics, free diet, then free transport we have written already. Next is free medicines, any treatment should be provided free. Free hospital stay, so no user charges should be collected. Hospital stay is also free. Okay. Please remember the same benefit extends to infants also. Infants till 1 year. Okay. So children till 1 year are also being covered under Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakram. Very important, do not forget this. Janani Suraksha Yojana and Janani Shishu Suraksha Karyakram. Next. After J, K is the alphabet. K for contraceptive methods. Let us remember like this. Okay. First important is Pearl Index formula. Pearl Index is a measure of contraceptive efficacy, or also we can say contraceptive failure. Anything is a correct term. It measures contraceptive efficacy or contraceptive failure. What is the formula for Pearl Index? It is total number of accidental pregnancies. It is total number of accidental pregnancies divided by total months of exposure multiplied by 1200. This will give us Pearl Index. Okay. Now sometimes they'll ask you the numbers of the commonly used contraceptives. Okay. So male condoms in India are brand marketed as Nirodh. We already know this. Okay. They have a contraceptive failure rate of 5 to 14 per 100 woman years, meaning to say if 100 couples are using male condoms, then by the end of 1 year, there is chance that 5 to 14 women can still become pregnant. Okay. Next, female condoms have a failure rate of around 21. So you can remember it as 5 to 21 as their failure rate. Intrauterine devices have a failure rate of 1 to 5 per 100 woman years. OC pills, they have a low failure rate, that is 0.1 to 2. Sterilization, both tubectomy and vasectomy included, they have a very low failure rate, that's only 0.1. Vaginal sponge is having a very high failure rate, that is 9 to 20 per 100 woman years. So remember this, vaginal sponge is again brand marketed as Today in India. Okay. Next. Coming to contraceptive methods classification, we all know that contraceptive methods can be classified as temporary methods and permanent methods. Permanent methods include your tubectomies and vasectomies. Okay. Next, temporary methods include barrier methods, intrauterine devices, and then we have got hormonal methods, which include your combined oral contraceptive pill, progesterone only pill, emergency pill, etc. And then we have got what is known as miscellaneous methods or natural methods of contraception. Please remember, in India, we do double puncture ligation method for tubectomy, and we use no scalpel vasectomy technique to do vasectomy. Okay, so this is double puncture ligation method, and for vasectomy we do what is known as No scalpel vasectomy. Okay, next. Please remember another very important point, how much time or duration we should use an additional contraceptive after doing no scalpel vasectomy. The right answer for that is at least for 30 ejaculations. That roughly contributes to around 3 months of period. Okay, and after that you should again do a semen analysis and check for the sperm count, and then only once the sperm count is low or is in the oligo zone, then only you should advise them to stop using an additional contraceptive. Okay, next. Coming to barrier methods include your physical, chemical and mixed methods. Physical barriers include your male condoms and female condoms. Chemical barriers include your spermicidal gels, foams, suppositories, etc. Mixed method is when you combine both physical and chemical method together. Then we have got intrauterine devices. Intrauterine devices are of 3 generations. One is called as first generation IUDs, that is your Lippis loop and your S ring. Okay, they are not being used because they have got a very high failure rate and a very high removal rate. Then next is your second generation IUDs, which include your contraceptive copper containing IUDs, intrauterine devices. And the third one is your hormonal IUDs, that includes your progesterone or levonorgestrel containing IUDs. Your Mirena and Progestasert comes under third generation IUDs. Okay, next. Coming to hormonal methods, these include combined oral contraceptive pills like Mala N and Mala D, which contains both estrogen and progesterone. Okay. Next important is they include progestin only pills, which are the drug of choice in lactating women, or which are the contraceptive of choice in lactating women. Next important is, what do we have got here? We have got male pills, that includes your Gossipol. Next important we have got here is emergency contraceptive pills. These are taken after having an unprotected intercourse, should be taken within 72 hours. Okay. And lastly, we are even having depot formulations. Depot formulations include your depot-medroxyprogesterone acetate and norethistyrone enantate. Okay. These are your hormonal methods. Coming to miscellaneous methods, these includes calendar period method or a safe period method. It includes lactational amenorrhea, abstinence, coitus interruptus. All those will contribute to your miscellaneous methods. Okay. Please remember, for tubectomy or vasectomy, consent of both the partners is needed, that is both husband and wife is needed. Next. Coming to few terms, Antara. What is Antara? Antara is nothing but depot-medroxyprogesterone acetate. Please remember, this has to be given at the dose of 150 milligram every 3 months intramuscularly. Every 3 months intramuscularly. Next, what is Chaya or Saheli? It is nothing but centroman. It contains selective estrogen receptor modulator or ormeloxifene. Please remember, for first 3 months it is taken twice a week for first 3 months, and after that it is a once a month pill. Okay. Please remember, this has been developed by Central Drug Research Institute, which is located in Lucknow. Next we have got is Mala N and Mala D. These are combined oral contraceptive pills. They contain ethinyl estradiol and progesterone. So in Mala N we have got levonorgestrel. In Mala D we have got desogestrel. Okay. Next, please remember, in Mala D we even have got ferrous fumarate tablets. So Mala D will have also iron tablets, that is ferrous fumarate tablets. Next is, what is Today? Today is nothing but a vaginal sponge. Please remember, it contains a spermicide called non-oxynol 9. It contains a spermicide called non-oxynol 9. Okay. Next is Nischay. Nischay is nothing but urine pregnancy test kit, which is available in all the health centers free of cost. It is a HCG detection kit, urine pregnancy test kit. Then next is Nirodh. What is Nirodh? Nirodh is nothing but a male condom. Please remember, male condoms are in India are made up of latex. They are meant for single use. Apart from protecting against unwanted pregnancy, they provide protection against sexually transmitted infections also. Okay. Next is easy pill. Easy pill in India is emergency contraceptive pill. It contains levonorgestrel. It contains levonorgestrel. Okay. Please remember, sometimes they'll ask you, Asha is doing home delivery of contraceptives. What are the contraceptives she can do home delivery? Answer is Nirodh. Answer is easy pill. And another answer is Mala N and Mala D. Okay. So these are the things which she can do home delivery of contraceptives. Can an ASHA worker introduce an IUD? Answer is no. ASHA worker can motivate a woman to accept intrauterine device, but she cannot insert an intrauterine device. Who can insert an intrauterine device? ANMs can insert an intrauterine device. They will be provided training in that, and once they are trained, they can give this or insert this intrauterine device. Okay. Next, moving ahead. So these are image-based MCQs that can come in your exam. See here. Whenever you see a T-shaped device with copper on it, it is a copper T380A. It has got the highest shelf life, that is 10 years. If you see a U-shaped device, inverted U-shaped device, it is copper T375, which is also called multi-load copper T. Please remember, multi-load copper T has a shelf life of 5 years. Okay, copper T375, 3 to 5 years. Whenever you see a T-shaped device without any copper in it, and then it is a hormonal IUD. It can be a Mirena or it can be a levonorgestrel containing or progesterone containing, that is Progestasert. Please remember, the shelf life of Mirena is 5 to 7 years, whereas the shelf life of Progestasert is 1 year. All these have been previously asked. They can be asked again in the exam. They can come as image-based MCQ also. Last year, I think they have given the image of Lippi's loop. Whenever you see a coiled structure with tails on it, then it is Lippi's loop. Remember, S-shaped Lippi's loop. Okay. Next, what are the contraindications? Let us quickly have a glance of IUD contraindications and OC pill contraindications. IUDs should not be given to women suffering with pelvic inflammatory disease, suspected pregnancies, undiagnosed etiology of vaginal bleeding, previous ectopic pregnancies, severely distorted uterine cavity, cancer cervix or endometrium, Wilson's disease, and history of breast cancer. Okay. Whereas you should not give OC pills for women who is having a history or actively having breast cancer, or women who are having history of cardiovascular diseases, uncontrolled hypertension or diabetes, any history of migraine with aura, ovarian cancer, impaired liver function disease, hypercholesterolemia, history of DVT, that is deep vein thrombosis or thromboembolism, and any undiagnosed vaginal bleeding. You should not be giving this. Okay. So very important, OC pills and IUD contraindications they have asked, they will ask again in the exam. Next, to end up that chapter, we have got what is known as MTP Amendment Act 2021, where they says that pregnancy can be terminated up to 20 weeks with opinion of one registered medical practitioner, whereas pregnancy can be terminated with opinion of 2 RMPs from 20 to 24 weeks. Okay. Please remember, the maximum gestational age to terminate a pregnancy is 20 weeks for all the conditions, but only for humanitarian grounds it is 24 weeks. Okay, so 24 weeks is allowed only for rape survivor victims. Now, another important amendment that has come to this is any woman who is found to be having congenital abnormalities of the fetus which do not support the life of the baby after birth, then you can terminate the pregnancy even beyond 24 weeks, any time till delivery. Okay. So see here, for termination which is due to failure of contraceptive or other causes, maximum gestational age is 20 weeks. For beyond 24 weeks, if any substantial fetal anomalies are diagnosed at a very later stage. Okay. So this happens usually when a woman is in the tribal areas. So in tribal areas, what happens is, sometimes the woman does not come and seek the services from the very beginning of pregnancy. She will present very late, and if any time they are found to be having some congenital abnormality which does not support the life, then you can terminate it even beyond 24 weeks. Now, for all practical reasons, please remember, if they ask you what is the maximum gestational age as per MTP Act, your answer should be 20 weeks only. Okay, so your answer should be 20 weeks only. Okay, if they specifically say humanitarian grounds, 24. If they specifically say eugenic grounds, the answer should be beyond 24 weeks. Okay. Next. So I, J, K is done. Now is the next alphabet L. Okay. So coming to limiting amino acids, I think this is on tip of your tongues now by now. So what is the limiting amino acid in maize? Answer is lysine and tryptophan. Please remember, in our body, tryptophan is needed for generation of niacin. Okay. So niacin deficiency causes pellagra. If you take more amount of maize in your diet, you may have pellagra at the end. Don't forget that. Next, cereals are deficient in lysine and threonine. Cereals are deficient in lysine and threonine, whereas pulses are deficient in cysteine and methionine. Pulses are deficient in cysteine and methionine. Remember this. Okay. Now let us quickly have a look at the other parts of nutrition chapter. Please remember, the age group of reference male and reference female is 19 to 39 years. The height of reference male is 1.7 meters, whereas height of reference female is 1.6 meters. The weight of reference male is 65 kgs, whereas female is 55 kgs. The BMI of a reference male is 20.7, whereas that of a reference female is 20.9. They will spend 8 hours in work and 8 hours in light activity. 4 to 6 hours in light activity. 4 to 6 hours in light activity. They will have 8 hours of sleep and they will spend 2 hours in active recreation. Okay, very important, do not forget this. Okay, reference male and reference female. Now coming to balanced diet and prudent diet, lot of ambiguity here also, do not get confused. Balanced diet is a diet in which 15 to 30% of energy comes from fats. 15 to 30% of energy is from fats. Okay, 15 to 30% of energy is from fat. Then next important, please remember, less than 10%. Okay, less than 10% should be your saturated fats. Okay, next, 10 to 15% of energy should come from proteins. 10 to 15% of energy should come from proteins, and rest of the energy, that is 50 to 70% of energy, should come from carbohydrates. This is a balanced diet. Okay. Next we have got what is known as a prudent diet. Prudent diet is used to maintain total cholesterol to HDL ratio less than 3.5. What is the target of this? Total cholesterol to HDL ratio less than 3.5. Okay. Now what are we doing to this? Please remember, reduction of fat intake to less than 30%. Next important, reduction of saturated fat intake to less than 7% of your total diet. Okay. Next, very important, reduction of fat intake is done. Reduction of salt to less than 5 grams a day. Fourth important, reduction of cholesterol to less than 200 milligrams per day. Okay, reduction of cholesterol to less than 200 milligrams per day. Avoid all forms of alcohol. And last important, increasing complex carbohydrates in our diet. This is a composition of prudent diet. Okay, very important, do not forget this. Next, after learning about this, next is some one-liners. Richest source of essential fatty acids, I think you already know, the answer is safflower oil. Richest source of linoleic acid, again the answer is safflower oil. Richest source of arachidonic acid, answer is safflower oil. Richest source of PUFA, again the answer is safflower oil. Next, richest source of MUFA, answer is olive oil. Richest source of saturated olive oil is not there in the option. Please prefer groundnut oil. Richest source of saturated fatty acids. The right answer is coconut oil. Richest source of linolenic acid is flaxseed oil. And richest source of icosapentaenoic acid, it is halibut fish liver oil. Okay. Next, coming to how much is the RDA required, very important numbers they'll again ask such that they can confuse you people in the exam. Okay, so vitamin A in pregnancy, the requirement is 900 micrograms of retinol. Okay. Next, vitamin A during lactation, it is 950 micrograms per day. Folic acid during pregnancy, the right answer is 570 micrograms. Okay, don't get confused. Majority of my students ask this question, ma'am, here you are telling 570 microgram. In earlier topic you told we are giving 60 milligrams of elemental iron and 500 micrograms of folic acid. Please remember, requirement is 570, tablet is containing 500. So read the question. Requirement of folic acid in pregnancy, the answer should be 570 micrograms. How much is the folic acid in the iron folic acid tablet that is being provided? The answer is 500 micrograms. Okay, so these are two tricky questions. Please remember them very clearly. Next, folic acid during lactation, the answer is 330 micrograms. Iron in adult female, she requires about 29 milligrams of iron. Iron during pregnancy is 40 milligrams per day. During lactation, it is 23 milligrams per day. Coming to iodine in the adults, be it be males or females, 150 micrograms of iodine is needed per day. Iodine in children is 120 micrograms. Then they can ask you what is the requirement of iodine during pregnancy. Answer is 250 micrograms. Iodine during lactation is 280 micrograms per day. Okay. Next, coming to calcium. Calcium in adults, it is 1000 milligrams per day. Even in pregnancy, the requirement is 1000 milligrams per day. During lactation, it is 1200 milligrams per day. Calcium in adults 1000, pregnancy 1000, in lactation it is 1200 milligrams per day. Okay. Next, coming to very important question, what is the deficiencies it will cause? Vitamin A deficiency will lead to a condition called 𝗘𝗱𝗏. We have already discussed 𝗘𝗱𝗏 in detail. Thiamine deficiency will lead to beriberi, two types, wet beriberi, dry beriberi. Dry beriberi is a chronic form, wet beriberi is an acute form. It involves cardiovascular system, whereas dry beriberi involves your peripheral nervous system. Okay. Next is your riboflavin. Deficiency of riboflavin will cause glossitis, cheilitis and angular stomatitis. Glossitis, cheilitis, angular stomatitis, nasolabial seborrhea. Okay, so all these are features of riboflavin. Angular stomatitis matlab angles of the mouth will be cracked. Okay. Next, vitamin B3 or niacin. Deficiency of this will lead to a condition called pellagra. Please remember, pellagra will present with 4 Ds, that is diarrhea, dermatitis, dementia and death. Diarrhea, dermatitis, dementia and death. Next, we have got vitamin B5 or pantothenic acid. Deficiency of pantothenic acid will lead to a condition called burning feet syndrome. Next, deficiency of vitamin B6 or pyridoxine will lead to peripheral neuropathy. Okay. Next, deficiency of vitamin B7 or biotin. Okay, this can cause hair loss, infertility, alopecia. You can remember it as alopecia. Next, folic acid deficiency will cause megaloblastic anemia. If folic acid is deficient during pregnancy in particular, then it will lead to what is known as neural tube defect. Next, coming to vitamin B12 or cyanocobalamin. This will again lead to two things. One is called as megaloblastic anemia and another is peripheral neuropathy or peripheral neuritis. Okay. Next, vitamin C or ascorbic acid deficiency of this will lead to scurvy. One question that can come is, what is the richest source of vitamin C? Your answer should be Indian gooseberry, that is nothing but amla. Okay. Next, vitamin D deficiency in children will lead to rickets, and in adults it will lead to a condition called osteomalacia. Then vitamin E deficiency, it can lead to infertility issues. Vitamin K deficiency can lead to hemorrhagic disorders. Okay. See here, sometimes you can get image based MCQ of this. This is nothing but Casel's necklace that is seen in pellagra. That is dermatitis which is seen around the neck region. It is as if a person is wearing a necklace. Okay. This rash worsens on exposure to UV light. Very, very important. Do not forget this. Next, this is the image of mottling of teeth which is seen with fluorosis. The fluorine is called as double-edged sword. We already know that point. What is the optimum level of fluorine? The optimum level of fluorine is 0.5 to 0.8 ppm or milligram per liter. Okay. Next, please remember, they will ask you what is the maximum permissible level of fluorine. The maximum permissible level of fluorine is 1.5 milligram per liter. If it is more than 1.5 milligram per liter, now fluorine will start getting deposited on the teeth. That is called as what? Mottling of the teeth. So first change we'll see is this. Next, after this, if fluorine is still excess in the water, that is around 3 to 6 milligram per liter, then it will lead to deposition of fluorine on the skeletal system. That's called as skeletal fluorosis. And if it is more than 10 milligram per liter, then it will lead to crippling fluorosis. Okay. Please remember, to remove this excess fluorine from drinking water, we have developed a technique. The name of the technique is called as Nalgonda technique. What are the chemicals which used in Nalgonda technique? Answer is lime, alum and bleaching powder. Lime, alum and bleaching powder. Okay. This is called as defluoridation of water. MCQ, defluoridation of water is which level of prevention? The answer is it is primary level of prevention. Okay. Next, please remember, deficiency of fluorine will lead to dental caries. Deficiency of fluorine will lead to a condition. What is the name of the condition? Dental caries. Okay. So very important, do not forget this. Okay. And in rickets, we see what is known as 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗏. Okay. Whereas in fluorosis, we see inward turning of the knees, that is 𝗘𝗌𝗏𝗏. Next is management techniques. M for management techniques. So L is done. M for management techniques. Okay. So first is cost benefit analysis. What is cost benefit analysis? If input is measured in terms of money, output is also measured in terms of money, then we call it as cost benefit analysis. If we measure input in terms of money and output in terms of money, what do we call it as? We call it as cost benefit analysis. Next, what is cost effective analysis? If input is measured in terms of money, but output is measured in terms of results. Okay, input is measured in terms of money, but output is measured in terms of results. Then we call it as what? We call it as cost effective analysis. Okay. Please remember, this is the most applicable management technique in health sector. And how do we measure the results? We measure the results in terms of how many lives we have saved, how many diseases we have prevented. Most applicable in health sector. Next, what is input output analysis? It is nothing but how many units, number of units of input needed, number of units of input needed to achieve 1 unit of output. Number of units of input needed to achieve 1 unit of output. That is called as input output analysis. Okay, input-output analysis. Next, what is systems analysis? It is nothing but comparison of two or more cost-saving alternatives. Comparison of two or more cost-saving alternatives in a health program. In a health program is known as systems analysis. Okay. Next we have got what is known as work sampling. What is work sampling? It is systematic recording and observation of one or more individuals. Very good. Systematic recording and observation of one or more individuals at predetermined times or random intervals, such that we know how is their performance. That is called as what? Work sampling. Okay. Next we have got what is known as network analysis. What is network analysis? I think you all might be telling it. It is graphical plan of all activities and events in a health program. All activities and events to be completed to achieve the objective. It is to be completed to achieve the objective. That is called as network analysis. Okay. I think you already know network analysis has got two components. One is called as PERT and the other is called as CPM. What is PERT? PERT is nothing but program evaluation review technique, whereas CPM stands for critical path method. Program evaluation review technique. CPM stands for critical path method. What is critical path method? It is the longest path taken to complete the project. Longest path in terms of time. Okay. Longest path taken to complete the project. Okay. So we have reached till alphabet M, that is 13 alphabets in our alphabet saga, 26. So halfway we are done. Now we are left with half more way to do. Okay. So next alphabet for us to remember is N. N is National Health Programs. It's a major chunk. Please remember this very carefully. They'll ask you MCQs from health programs. Okay. So again, health programs is very specific to PSM. So they'll definitely try to focus on this area also. Okay. First important is National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. You can see the logo whenever you see a family and a mosquito, then it is logo for National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. Okay. Now see here, what are the diseases covered is the first MCQ they will ask you in this particular program. So diseases covered under this program include your malaria, filaria, chikungunya, dengue, kala azar, dengue, chikungunya, Japanese encephalitis and kala azar. Okay. So these are the diseases which are being covered under National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. Okay, very important, do not forget this. Next, another MCQ that can come in your exam is target year for malaria for elimination. I think I already told you in the starting of the session, the answer is 2030. Then they'll ask you sometimes what is the target criteria or elimination criteria we want to achieve. The answer is less than 1 case per 1000 population. That is what we want to achieve. Very important, do not forget this. Okay. Next, please remember what are the strategies we are adopting to in National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. Please remember the strategies include your what you call first very important is disease management. First is disease management, where we are giving a lot of importance to early diagnosis of the disease and the treatment of the disease. Okay, so disease management is one of the important strategies under National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. Then the second one is integrated vector management. Okay, so in integrated vector management, we are focusing on anti-larval measures, anti-adult measures and personal protection measures. Again, in anti-larval measures, we have got what is known as biological measures, chemical measures and environmental measures. Again, in anti-adult measures, we have got what is known as residual sprays, space spraying and also using genetic control for sterile male mosquitoes. Okay. Then third important, we are more emphasizing on what is known as behavior change communication, where we want to educate the public and tell them how malaria, filaria spread and what are the methods they can use to prevent this. Okay, so behavior change communication is being practiced. Then sometimes they'll ask you this question, dry day is being practiced when? The answer is every Friday is observed as a dry day. What is the meaning of dry day? It means that on every Friday, people have to empty out their storage vessels and completely dry it out in sunlight and then again refill it. Like for example, if in your house you are storing the water in storage tanks, or you are having drums in which you are storing the water, so every Friday you should completely empty the drum and put it out to sunlight and then again refill it. So this will help in clearing out the mosquito larvae especially, and also cut down the breeding of mosquitoes. Okay, so this is important to remember from National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. Next, we have got another important health program called India Newborn Action Plan. Please remember, in India Newborn Action Plan, the aim is to achieve single-digit neonatal and single-digit neonatal mortality rate and single-digit stillbirth rate. What is neonatal mortality rate? I already told you, it is deaths less than 28 days. To achieve single-digit neonatal mortality rate and single-digit stillbirth rate. And this we want to achieve by which year? The right answer is 2030. So in India, by 2030, we want to reach to the target of single-digit neonatal mortality rate and single-digit stillbirth rate. Okay. Next we have got what is known as POSHAN Abhiyan. What is POSHAN Abhiyan? POSHAN Abhiyan stands for PM's overarching scheme for holistic nourishment. Overarching scheme for holistic nourishment. Please remember, in this particular program, we are focusing on 3 important conditions. One is low birth weight, another is stunting, and another is anemia. Very important MCQ. What are the diseases covered under POSHAN Abhiyan? Your answer should be low birth weight, stunting, and anemia. Please remember, we want to reduce low birth weight and stunting at the rate of 2% every year, whereas anemia we want to reduce at the rate of 3% every year. So prevalence of low birth weight and stunting we want to reduce 2% every year, whereas we want to reduce the prevalence of anemia by 3% every year. Next, after learning about POSHAN Abhiyan, next we have got what is known as PM POSHAN. PM POSHAN stands for what? PM POSHAN, Poshan Shakti Nirman. Poshan Shakti Nirman. So this program was earlier called as what? Midday meal program. Now it is being known by the name PM POSHAN, earlier known as midday meal program. What is the new thing we have done under this program? Under this program, for now we have started including provision of food for Balavatikas. Yes or no? We have started to increase or provide food for Balavatikas. What is the meaning of Balavatikas? These are pre-primary school children. So children who are in kindergarten, they will also be included, pre-primary school children. Next, apart from Balavatikas, we even give nutrition for primary school children, that is from 1 to 5th standard. Then we also provide free nutrition for secondary school children. Not all the secondary school children, it is only lower secondary. Lower secondary means 6th to 8th standard school children. Okay. Now please remember, under PM POSHAN or under midday meal program, we have to provide nutrition for at least 300 days in a year. Okay. And they will ask you this, how much protein and how much calorie. You have to provide food in such a way that half the protein requirement and 1/3 calorie requirement is met. Half protein requirement and 1/3 calorie requirement is met. So this is under PM POSHAN, that is Pradhan Mantri Poshan Shakti Nirman. Okay. And please remember, this particular program is responsibility of Ministry of Education, not of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Okay. So this is another program which we should remember, which comes under Ministry of Education. Next, some small programs. Let us quickly have a recap. What is SUMAN? SUMAN stands for Surakshit Matritva Ashwasan. Under this program, we are assuring every pregnant woman of care. Ashwasan means assurance. Hindi word है आश्वासन, जिसका मतलब है भरोसा देना. तो यहाँ पर क्या है? Assurance of maternal health services. And just not maternal, it is quality maternal health services. assurance of quality maternal health services. Then second important point here, we are having one important thing called zero denial policy. So any pregnant woman who comes seeking for care, you cannot deny her of services. You have to give her services. Next important program we have is RBSK. We all know what's the full form of RBSK. It stands for Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram. Please remember, here in this program we are screening for 4 Ds. What are the 4 Ds that are being screened here? Screening of 4 Ds, that is defects, congenital defects, developmental delays, deficiencies and diseases. A total of 30 health conditions have been identified in this particular program. The age group that is being covered is 0 to 18 years of age group. Remember that. That's also another MCQ, 0 to 18 years. Okay. Next, what is NSSK? NSSK stands for Navjat Shishu Suraksha Karyakram. Navjat Shishu Suraksha Karyakram. So in this, our main focus is to reduce neonatal mortality. So for this, what are we doing? We are training medical officers and healthcare workers in neonatal resuscitation. Training medical officers and healthcare workers in neonatal resuscitation. Okay, next. What is HBNC? HBNC stands for Home-Based Newborn Care. So we all know this. I think you all may be able to recollect what we have learned. What is home-based newborn care? Here we are having postnatal visits by ASHA worker. Postnatal visits, postnatal home visits. Let us use the right words. It is postnatal home visits by ASHA worker. There will be 7 visits in case it's a home delivery. In case it's a institutional delivery, there will be 5 to 6 visits depending on the mode of the delivery. Okay? The remuneration provided to ASHA worker will be 250 rupees on completion of all the visits. And please remember what she has to do during the visit. She has to ensure the child birth doses of vaccine are given to the child. Breastfeeding has been started. She has to screen for any visible congenital defects. She has to motivate the woman for family planning, sensitize her to the need of family planning. She has to give nutritional education to the mother, and she has to even provide some health education about danger signs which she should be aware of regarding child. Okay. Apart from that, she has to even ensure that she has to even ensure birth registration is done by the parents. Okay. Next, in case of home delivery especially. Next, FBNC. What is FBNC? It is facility based newborn care. Facility based newborn care has got 3 components, if you are able to recall. That is, one is called as newborn care corners, NBCC. Then there is newborn stabilization units, and then there is what is called as special newborn care corners. Okay, so there is newborn care corners, newborn stabilization units, and special newborn care corners. What is newborn care corners? In every delivery room, we have to have a corner which is looking after newborn care. That's called as newborn care. So areas earmarked for newborn care in delivery rooms. That is called as NBCC. Okay. Then what is NBSU? It is nothing but newborn stabilization units. Here all the facilities are available. These are wards within close vicinity of, or we can write units within close vicinity of maternity wards. Units within close vicinity of maternity wards. Okay. Please remember, these are available at the level of community health center. They are supposed to have at least 4 beds facility. Then we have got what is known as special newborn care corners. These are like our NICUs, that is neonatal intensive care units. Here all facilities are available except for ventilator facility and major surgery. So we don't have 2 things here. One is ventilator and the other one is major surgeries are not done here. Okay. Please remember, SNCCs are present at the level of district hospitals and they are supposed to have at least 12 beds. Okay. So these are the norms under facility based newborn care. So let us start back. Now is PMSMA. PMSMA full form क्या है? प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षित मातृत्व अभियान या फिर योजना, anything is correct. प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षित मातृत्व अभियान. Okay. So what are we doing under this program? You already know about this. You have to remember that we are providing OBG specialist services on 9th of every month. Okay. So in all the government hospitals, that is primary health centers, community health centers, we are providing OBG specialist services for antenatal care on 9th of every month for public health care facilities. ठीक है. इसमें और एक चीज़ याद रखना है हमको. What is the other important thing we should remember? That here we do that categorization or risk of the patients. Yes or no? So based on what kind of pregnancy they are having, they are categorized into 4 colors. Green is a pregnancy. Green color sticker will be given for pregnancies without any risk factors. Yellow color sticker will be given for pregnancies which are having comorbid conditions. Okay. Then blue color sticker is given for pregnancies who are having PIH. Okay. And lastly, red color stickers are given for high risk pregnancies. Next we have got is PMMVY, that is nothing but Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana. I hope you are able to recall about this program as well. What are we doing under this program? We are giving money for nutritional support. Okay, so financial incentive for nutritional support is being given. Financial incentive for nutritional support to pregnant women. Financial incentive for nutritional support to pregnant women is given. Now, please remember what are we doing under this program. So, in this, for all the women who are in the BPL category, that is below poverty line category, for the first pregnancy, they will give you 5,000 rupees benefit, and this 5,000 rupees benefit will be given in 2 installments, 3,000 rupees and 2,000 rupees. 3,000 rupees will be given at least after 1 antenatal checkup, and the rest 2,000 rupees will be given after the birth of the child and after the registration of the birth happens. Okay. Now, please remember the second time benefit will be given only if the child is a girl child. Okay. So now in India we are having this PC-PNDT Act where we cannot determine the gender. So that's the reason what do? We give the second time benefit as 1 installment only after the birth of the child, and if it is a girl child only, we will give that is 6,000 rupees. Okay. So please remember Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana will be given first time benefit to all the pregnant women irrespective of the gender of the child. First time benefit in 2 installments, whereas second time benefit will be given only after birth and only if the child is a girl child, and at that time we give a benefit of 6,000 rupees. Okay. Next, please remember another important clause to this is if any pregnant woman, let us suppose she registers, takes a benefit of 3,000 rupees, and in around 20 weeks or 24 weeks she has a stillbirth or an intrauterine death or something like that, then this first benefit will be nullified. It will not be counted. Again, second time they will be registering her as the first new pregnancy. Okay. So any mishaps during pregnancies will not be counted. It will be counted as if the woman has never taken the benefit. Okay. Next is ANMOL. ANMOL stands for what? It stands for ANM Online. ANM stands for Auxiliary Nurse Midwife Online. So here what are we doing? We are giving tablets, mobile tablets are being provided to ANM. Tablets are being provided to ANM. Okay, as job aids such that they can upload their data and help in easy uploading and updating of the data. Apart from that, these mobile tablets are going to have readily available video contents which they can use for their own learning purposes. Okay. Next is RKSK or AFHC. RKSK program stands for what? It stands for Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram. It stands for Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram. So Kishore is the word for adolescent in Hindi. So this is a group which is covering which age group? It's covering the adolescent age group. So it covers which age group? 10 to 19 years of age group. 10 to 19 years age group is covered. Please remember, under this program we are providing adolescent friendly health clinic services. Adolescent friendly health clinics. Okay. In this we are even providing ARSH services. What is ARSH? ARSH is nothing but adolescent reproductive and sexual health services. adolescent reproductive and sexual health services. Okay, so free treatment of STIs and RTIs, free treatment for IV drug abusers, free safe abortion services. All these are components of your ARSH clinics. ARSH clinics are also called as Yuva clinics. Okay, so they are also called by another name called Yuva clinic. Next we have got what is known as PMJ. PMJ stands for Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. This is a flagship program of the current government, Jan Arogya Yojana. Please remember, this is known by another name called Ayushman Bharat. ठीक है, तो इसमें दो चीज़ें याद रखना है हमको. एक है कि आयुष्मान भारत के तहत हर पर्सन जो BPL कैटेगरी में है उसे 5 लाख का इंश्योरेंस कवरेज पर फैमिली पर ईयर. प्लीज़ रिमेंबर, देयर इज़ नो कैपिंग ऑन द फैमिली मेंबर. मतलब क्या है इस सेंटेंस का, कि फैमिली में कितने भी लोग हो सकते हैं, उस पर कोई पाबंदी नहीं है. नो कैपिंग ऑन फैमिली मेंबर्स. ठीक है, सो दे कैन बी 5 मेंबर फैमिली, 10 मेंबर फैमिली, 6 मेंबर फैमिली, एनीथिंग इज़ ओके. बट टोटल इंश्योरेंस कवरेज कितना मिलेगा? 5 लाख का ही मिलेगा. एक साल में 5 लाख तक आप फ्री सर्विसेज अवेल कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, तो देयर इज़ नो कैपिंग ऑन फैमिली मेंबर्स अंडर प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना आयुष्मान भारत. ठीक है, इसका एक अपडेट भी है जो मैं अपडेट सेक्शन में बता दूंगी. और एक यहाँ पर याद रखना, प्लीज़ रिमेंबर, अंडर दिस प्रोग्राम वी हैव रीनेम्ड सब सेंटर्स एंड प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर्स एज हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स. रीनेम सब सेंटर्स एंड PHCs एज health and wellness centers, and we have also renamed them as Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. Okay, they can ask you this question also in the exam. Very important, don't forget. See, health program से एक question short है, do not lose your marks there. Next is National Program for Control of Blindness. Very important program. इस प्रोग्राम में फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आएगा, व्हाट इज़ WHO और NPCB definition of blindness. So what is the definition of blindness? Visual acuity less than 3/60 in the better eye with available correction. Okay, in better eye with available correction is called as blindness. So अगर visual acuity is less than 3/60 in the better eye with available correction, we call it as what? We call it as blindness. WHO और NPCB definition of blindness ये है. ठीक है, next please remember, they can ask you what is visual impairment. So please remember, visual impairment is visual acuity less than 6/18. Okay, visual acuity less than 6/18 is called as what? It's called as visual impairment. Next, please remember, another important question that can be asked is, what is the most common cause of blindness? Answer is cataract. Most common cause of blindness in more than 60 years of age? Answer is cataract. Most common cause of blindness in India? Answer is cataract. In world? Answer is cataract. If they ask you the question specifically, most common cause of blindness in 0 to 49 years of age group, then your answer should be non-trachomatous corneal opacities. Okay, most common cause of blindness in 0 to 49 years of age group, the right answer is what? Non-trachomatous corneal opacities. Okay, then another question, most common cause of ocular morbidity, the right answer is what? The right answer is refractive errors. Okay, so most common cause of ocular morbidity is refractive errors. Next, another important question, please remember, is Vision 2020. They will ask you. So Vision 2020, there is global component and there is India's in Vision 2020. They can ask you, what are the diseases covered under Global Vision 2020? Answer is cataract, refractive errors, childhood blindness, cataract, refractive errors, childhood blindness, okay, trachoma and onchocerciasis. So they are covering 5 diseases. What are the 5 diseases? They are covering cataract, refractive errors, childhood blindness, trachoma and onchocerciasis. Okay. Next, if you look at India's Vision 2020, what are the diseases covered under India's Vision 2020? Cataract, refractive errors. Okay. Then we are having childhood blindness. There is trachoma. Okay. And then there is glaucoma. diabetic retinopathy, and corneal blindness. These are the diseases covered under India's Vision 2020. Okay. What is the aim of National Program for Control of Blindness? To reduce prevalence of blindness to less than 0.3%. Reduce prevalence of blindness to less than 0.3%. Okay. Next, another thing they will ask you is Vision 2020 में क्या करने वाले हैं हम? So this was started way back in 1990, and what is the plan to reach by 2020 was to establish 20,000 vision centers. Vision centers will provide primary level of eye care. Then to establish 2,000 service centers. Service centers will do the surgical facilities. They will provide secondary level of eye care. Cataract surgeries provide karenge ye log. Then there is training centers to be established. We wanted to establish at least 200 training centers in India, which will provide tertiary level of eye care, जैसे glaucoma का treatment, diabetic retinopathy का treatment, corneal blindness के services. Then on top, we wanted to have center of excellences, which can frame the guidelines for what needs to be done in training centers, service centers, and vision centers. And we wanted to have at least 20 center of excellences. So this was the plan under Vision 2020. Okay. So this sums up our National Program for Control of Blindness. Very important, do not forget this. फिर आता है नेशनल लेप्रेसी कंट्रोल प्रोग्राम, जिसे अब हम नेशनल लेप्रेसी इरेडिकेशन प्रोग्राम बोल रहे हैं. नेशनल लेप्रेसी इरेडिकेशन प्रोग्राम NLEP. Please remember, under NLEP, the strategies of this program is, first important strategy, we want to create awareness among public, health, education and awareness. Please remember, इसके लिए एक mascot रखे हैं, सपना. What is Sapna? She is a leprosy awareness mascot. Okay. Please have a look, image-based look. This has come as image-based MCQ also. You will find a school-going girl wearing a pink dress with flowers, floral pattern, pink color frock or something like that. And she is spreading a message saying that she was once a victim of leprosy, but now because of treatment, she is not suffering with leprosy. Okay, that's leprosy awareness mascot. Then apart from that, we are even focusing on ASHA-based surveillance of leprosy, that's called APSLs. ASHA-based surveillance of leprosy. Okay, very important. ASHA-based surveillance of leprosy. Okay. Then apart from that, we are even focusing on early diagnosis and treatment of the disease. We are providing treatment for paucibacillary and multibacillary leprosy. Paucibacillary leprosy, we are giving dapsone, clofazimine and rifampicin. And for multibacillary also same 3 drugs, but duration differs. For paucibacillary, we give it for 6 months, and for multibacillary, we give it for 12 months of duration. Okay. Then third important, we are even taking care of ulcer care and deformity. Okay. So we are ensuring some tertiary rehabilitation services are also being provided under this particular program, National Leprosy Eradication Program. Please remember, the target year for leprosy elimination in our country is 2027. Some books are mentioning it as 2005. In 2005, India did achieve on a whole the elimination criteria, but there are still some states which are reporting higher number of cases of leprosy. When all the states of country will be able to achieve it, then only we will say that India has eliminated it. Okay. So overall, if you look, yes, we have achieved the target, but still some states are reporting, so we cannot say that India has eliminated leprosy. So that's the reason we have given a revised target now. The revised target year for elimination is 2027, okay, 2027. And what is the elimination criteria we want to achieve? We want to have less than 1 case per 10,000 population. Less than 1 case per 10,000 population. Okay. Next, moving ahead, after this, another important national health programs. Let us quickly have a look. We have something called Kilkari. Kilkari is a mobile-based app, mobile app which gives information on antenatal care, postnatal care and child care, which gives information on antenatal care, postnatal care and infant care. Please remember, it is a pre-recorded message. All you have to do is lift the call and listen to the message. It has been recorded in 18 different languages of our country. So language is not at all a barrier here. Then next is Lakshya. What is Lakshya? It is labor room quality improvement initiative. It is labor room quality improvement initiative. Please remember, this initiative had been started to improve the quality of labor services which are being provided as low as in type B subcenters. Next we are having AMRIT. AMRIT, you all know what does it stands for. It stands for affordable medicines and reliable implants in treatment. Affordable medicines and reliable implants in treatment. Okay. What are the diseases they are covering under this program? They are covering cancer and cardiovascular diseases. Cancer drugs to be provided at a cheaper rate, and cardiovascular drugs are also being provided at cheaper rates, and the implants like stents which we are using for what you call cardiovascular diseases should also be provided at affordable rates. That is what is the aim of AMRIT. Okay, affordable medicines and reliable implants in treatment. The next one we have got is MONICA. What is MONICA? MONICA stands for Multinational Monitoring of Trends in Cardiovascular Diseases. Multinational Monitoring of Trends in Cardiovascular Diseases. See, SPM में बहुत से नाम होते हैं, बहुत से, जैसे अमृत, अनमोल, अंतरा, ओके, छाया, सहेली, तो बहुत से लड़कियों के नाम होते हैं मोनिका, बट रिमेंबर दे आर always speaking about some diseases only. Okay, so it's multinational monitoring of trends in cardiovascular diseases. यहाँ पर research पे focus किया जा रहा है, research on cardiovascular diseases in young. So why people are suffering with cardiovascular diseases at a very young age, that is being focused upon in MONICA program. ठीक है, फिर आते हैं कुछ और प्रोग्राम जैसे सुरक्षा. आई थिंक आप सबको पता है सुरक्षा का क्या है. सुरक्षा क्लिनिक्स है. यहाँ पर STI और RTI का कलर कोडेड ट्रीटमेंट है. STI एंड RTI कलर कोडेड ट्रीटमेंट्स. ठीक है, इसके मैंने एक चार्ट बनाया है, वो आखिर में दिखाऊंगी. प्लीज़ रिमेंबर 8 किट्स है यहाँ पर, जैसे ग्रे कलर, ब्लू कलर, रेड कलर, ग्रीन कलर. आई शो यू द किट्स, बट दैट इज़ अंडर कोलैबोरेशन विथ NACO. दैट इज़ नेशनल एड्स कंट्रोल प्रोग्राम, अंडर कोलैबोरेशन विथ नेशनल एड्स कंट्रोल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या फिर प्रोग्राम. Then there is TeleManas. What is TeleManas standing for? It stands for Tele-Mental Health Assistance, Mental Health Assistance and Networking Across States. Tele-Mental Health Assistance and Networking Across States. तो यहाँ पर क्या प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं हम? मेंटल हेल्थ सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं टेलीमेडिसिन के थ्रू. टेली मेंटल हेल्थ सर्विसेज आर बीइंग प्रोवाइडेड and networking is being done across the states. Okay, tele-mental health assistance and networking across the states. Here 24/7 mental health services. Okay, so please remember, whenever you are having some doubts, some anxiety, some depressive mood, you can always reach out. There is a what you call proper line for this. There is a proper toll-free number for this. Students के लिए एक separate line है. It has recently completed 1 year of its launch, and it has been a tremendously helpful program and very beautiful program initiative by NIMHANS Bengaluru. They are doing a lot of good work, and it's free. It's free services are being provided. Okay, so anytime you are having any kind of issues, you can always reach out. And because mental health is always associated with stigma, people don't feel to reach out in person. You can always use the help of telemedicine through this particular what you call channel called TeleManas, and you can definitely have a better quality of life. Okay, next, moving ahead, next is SAPNA. SAPNA के बारे में मैंने already बता चुका हूँ. That is leprosy awareness mascot. SAPNA is leprosy awareness mascot. मेरे स्टूडेंट्स पूछते हैं कि मैम स्पेलिंग्स भी पढ़ना ज़रूरी है क्या एग्ज़ाम में? हाँ, बिल्कुल ज़रूरी है. जैसे उज्ज्वला है और उज्जावला है. उज्ज्वला प्रोग्राम क्या है? इट इज़ प्रोविजन ऑफ LPG सिलेंडर्स, प्रोविजन ऑफ LPG सिलेंडर्स एट सब्सिडाइज्ड रेट्स टू reduce indoor air pollution, at subsidized rates to reduce indoor air pollution. Whereas what is Ujjavala? Ujjavala is nothing but rescue of या फिर प्रिवेंशन भी लिख सकते हैं आप, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग। यहाँ पर वी आर फोकसिंग ऑन RRR, तो RRR मूवी तो पता ही होगी सबको, राजामौली की। यहाँ का RRR क्या है? यहाँ का RRR है रेस्क्यूइंग द विक्टिम्स, देन रिहैबिलिटेटिंग द विक्टिम्स, जो भी उस ट्रैफिकिंग के शिकार हुए हैं, रिहैबिलिटेट करना और फिर उनको री इंटीग्रेट करना बैक इनटू सोसाइटी। सो रेस्क्यू, रिहैबिलिटेट एंड री इंटीग्रेट। ओके, नेक्स्ट व्हाट इज PMJ? हमने ऑलरेडी बात कर चुका है, ये आयुष्मान भारत ही है। So we have already talked about this program. Okay. Next, what is MENA? MENA is awareness mascot of UNICEF. How will we differentiate between SAPNA and MENA? SAPNA is for leprosy, whereas MENA is for girl empowerment. Okay. Whenever we see a woman or sorry girl kind of thing who is having what do you call a parrot somewhere around her, उसके सर के ऊपर या उसके बगल में, तो वो मीना है। अगर एक स्कूल गर्ल है विदाउट एनी पैरट अराउंड हर बट विद अ पिंक कलर फ्लोरल ड्रेस, प्लीज थिंक दैट इज योर सपना। ठीक है, तो मीना इज हैविंग अ पैरट, सपना इज नॉट हैविंग अ पैरट। दैट्स विजुअल वे ऑफ डिफरेंशिएटिंग बिटवीन सपना एंड मीना। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, इफ वी लुक एट द वर्क, Meena is more or less focusing on girl empowerment. She is focusing or educating the villagers on what you call child marriages, or what are the ill effects of teenage pregnancies, how to delay the marriage and all those components, whereas Sapna is more or less focusing on leprosy awareness. Both of them are fictional characters, don't sway away, दोनों भी fictional characters है, but roles are little different. ठीक है, next important we have got Sathya. Sathya is nothing but adolescent peer educator, adolescent peer educator. ठीक है, तो हमने क्या किया, जो एडोलेसेंट ग्रुप में है उन्हीं में से एक को सिलेक्ट किया, so that they can give education about what you call safe sex, what are the harmful effects of drug abuse, how to save oneself from substance misuse, what are the safe abortion services, treatment of RTIs, STIs, etc. That is being done under Sathya, that is adolescent peer educator. Then एक और प्रोग्राम है called जय विज्ञान. ये एक प्रोजेक्ट है which is working for rheumatic heart disease. Project for rheumatic heart disease. Then next we have got is Mission Indradhanush. I think everybody knows about Mission Indradhanush. What is the aim or goal of Mission Indradhanush? It is to reduce dropouts and left out. It is to reduce dropouts and left outs. What is the meaning of dropout? Dropout का मतलब है कुछ वैक्सीन्स ले चुका है बच्चा, फिर बाद में पूरा नहीं कंप्लीट किया, तो उसे हम ड्रॉप आउट कहेंगे. लेफ्ट आउट का मतलब क्या है? A child who has never ever taken any vaccine, that is called as left out. So our aim in Mission Indradhanush is to ensure that we reduce both dropouts and left outs. Okay. Now please remember what are the diseases we are covering under Mission Indradhanush. जब ये शुरू हुआ था तो 7 diseases cover कर रहे थे. This was started in 2014. But as it progressed further, no, we have added a lot more diseases to it because a lot more vaccines were added in National Immunization Schedule. So that is the reason now it's covering altogether 12 diseases. So what are those? It is working against tuberculosis by giving BCG vaccine. Then we are giving or we are preventing diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus. Diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus. Okay. Then hepatitis B, Haemophilus influenza B. Haemophilus influenza B. ठीक है, फिर pneumococcal pneumonia, pneumococcal pneumonia, फिर rotavirus disease, rotavirus disease, measles, rubella, measles, rubella, Japanese encephalitis. One more is missing. What is the other disease which we have missed out? Diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, measles, rubella, Japanese encephalitis, pneumonia, hepatitis B. What else is remaining? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Polio. Okay. So these are the diseases which are being covered under Mission Indradhanush. Okay. Next is anemia मुक्त भारत अभियान, very important star MCQ area, PYQ area, please remember this very clearly, okay? ठीक है, तो इसमें क्या कर रहे हैं हम, एनीमिया मुक्त भारत में फर्स्ट MCQ टू रिमेंबर, वी आर फॉलोइंग दिस 6x6x6 स्ट्रैटेजी. व्हाट इज 6x6x6 स्ट्रैटेजी? हमने 6 बेनिफिशरीज को आइडेंटिफाई किया है. 6 बेनिफिशरीज हैव बीन आइडेंटिफाइड. फॉर दैम वी आर डूइंग 6 इंटरवेंशंस. जैसे एक हो गया है आयरन फोलिक एसिड सप्लीमेंटेशन, एक हो गया है deworming, and then we are doing what you call creation of some portals. All these are various interventions focusing on non-nutritional causes of anemia, etc. And this we are doing through 6 institutional mechanisms. Okay, 6 institutional mechanisms. Remember this. Now, what are the what you call age group that is being covered under this program? See here. First, we are covering 6 to 59-month-old children. For them, we are giving 20 milligrams of elemental iron, 100 micrograms of folic acid. We will give 2 times in a week iron syrup, and the color of the syrup not much important, leave it. Next is age group between 5 to 9 years of age. These people are given 45 milligrams of elemental iron, 400 micrograms of folic acid. Weekly 1 tablet is given, and the color of the tablet is pink color. Okay? Next, children or adolescent in the age group of 10 to 19 years, उनको हम 60 milligrams of elemental iron and 500 micrograms of folic acid दे रहे हैं. This is also given weekly 1 tablet. Blue color tablet is being provided to them. ठीक है, फिर याद रखना, women who are in the age group of 20 to 49 years, non-pregnant women. So non-pregnant and non-lactating. Non-pregnant, non-lactating women. For these, we are giving 60 milligrams of elemental iron, 500 micrograms of folic acid. Weekly 1 tablet needs to be given, and the color of the tablet is red color tablet. Okay. फिर pregnant women. I hope you are able to recollect. Pregnant women को what did I say? We are giving 60 milligrams of elemental iron, 500 micrograms of folic acid. Daily 1 tablet will be given starting from 2nd trimester till delivery. Okay, so this contributes to how many tablets? 180 tablets, remember, and the color of the tablet is red in color. Next, after pregnant women, the next group we are covering is lactating women. For lactating women also, we are giving 60 milligrams of elemental iron, 500 micrograms of folic acid. For them also, we'll give daily 1 tablet starting from delivery to first 6 months of lactation. From delivery to 6 months of lactation. And ये भी कितने हो जाएंगे फिर? 180 tablets हो जाएंगे. So this also given for 180 days. And again the color of the tablet is red in color. Okay. Next, please remember, apart from this, we have to remember very important about deworming. ठीक है, तो कहीं तो include कर लेना deworming के बारे में. In India, we are following biannual deworming. What is the meaning of biannual deworming? It is twice in a year. That is what is the meaning of it. We are doing on 10th of February once and again 10th of August once. Okay, 2 days have been identified as National Deworming Days, 10th of February and 10th of August. Okay. Next, please remember, is my very important point. What is the drug of the choice? The answer is albendazole. The dosage is 400 milligrams. If it is child, we will give a 200 milligram tablet. Okay. Very important, deworming, biannual, 10th February and 10th August. These are National Deworming Days. Okay. Next, after talking about anemia मुक्त भारत अभियान, next important है ICDS का program. ICDS, sometimes, you know, very rarely this has come as a question where students didn't knew the full form of this program also, you know. So what is the full form of this program? The full form is Integrated Child Development Services. S stands for services, not scheme. ठीक है, the majority of the students in that particular paper, no, they have opted scheme and came back, but actually the right answer is Integrated Child Development Services. Remember this. ठीक है, so Anganwadi centers are being established under this program ICDS. We establish one Anganwadi center for every 400 to 800 population in rural areas or in urban areas. अगर ट्राइबल एरिया है, हिली एरिया है, तो 300 to 800 पॉपुलेशन के लिए भी वी कैन अडॉप्ट वन और वी कैन एस्टैब्लिश वन आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर. ठीक है, आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर में कौन काम करेगा? आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर काम करेगी. आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर की मिनिमम क्वालिफिकेशन क्या है? इट इज़ 10th स्टैंडर्ड. ओके, सो वन आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर शुड बी क्वालिफाइड at least till 10th standard to be eligible for that post. Now, what are the services we are providing under Anganwadi centers? Please remember, first important, health education. Second important, nutrition education, health and nutrition education they are going to give. Okay, then supplementary nutrition they are going to provide. Supplementary nutrition to who all? They will provide it to pregnant women, lactating women, and for children in the age group of 6 months to 6 years. Okay, this is their duty. Then third important thing, please remember, they are even providing services for whom? They are providing immunization services. MCQ. Can Anganwadi worker give vaccine? Answer is no. Okay, that Anganwadi center can be used as an outreach session, but Anganwadi worker cannot give vaccine. She has to notify the ANM. If there are so many beneficiaries, you can conduct an outreach session. So ANM will come and conduct an outreach session for that. Okay. Next, fourth important service that is being provided is non-formal preschool education. So playful kind of learning is being provided here. Non-formal preschool education. Okay. Then apart from that, they will even provide referral services. If any child is found to be having diarrhea, pneumonia, malnutrition, etc., they are going to even provide what is known as referral services. Okay. Next important, please remember, they are even going to provide what is known as nutrition education. एक important MCQ पूछा जाता है कि Village Health Nutrition Day is conducted how frequently? It is conducted once in a month. Village Health and Nutrition Day is conducted once in a month. Second question पूछा जाता है कि कौन कौन करता है ये Village Health and Nutrition Day once in a month. ठीक है, तो प्लीज़ रिमेंबर, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर और आशा वर्कर दोनों को मिलके करना है ये विलेज हेल्थ न्यूट्रिशन डे. आंगनवाड़ी एंड आशा वर्कर्स both have to collaboratively do this work. Okay. Next, another important point which I want you all to remember, मैंने already बता चुका है, growth monitoring किया जाता है ICDS centers में. Growth monitoring कितना frequently करना चाहिए? If the child's age is less than 3 years, do it once in every month. If the child's age is between 3 years to 6 years, you have to do it quarterly once. ठीक है, अगर age group नहीं mention किया जा रहा है, question is very blank saying that growth monitoring at Anganwadi center should be done how frequently, you will blindly go with the option once in every month. Okay, remember this. Next, apart from this, what are the other points which we have to talk about ICDS? Okay, again they have to also provide supplementary nutrition for 300 days in a year. Don't forget that. Yeah, very important. See here, there is something called Sabla scheme. Okay, what is Sabla scheme is, this is for provision of takeaway home ration, provision of takeaway home ration for adolescent girls, for malnourished adolescent girls. Let us write it like this, for malnourished adolescent girls. And apart from this, second important thing is vocational training for adolescent girls. Vocational training for adolescent girls, that is also being made available through Sabla scheme. इसका राजीव गांधी सबला स्कीम बोलकर कुछ प्रोग्राम है, ये भी being implemented through ICDS centers, being implemented through ICDS centers. Now, keeping this in mind, there was a PYQ. What was the PYQ? A 13-year-old malnourished girl who is not going to school can avail the benefit of takeaway home ration from where? The answer is ICDS center. So actually she is eligible to avail the benefit from this program called Sabla scheme. ठीक है, तो Sabla scheme क्या कर रहे हैं हम, उसमें जो भी malnourished adolescents होते हैं ना, उनको extra ration दे रहे हैं. 3 to 5 kgs of per month of extra ration is being provided to them, and this we are giving through the आंगनवाड़ी centers. Okay, but मतलब आंगनवाड़ी के nutrition से नहीं आएगा, कोई और supply करेगा वो, but आंगनवाड़ी centers के through दिया जाएगा. ठीक है, so remember this. Apart from that, some vocational training like tailoring, fashion designing or embroidery work, such kind of training is also being provided, such that those adolescent girls can have some stable income later on in their life. Okay, so this is another important point which I want you all to remember. Next, Moving ahead, after talking about this, next very important buzz of the year is NTEP, that is National TB Elimination Program. एक क्वेश्चन श्योर शॉट आएगा इसमें से. प्लीज़ रिमेंबर अभी के लिए भी एलिमिनेशन ईयर फॉर TB इज़ 2025 ओनली. We may achieve, we may not achieve, that's secondary, but for now, for your exam, you will write it as 2025, okay? Now, they can ask you what is the elimination criteria India wants to achieve. The answer is less than 1 case per 1000 population, okay? We want to achieve less than 1 case of TB per 1000 population, okay? Next, please remember another important point with relation to National TB Elimination Program. So, what are the strategies or what are the newer initiatives? Let us focus on that. Newer initiatives, what we have started. First important is, now we are employing CBNAT or NAT testing, CBNAT or TrueNAT testing for diagnosis of TB. We have developed a software called NIDDCP. NIDDCP is for what? NIDDCP is nothing but online software portal for TB patients, where all the data of TB patients is digitalized, such that any non-compliance can be easily traced out and nearest medical officer can be alerted about it. Okay? Then third very important point we have started in this program is NIDDCP POSHAN Yojana. Star MCQ can come in the exam tomorrow. In NIDDCP POSHAN Yojana, we are giving a financial incentive of 1000 rupees per month, rupees 1000 per month for TB patients for nutritional support. This is irrespective of their BPL or APL status. All the TB patients can avail this benefit, rupees 1000 per month for TB patients for nutritional support. And please remember, this is being provided until the patient is suffering with TB disease. Once he has completed his treatment and is cured, he will no longer provide that service. Okay. Next, fourth important point, please remember, we are giving 750 rupees per month for tribal TB patients. So, apart from giving 1000 rupees, extra 750 rupees is being provided for tribal TB patients, because this disease is again associated with lot of stigma. Na? So, what happens is there might be social outcasts, there might be, they'll not allow them to enter into the houses of riches. Upper caste people may not allow them to drink water from a nearby sources. All that sort of issues will be there. They may not be asked to come to daily wage labor or something like that. So, to address those issues also, what we are doing is we are giving them a 750 rupees of incentive per month for tribal TB patients. This is extra apart from NIDDCP POSHAN Yojana. Okay. फिर उसके अलावा what we are doing, we are even giving financial incentive for DOTS supporters or DOTS providers. Financial incentives for DOTS providers. So, if anyone helps in completing of TB treatment, let us suppose for category 1, that is for new or recurrent TB, they are giving 1000 rupees. For MDR or XDR TB completion, we are giving 5000 rupees incentive. Okay. Then please remember, we have adopted the bedaquiline regimen now. Okay. Bedaquiline and delaminate containing regimens are being approved for usage. Okay. Now एक और update है जो बहुत लोग पूछ रहे हैं मुझे. So these are the initiatives. Apart from this, we are even giving importance for TB HIV patients. For them, we are shortly doing CBNAT. Pediatric TB cases के लिए weight bands बनाए गए हैं. फिर fixed drug combinations we are using, fixed dose combinations, single drug therapies. All these are initiatives under NTEP. Okay. Apart from that, major regimen MDR TB के लिए we have started is 6 months of B-PAM regimen. What is B-PAM regimen? Bedaquiline, pretomanid and bedaquiline, pretomanid, linezolid and moxifloxacin. These are the drugs we are using. Okay, very important, do not forget this. So TB, I think more or less we are done. Apart from this, एक अभियान चला रहे हैं कि TB मुक्त भारत अभियान, वहाँ जहाँ पर हमने टैगलाइन दिया है कि TB हारेगा और देश जीतेगा. That's for this particular year we are more focusing on that particular thing. Okay. Next, coming to new TB treatment guidelines. See here, any case of new or previously treated TB, we are giving 2 months of HRZD and 4 months of HRE. H stands for isoniazid, R for rifampicin, Z for pyrazinamide, E for ethambutol. Okay. Then any H mono or polydrug resistant TB. Polydrug means more than one first line anti-TB drug, but the combination cannot be isoniazid and rifampicin. Okay. तो उनको हम क्या दे रहे हैं? 6 months of levofloxacin, 6 months of levofloxacin, rifampicin, ethambutol and pyrazinamide. Okay. Next there is what is called as shorter MDR regimen, where we are giving 4 to 6 months of moxifloxacin, kanamycin or amikacin, ethionamide, clofazamine, pyrazinamide, high doses of isoniazid. Here H stands for high doses of isoniazid, and then we are even giving ethambutol. And then we are giving 5 months of continuation phase, that is moxifloxacin, clofazamine, pyrazinamide and ethambutol. Coming to new shorter MDR regimen, I already told you about it. 6 months of BPAM regimen, that's bedaquiline, pretomanid, linezolid and moxifloxacin. This has been adopted all over India now from Jan 1st, 2025. Okay. What is MDR TB? Resistance to isoniazid and rifampicin is called as MDR TB. Remember that. So N is done, National Health Programs. I think we have given a brief summary about all the programs. We have touched almost every program now. Now let us move to the alphabet O. O for occupational health. Let us see what to remember in this. A Factories Act was started in the year 1948. As per Factories Act, what is called as a factory? A place where 20 or more people are working without the use of power or without the electricity. And if a place there are 10 or more workers with the use of electricity or power is called as factory. As per Factories Act, minimum space required for a person to work in a factory is 500 cubic feet. Very important MCQ. Maximum work hours allowed is 48 hours per week. Second MCQ, maximum work hours including overtime. The answer is 60 hours per week. Okay. Now, please remember, maximum work hours 48 hours hai. It should not be more than 9 hours per day, not more than 9 hours per day. Okay. Next, please remember, as per Factories Act, children less than 14 years should not be employed. Less than 14 years not to be employed. Children in the age group of 14 to 18 years can be employed if they are having fitness certification from surgeon. Fitness certification from surgeon. Okay, remember this, very important. Then please remember, one safety officer should be available for every 1000 employees, one welfare officer for every 500 employees, one canteen facility for every 250 employees, and one crèche or daycare facility if there are 30 women employees. Please remember, as per Factories Act, there is no update on this norm. It is one crèche for 30 women employees. No changes in this. Okay. Next, moving ahead, next important is Employee State Insurance Act 1940. It is coming under Ministry of Labour. The chairperson for this would be Labour Union Minister. Contribution of employer is 3.25% of the total salary. Employee will contribute 0.75% of the total salary. It's like an insurance scheme where you keep paying the premium such that once you fall sick, you can avail certain benefits. And how much premium you will be paying? The employer, your owner of that factory or a restaurant or a theatre will be paying around 3.25% of your salary, whereas you will be contributing from your salary 0.75%. Please remember, people who are earning less than 21,000 rupees per month are eligible to enroll under ESI scheme. Okay. Now, what are the benefits we are getting under this? See here, first is medical benefit. Medical benefit is outpatient and inpatient services, free outpatient and free inpatient services are being available. Then we have got sickness benefit. What is sickness benefit? It is if you are suffering with some disease, you can take leave, you need not go to work. At that duration, for how much ever duration you are not going to work, you will be given 70% of your salary. This can be availed for a maximum of 91 days. Like for example, let us say I am having hepatitis A infection, I am diagnosed with jaundice, I am advised a 6 weeks of rest. Then I can stay back at home for 6 weeks, okay. For whole of this 6 weeks, I will not go to work, but at the same time, they will not give me zero salary, instead they will give me 70% of my salary. Okay. Then third important benefit we have got is extended sickness benefit. What is extended sickness benefit? इसमें 80% की सैलरी दी जाएगी. This will be given for a period of 2 years. So ESI ने क्या किया है, एक 34 हेल्थ कंडीशंस आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं. अगर आपकी डिसीज उस हेल्थ कंडीशन से मैच होती है तो आपको 80% सैलरी दिया जाएगा. आप 2 साल तक घर में बैठकर उस सैलरी को ले सकते हैं. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल, आपको लेटर से CABG प्रोसीजर किया गया है, वेर यू आर एडवाइज लेटर से rest for let us say some 5 to 6 months of duration, or let us suppose some major cancer has happened, you have done a surgery or you have been into chemotherapy where they are asking you to take rest or something like that. At that time what you can do, you can claim 80% of your salary. ये benefit आप 2 साल तक उठा सकते हैं provided if your condition matches with 34 identified diseases. Okay, next important is extended sickness benefit. Very important. This is sorry, extended sickness benefit is done, no? Okay, this has been repeated. We will change this. Next is enhanced sickness benefit actually. Okay, so we have to write it. What is this? This is nothing but enhanced sickness benefit. Enhanced sickness benefit कितना दिया जाएगा? This will be given full salary. Enhanced sickness benefit is 100% of the salary. This will be given for tubectomy. If a employee undergoes tubectomy, she can take rest for 14 days and take full salary. And if a male undergoes vasectomy, he can take rest for 7 days and claim full salary. Okay, so that is your enhanced sickness benefit. Next is disablement benefit. Disablement benefit क्या है? यहाँ पर 90% सैलरी दिया जाएगी. अगर temporary disability है तो until the disability lasts you will be given 90% of your salary. If it is a permanent disability, then you will be given lifelong pension. Understand this. Like for example, आप फैक्ट्री में वर्क कर रहे थे, okay? Unfortunately, आपका हाथ मशीन में चले गया, या फिर let us say what happened, there was a burns incident, or let us say you fell down and you had a fracture. Now you are having a temporary disability. तो temporary disability के टाइम पे आप घर पे रेस्ट लो, 90% सैलरी अवेल करो. This will be given until you recover from the disability. Let us suppose your disability is permanent, where your arm was amputated or you are having deafness or something like that. At that time, every month they are going to give you 90% of salary. This will be given lifelong until you are alive. That is lifelong pension. Okay. Next is dependence benefit. What is dependence benefit? 90% salary per month until the first child reaches 18 years of age. Okay. 90% salary benefit will be given until the first child reaches 18 years of age. What is the meaning of this? Let us suppose there is a ESI, there is a worker who is working in some restaurant or in a factory or something like that, and let us suppose unfortunately he died off. Okay. Now let us suppose he is survived by his 2 to 3 children who are less than 18 years of age. Now these children will be given, or their family will be given 90% salary every month until the first child reaches their 18 years of age. Okay. Next is very important maternity benefit. 100% salary will be given for a period of 26 weeks after delivery, and 100% salaries will be given for 6 weeks duration in case a woman has a miscarriage. Please remember, ये benefit 8 weeks prior to EDD can also be started, but whatever time you start, the whole duration that will be given is 26 weeks. Okay. Next, funeral expenses on death of ESI beneficiary, 15,000 Indian national rupees will be given so as to conduct funeral processions. So O is done. Next, coming to pneumoconiosis within occupational health chapter. Size of dust particle leading to pneumoconiosis, answer is 0.5 to 3 microns. Most common pneumoconiosis, answer is silicosis. Most common pneumoconiosis leading to death या फिर leading to disability, again the answer is silicosis. Bagasosis happens because of sugarcane dust, very important. In sugarcane dust, there will be a fungus called 𝗘𝗱𝗏𝗄𝗡 sachari. This fungus is responsible for bagasosis. Can we prevent bagasosis? Yes, by spraying 2% of propionic acid. It is a fungicide to prevent bagasosis. Okay, next. What is byssinosis? Byssinosis is because of exposure to cotton dust, very commonly seen in textile industry. Okay. Next is anthracosis. What is anthracosis? This is exposure to coal dust, very commonly seen in coal mines. Okay. Asbestosis is because of exposure to asbestos dust. Please remember, amphibole variety is very dangerous when compared to serpentine variety. And please remember, in asbestosis, we see ground glass opacities on chest X-ray. The second important point we should remember is base of the lung will be affected. Whereas in silicosis, upper lobes of the lung will be affected, base of lung or lower lobe. Whereas upper lobes of the lung are affected in silicosis. This is because of exposure to silica dust. Silica dust is seen very commonly in glass industry and also in construction industry. Okay. Please remember, in silicosis, chest X-ray will show no storm appearance. No storm appearance. Okay, very important. Next, after alphabet O, next is alphabet P. P for primary healthcare. One question, short, because you people are from foreign land. They expect you to know what is the healthcare delivery in our country also. So please remember, essential healthcare. What is the definition of primary healthcare? It is essential healthcare which is made universally accessible, acceptable to all the individuals and affordable. So what are the key terms? It is essential, it is accessible, it is acceptable, and it is affordable. Okay. There are 4 principles of primary healthcare. 101 times these questions have been asked. Kya hai 4 principles? One is equitable distribution, community participation, equitable distribution, community participation, intersectoral coordination, and appropriate technology. Okay, very important, do not forget this. Next, what are the elements of primary healthcare? There are 8 elements of primary healthcare. What are the 8 elements of primary healthcare to remember? Please remember, these include health education, okay. Next, second important, treatment of locally endemic diseases, treatment and prevention of locally endemic diseases, immunization services, maternal and child health including family planning, maternal and child health including family planning, next, please remember, treatment of common diseases and injuries, essential drug provision, nutrition provision, and lastly, safe water and basic sanitation. Safe water and basic sanitation. These are the 8 elements of primary healthcare. There are 4 principles and 8 elements. Please remember them very, very, very clearly for your upcoming exam. Many a times they have asked this, which among the following is not a principle, which among the following is a principle, is an element. That combinations have been many and they have asked it many a times. Okay. Next, coming to few more topics in that same chapter, subcenter. Please remember, one subcenter will cover a population of 5,000 in rural areas or in plains, whereas it will cover a population of 3,000 in tribal and hilly areas. Do we have subcenters in urban areas? The answer is no. There are no subcenters in urban areas. Okay. One subcenter will have ANM, which is also called as multi-purpose health worker female, auxiliary nurse midwife, and the second person who is working here is multi-purpose health worker male. Okay. Next, please remember there are 2 types of subcenters, type A subcenters, type B subcenters. Type A do not have any delivery facilities. whereas type B subcenters, there are delivery facilities. Okay. Next, please remember, subcenter, number of beds in a subcenter are 1 to 2. Number of beds in a subcenter are how many? 1 to 2. Please remember, I told you Ayushman Bharat program. So Ayushman Bharat program mein, now there is a plan to establish health and wellness centers in urban areas, which will cover a population of 15 to 20,000. Okay. So until now we don't have, but in future we may have subcenters in urban areas also. At that time, how much population they are going to cover? The answer is 15 to 20,000. Okay. So these are the basic level of healthcare. These are the primary units, and they are the first point of delivery care in India. And please remember, they provide primary level of healthcare. They provide primary level of healthcare. Anything which cannot be managed at subcenter will be referred to a primary health center. A primary health center will cover a population of 30,000 in rural areas. It will cover a population of 20,000 in tribal and hilly areas. It will cover a population of 50,000 in urban areas. Okay, very important. Next, please remember, यहाँ पर MBBS qualified medical officer की facility है. Mandatory person is MBBS qualified medical officer. Then you can even have one optional Ayush medical officer also. Ayush stands for Ayurvedic, Unani, Siddha and Homeopathy. So उस stream से भी एक medical officer हो सकता. That is desirable. But mandatory is MBBS qualified medical officer. Apart from that, we are going to have a big team here. We'll have a pharmacist, we'll have a lab technician, we'll have multi-purpose health workers, public health nurse. Then there is going to be health educators. Lot of people will be there. Ambulance hai to driver bhi hoga, clerk, peon, all these people will be there. Okay. Next, please remember 4 to 6 beds available होते हैं primary health center में. Okay. Next important point, 2 types of primary health centers है, type A and type B. Type A primary health centers will have less than 20 deliveries per month. This was MCQ recently. Type B will have more than or equal to 20 deliveries per month. Okay, very important, do not forget. Again, they also provide primary level of healthcare. Okay, next is community health center. Anything which cannot be managed at a primary health center will be referred to a community health center. It will cover a population of 80,000 in tribal areas, 1.2 lakh in rural areas, 2.5 lakh in non-metro cities, and 5 lakh in metro cities. Okay, next. Please remember, for the first time here, we have got specialist services available here. What kind of specialist will be here? Pediatrician, obstetrician, anesthetist, okay, and then we have got ophthalmologist, general medicine, general surgery, and a public health specialist. These are mandatory services. Okay, whenever, apart from specialist services, if there is a blood bank facility also, then it is called as a FRU. FRU stand for first referral unit. First referral unit. Okay, next, please remember, CHC will provide secondary level of healthcare. If anything cannot be managed at community health center, they will be referred to district hospitals or state medical colleges. Please remember, district hospital and state medical colleges will have super specialist services, like for example, cardiologist, cardiothoracic surgeon, a nephrologist, neurologist, all these kind of services will be available. They provide tertiary level of healthcare. Last point to end up this, how many beds are there in a community health center? If it is a non-FRU CHC, there will be 30 beds. If it is a FRU CHC, there will be 30 to 50 beds. And if it is a FRU UCHC, UCHC means Urban Community Health Center, it is going to have 50 to 100 beds. Okay, every point is an potent MCQ. Do not take any chances in this particular chapter. Next, moving ahead, हेल्थ पर्सनल कितने पॉपुलेशन के लिए क्या होना चाहिए? एक डॉक्टर शुड बी अवेलेबल फॉर एटलीस्ट 1000 पॉपुलेशन. In India, we are having one health worker for every 5,000 population in rural areas and 3,000 population in tribal and hilly areas. Pharmacists should ideally be available for 10,000 population. Urban social health activists, that is USHA, for 1,000 to 2,500 population. One ASHA worker is for every 1,000 population. No ambiguity here. Okay. Trained DAIs should be available for every one village, that is nothing but 1,000 population. Anganwadi worker for every 400 to 800. In case it's a tribal area, it can be as low as 300 also. One Mahila Arogya Samiti should be available for every 250 to 500 population. Okay. Next coming to the alphabet Q. Q for quarantine and isolation. Let us give a quick look at what is isolation and quarantine. Separation of cases or deceased people from the community is called as isolation. Separation of cases or deceased people from community is called as isolation. Next, please remember separation of healthy contacts. Remember the word is contact there. Healthy contact. He is not a healthy person, he is a healthy contact. What is the meaning of healthy contact? He has come in contact with a deceased person but still did not develop the disease. That is called as healthy contact. Okay. So, separation of healthy contacts from community is called as quarantine. Please remember isolation is done till period of infectivity. Isolation is done till period of infectivity, whereas quarantine is done till longest incubation period. Why should we do it till longest incubation period? Because incubation period is a time gap between entry of infectious agent and appearance of first clinical sign or symptom. So, we will know by the end of incubation period whether the person is going to develop the disease or not. Okay. Please remember quarantine in the history was first practiced for disease plague. First disease for which we did quarantine. At that time we didn't knew the concept of incubation period, etc. So, at that time we used to do quarantine for 40 days. Okay. Please remember isolation is secondary level of prevention. Why? Because here the person is already deceased, disease is present here, whereas quarantine is a primary level of prevention. Why it is primary level of prevention? क्योंकि यहाँ पर disease नहीं हुआ, risk factor है, तो risk factor present, disease absent is primary level. If disease is already present, then it becomes a secondary level of prevention. ठीक है, तो Q हो गया. Next है R. R से rule of halves. What is rule of halves telling us? It is for which disease? First important MCQ, it is for hypertension. What does rule of half tells us? It tells us that if you go to the community and record blood pressure of every individual in the community, you will get to know that half of the people are suffering with hypertension, whereas half of the people are normotensive, that is they have normal blood pressure. Now, if you take the people who are suffering with hypertension, only half of them are diagnosed, whereas the rest half are not even aware that they are suffering with hypertension. Okay. So, first half is diagnosed, the second half is undiagnosed. If I look at the people who are suffering or with hypertension and they are aware, that is they are diagnosed hypertensive, only half of them are taking the treatment, the rest half are not even taking the treatment. Among the people who are taking the treatment, we found that only half of them are adequately taking the treatment. What is the meaning of adequate treatment? It means that they are taking the BP tablet and their blood pressure is under control. Okay. What is the blood pressure under control mean? Less than 140/90 mm of Hg. It should be less than that. Then only we call it as controlled blood pressure or adequately treated blood pressure. Okay. So, they can give you this as an image based MCQ. See here. 1 denotes whole community, 2 denotes hypertensive subjects. What is the meaning of hypertensive subjects? Half of them are hypertensive. Out of the people who are hypertensive, half of them are diagnosed hypertensive, whereas out of them diagnosed and treated, and out of the people who are treated, only half of them are adequately treated hypertensives. Very, very important. This has come as an image based MCQ. This has also come as a what you call concept oriented MCQ. So, please remember rule of halves, very important. Next, after learning about this, next let us quickly have this look at image based MCQs. This is nothing but Herpenden skin calipers. Herpenden skin calipers is used for measuring skin fold thickness. It is used to measure skin fold thickness. Okay, it is used to measure skin fold thickness. Then sometimes they'll ask you what is the site where we can measure the skin fold thickness. Please remember the sites are triceps, biceps, suprailiac and subscapular. Okay. Next, if they ask you which is the most common site, answer is triceps. Okay. Next, sometimes they'll give you this image based question and they'll ask you what is this suggesting. It is suggesting tracking of blood pressure. What is the meaning of tracking of blood pressure? Okay, the tracking of blood pressure is nothing but it is telling us that people, okay, if blood pressure is normal in early ages of life, if blood pressure is normal in early ages of life, it continues as normal blood pressure in adult ages. Okay, it continues as normal blood pressure in adult ages. Next, if blood pressure is raised in early ages, if blood pressure is raised in early ages of life, it continues as raised blood pressure in adult ages. If blood pressure is raised in early ages of life, it continues as raised blood pressure in adult ages. Okay, what is it telling us? It tells us that if you are going to school and if you are screening the children for hypertension, and if you find some children having raised blood pressure, let us say 130, 125, like that, raised blood pressure, then these children in adult ages are also going to have raised blood pressures. Children who are having normal blood pressure in early ages, they are going to have normal blood pressure as they progress later on in their life also. Okay, please remember, because this is like a way of early diagnosis or a screening, hence it is considered as secondary level of prevention. So tracking of blood pressure is what level of prevention? Answer is it's a secondary level of prevention. Second important point, it is a example of screening or it's a type of screening. It is a type of screening. Okay, next, after talking about alphabet R, next is alphabet S. S for sustainable development goals, S for screening chapter also we'll look into. So we know that goal number 3, okay, sustainable development goal number 3 is associated with health, that is healthy living and well-being at all ages, healthy living and well-being at all ages of life. Please remember, in this we have got some 9 sub-goals. They can ask you about goal number 3.1. Goal number 3.1 stands for reduction of MMR to less than 70 per 1 lakh live births. This I have already told you. Then second one, goal number 3.2. What is goal number 3.2? Reduce under 5 mortality rate and neonatal mortality rate. I think I have already mentioned under 5 mortality rate less than 25 and neonatal mortality rate to less than 12. This is per 1000 live births. Okay. Next, goal number 3.3 is focusing on ending the epidemics of TB, HIV and AIDS. 3.4 is focusing on reducing premature mortality due to non-communicable diseases. Okay, very important. 3.6 focusing on reducing deaths due to road traffic accident. One MCQ that was asked previously, PYQ, sustainable development goals को कौन frame करता है? Answer is United Nations frame the sustainable development goals. Sustainable development goals are framed by United Nations. Okay, who will provide the technical training, financial grants, etc.? The answer is United Nations Development Program. Next, moving ahead, coming to screening chapter, very important, they can ask you. Next, see here, concept of lead time. Concept of lead time, there will be a point in our life where the disease will start in our body. Like for example, लेट अस सपोज 10 years डाउन द लाइन आई हैव टू सफ़र विद डायबिटीज़, दैट मीन्स आज से मेरे बॉडी में कुछ चेंजेस शुरू हो जाएंगे, ऑनसेट ऑफ डिसीज़, ठीक है। तो ये कैसे चेंजेस होंगे, मिनिमल व्हाट यू कॉल बीटा सेल डिस्ट्रक्शन हो सकता है, या फिर बीटा सेल का नॉन फंक्शनिंग हो सकता है, या इंसुलिन रेसिस्टेंस हो सकता है, कुछ ना कुछ चेंज होगा, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज व्हाट पॉइंट, दैट्स कॉल्ड एज ऑनसेट ऑफ डिसीज। ओके, नाउ दिस will continue till a point will come where you can detect the disease, that is called as first possible detection. What is the meaning of this? इसका मतलब ये है कि अभी मेरे में साइंस एंड सिम्टम्स नहीं आए, पर अगर मैं एक छोटा सा स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट करूँगी तो मुझे उसका व्हाट यू कॉल उस डिसीज़ के कुछ ना कुछ ट्रेसेस मिल जाएंगे, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज व्हाट फर्स्ट पॉसिबल डिटेक्शन। ओके, नेक्स्ट दिस पॉइंट विल कंटिन्यू till a final critical point will come where you will be able to do a screening test and identify the disease, ठीक है। इस final critical point हो जाने के बाद there will be signs and symptoms where you will be able to diagnose the disease, where everybody will be able to diagnose, that is called as usual time of diagnosis, ठीक है। Are you understanding this? What am I telling you? कि एक पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम होता है जहाँ पर डिसीज़ स्टार्ट होता है बॉडी में, ठीक है, दैट्स कॉल्ड एज ऑनसेट ऑफ डिसीज़। फिर दिस विल कंटिन्यू, दिस बायोकेमिकल चेंजेस विल कंटिन्यू इन माई बॉडी, वेयर ए पॉइंट विल रीच वेयर इफ आई डू सम स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट आई विल बी एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई द डिसीज, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज व्हाट फर्स्ट पॉसिबल डिटेक्शन पॉइंट, ठीक है। ये फर्स्ट पॉसिबल डिटेक्शन पॉइंट से कुछ दिन वो साइंस कुछ दिन वो बायोकेमिकल चेंजेस या लैबोरेटरी पैरामीटर्स रेज्ड होना, ये सब कंटिन्यू होगा। एक पॉइंट आएगा जब वो बंद हो जाएगा और आपको साइंस एंड सिम्टम्स नज़र आना शुरू होंगे, दैट पॉइंट वेयर यू विल बी एबल टू सी साइंस एंड सिम्टम्स, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज यूजुअल टाइम ऑफ डायग्नोसिस। ओके, नाउ सी हियर द टाइम गैप बिटवीन फर्स्ट पॉसिबल डिटेक्शन टू फाइनल क्रिटिकल पॉइंट इज कॉल्ड एज स्क्रीनिंग टाइम। व्हाट इज स्क्रीनिंग टाइम? यहाँ पर कभी भी आप स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट करके डिसीज़ को आइडेंटिफाई कर सकोगे, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज व्हाट screening time. Okay, so please remember what is screening time. It is the time gap between first possible detection to final critical point. Okay, अगर आप स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट करके डिसीज़ को अर्ली आइडेंटिफाई करते हो तो आपको एक्स्ट्रा टाइम मिलेगा टू ट्रीट द डिसीज़। दिस एक्स्ट्रा टाइम विच यू गेट टू ट्रीट द डिसीज़ इज कॉल्ड एज व्हाट? इट इज़ कॉल्ड एज लीड टाइम। ओके, सो लीड टाइम इज नथिंग बट व्हाट? टाइम गैप बिटवीन फर्स्ट पॉसिबल डिटेक्शन and usual time of diagnosis. I'm sorry. Time gap between first possible detection and usual time of diagnosis. Okay, so this is called as what? This is called as lead time. Screening time है, lead time है। Screening time क्या है? It is the time gap between first possible detection to final critical point. Time gap between first possible detection to usual time of diagnosis is called as what? इट इज़ कॉल्ड एज लीड टाइम, ठीक है। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बहुत सारे बार एक वन लाइनर की तरह पूछा गया है, आगे चलकर भी आ सकता है एग्जाम में। ओके, नाउ मूविंग अहेड लेट अस लुक एट मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट जहाँ पर आपके प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड एमसीक्यूज आ सकते हैं। व्हाट इज दिस? सेंसिटिविटी, स्पेसिफिसिटी, पॉजिटिव प्रेडिक्टिव वैल्यू एंड नेगेटिव प्रेडिक्टिव वैल्यू। यहाँ पर आपको प्रॉब्लम बेस्ड एमसीक्यू भी पूछा जा सकता है या फिर डायरेक्टली आपको न्यूमरेटर डिनोमिनेटर भी पूछा जा सकता है। ओके, सो व्हाट इज सेंसिटिविटी? It is ability of a test to detect true positives from disease positives. Ability of a test to detect true positives from disease positives. What is specificity? It is ability of a test to detect true negatives from disease negatives. Next, what is positive predictive value? It is ability of a test to detect true positives from test positives. Whereas, what is negative predictive value? It is ability of a test to detect true negatives. Ability of a test to detect true negatives from test negatives. तो 4 थिंग है हमको याद रखने के लिए, सेंसिटिविटी, स्पेसिफिसिटी, पॉजिटिव प्रेडिक्टिव वैल्यू एंड नेगेटिव प्रेडिक्टिव वैल्यू. Sensitivity is ability of a test to detect true positives from disease positives. Ability of a test to detect true negatives from disease negatives is called as specificity. And ability of a test to detect true positives from test positives, positive predictive value. And ability of a test to detect true negatives from test negatives is called as negative predictive value. Okay? Now see here, a 2 by 2 table is there. Here there would be disease positive, disease negative. This is going to be test positives and test negatives. Okay. If a person is having the disease and his test is also able to show that, then it is called as true positives. If a person is having the disease but the test is not able to pick it up, then it is called as false negatives. If a person does not have the disease but test is showing a positive results, then it is called false positive. If a person is not having the disease and his test is also showing that he is not having the disease, then it is called as true negative. Okay. Now see here. What is sensitivity? True positives divided by true positive plus false negative. Okay. True positives divided by true positives plus false negative. Next, specificity. What is specificity? It is nothing but true negatives divided by false positive plus true negatives. Okay, so this one can be multiplied by 100, remember that. What's the formula for positive predictive value? It is nothing but true positives divided by true positives plus false positive multiplied by 100, whereas negative predictive value is true negative divided by false negative plus true negatives into 100. Many a times they have asked this question, what is the numerator, what is the denominator of positive predictive, negative predictive, sensitivity and specificity. तो याद रखना कि sensitivity में true positives from disease positives पता करेंगे, specificity में true negatives from disease negatives पता करेंगे, positive predictive value में true positives from test positives पता करेंगे and negative predictive value में true negatives from test negatives पता करेंगे. ठीक है, किसी भी प्रकार का क्वेश्चन आ जाए इसमें प्लीज़ मिस्टेक नहीं करना है, 1 मार्क नहीं लूज करना है. ओके, नेक्स्ट मूविंग अहेड. तो वी हैव दिस वन मोर कॉन्सेप्ट, स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट इन सीरीज एंड स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट इन पैरेलल. तो आपको पता है ना टेस्ट सीरीज का मतलब क्या है, वन आफ्टर अदर. एंड व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ पैरेलल? पैरेलल मीन्स नथिंग बट साइमल्टेनियसली. ओके, रिमेंबर दिस 2 words. Screening test in series, one after the other. Screening test in parallel, what is the meaning of parallel? It is simultaneously. Okay, now see here. Whenever we do a screening test in series, true positives will decrease. Whereas, if we do screening test in parallel, true positives will increase. Okay, ये याद रखना है कि जब भी आप एक के बाद एक टेस्ट करोगे तो ट्रू पॉजिटिव्स डिप हो जाएंगे, कम हो जाएंगे. Whereas, अगर आप बहुत से टेस्ट एक साथ करते हो तो ट्रू पॉजिटिव्स बढ़ जाएंगे, ट्रू पॉजिटिव्स विल इंक्रीज. नाउ वंस ट्रू पॉजिटिव्स डिक्रीज, सेंसिटिविटी विल डिक्रीज एंड वंस सेंसिटिविटी डिक्रीजेस, नेगेटिव प्रिडिक्टिव वैल्यू विल ऑल्सो डिक्रीज. वेराज जब भी सेंसिटिविटी गिरती है तो स्पेसिफिसिटी बढ़ती है और पॉजिटिव प्रिडिक्टिव वैल्यू बढ़ जाएगी. वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ये कॉन्सेप्ट ओरिएंटेड क्वेश्चन है, प्लीज़ इसे याद रखना है कि सीरीज जब होता है तो क्या होता है, ट्रू पॉजिटिव्स कम हो जाते हैं. जब भी ट्रू पॉजिटिव्स कम हो जाएंगे तो सेंसिटिविटी घट जाएगी, सेंसिटिविटी घटेगी तो नेगेटिव प्रिडिक्टिव वैल्यू भी घटेगी. पर इसका एकदम ऑपोजिट चेंज हमको स्पेसिफिसिटी एंड पॉजिटिव प्रिडिक्टिव वैल्यू में नजर आएगा. ठीक है, लाइकवाइज नाउ सी हियर एग्जैक्ट ऑपोजिट चेंज. whenever we do screening test in parallel, true positives are increasing. तो जब true positives बढ़ेंगे तो sensitivity बढ़ेगी, जब sensitivity बढ़ेगी तो negative predictive value बढ़ेगी. पर क्या कम हो जाएंगे, स्पेसिफिसिटी एंड पॉजिटिव प्रिडिक्टिव वैल्यू विल डिक्रीज. ओके, तो ये क्वेश्चन ना बहुत से बार एक वन लाइनर की तरह दिया गया है कि विच अमॉन्ग द फॉलोइंग इज अ ट्रू स्टेटमेंट और अ फॉल्स स्टेटमेंट व्हेन स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट इज अप्लाइड इन सीरीज एंड पैरेलल. ओके, सो व्हेन स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट इज अप्लाइड इन सीरीज, प्लीज रिमेंबर ट्रू पॉजिटिव्स विल डिक्रीज. व्हेन स्क्रीनिंग टेस्ट इज अप्लाइड इन पैरेलल, ट्रू पॉजिटिव्स विल इंक्रीज. ओके, नेक्स्ट मूविंग अहेड. कमिंग टू टी, अल्फ़ाबेट टी पे आ चुके हैं हम, दैट इज़ टूल्स इन एपिडेमियोलॉजी. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है रेट, रेशियो, प्रपोर्शन. वन MCQ कैन बी एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रॉम दिस एरिया. व्हाट इज़ अ रेट? रेट इज़ नथिंग बट trend of event over a period of time. What is ratio? It is relationship between two variables, relationship between two unrelated variables. Okay, next, what is proportion? Expressing something in percentage is called as proportion. Okay, now please remember, rate will have numerator, rate is going to have a denominator, numerator, denominator, time specifier and a multiplier. Rate is going to have a numerator, denominator, time specifier and a multiplier. And what does the rule say? Rule says that numerator is part of denominator. Rule says numerator is part of denominator. ठीक है. Next होता है ratio. What is ratio? Ratio में होते हैं numerator, denominator, time specifier and multiplier may or may not be present, but numerator and denominator are mandatory. Please remember here, very important, numerator is not part of denominator. Numerator is not a part of denominator. Next आता है proportion. Proportion will also have a numerator. Proportion will have a denominator. Proportion will have a time specifier and a multiplier. Please remember here also numerator is part of denominator. And how will we differentiate rate from proportion? Multiplier is always 100 in proportion. Multiplier is always 100 in proportion. Okay, very important. Okay, now याद रखना examples. Crude birth rate is a rate. Crude death rate is a rate. Infant mortality rate is a rate. Okay, neonatal mortality rate is a rate. All these are examples of rate. Examples of proportion include maternal mortality ratio. ठीक है, तो किसी ने पूछा था ना स्टार्टिंग में मैडम maternal mortality ratio और रेट में डिफरेंस क्या है? रेशियो में न्यूमरेटर अलग है, डिनोमिनेटर अलग है, जैसे नंबर ऑफ मैटरनल डेथ्स डिवाइडेड बाय नंबर ऑफ लाइफ बर्थ्स. Whereas in maternal mortality rate numerator will be a part of denominator. तो क्या है वहाँ पर? Total number of maternal deaths divided by total number of women in the reproductive age group. ठीक है. Next, second example is sex ratio. Then another example we have got is dependency ratio. All these are examples of ratio. Then if you look at the examples of proportion, these includes your case fatality rate. Please याद रखो, case fatality rate name बता रहा है कि rate है, but in reality it is what? It is a proportion. So case fatality rate is not a rate, it is a proportion. Okay. Next is proportional mortality rate. Proportional mortality rate is also a proportion. Proportional mortality rate is also a proportion. Okay. Next, please यहीं पर याद रखना, incidence of a disease is a rate, whereas prevalence of the disease is a proportion. Important MCQ. Incidence of a disease is nothing but total number of new cases divided by total population at risk multiplied by 1000. Incidence is given by the formula total number of new cases divided by total population at risk multiplied by 1000. Incidence of a disease is a rate. Okay. Whereas what is prevalence? Prevalence is nothing but total cases, that is old cases as well as new cases divided by population at risk multiplied by 100. So prevalence is nothing but a proportion because multiplier is 100, whereas incidence is nothing but an example of rate. Okay. So I think more or less this sums up. Very important, do not forget this. एक बार quick recap करते हैं definitions का, क्योंकि sometimes some simple question can also come up. What is an epidemic? Sudden increase in number of cases. Sudden increase in number of cases as compared to last 2 to 3 years data. Last 2 to 3 years data. Please remember how much more it should be. It should be at least more than 80% of expected frequency या फिर more than mean plus 2 standard deviations. Okay. Next, what is pandemic? It is an epidemic involving 2 WHO regions. So there are 6 WHO regions. Any 2 WHO region involvement is called as pandemic. Next, what is holoendemic? Holoendemic is nothing but endemicity seen in children. Endemicity seen in children. What is the meaning of endemicity? Endemicity का मतलब है constant occurrence of disease in a given area. Constant presence of disease in a given area is called as endemic disease. Constant presence of disease in a given area. Like for example, malaria is endemic in India. Tuberculosis is endemic in India. जब भी constantly presence होता है तो उसे endemic कहते हैं. और अगर ये endemicity children में ज़्यादा दिख रही है तो हम उसे holoendemic कहेंगे. Okay. Next is hyperendemic. What is hyperendemic? It is endemicity across all age groups. So if in all age groups we are seeing across all the age groups, then we call it as hyperendemic. Then what is the definition of incubation period? It is the time gap between entry of infectious agent, time gap between entry of infectious agent and appearance of first clinical sign or symptom. And appearance of first clinical sign or symptom. That is called as incubation period. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट है जनरेशन टाइम. जनरेशन टाइम क्या है? ये सिमिलर टू इंक्यूबेशन पीरियड होता है, बट इसका डेफिनेशन क्या है? इट इज़ टाइम गैप बिटवीन एंट्री ऑफ इन्फेक्शियस एजेंट, टाइम गैप बिटवीन एंट्री ऑफ इन्फेक्शियस एजेंट एंड मैक्सिमल इन्फेक्टिविटी ऑफ द होस्ट. तो जब होस्ट मैक्सिमम इन्फेक्शन पॉइंट पे होता है, देन इट इज़ कॉल्ड एज जनरेशन टाइम. What is serial interval? Serial interval is nothing but time gap between primary case and a secondary case. Time gap between primary and secondary case. What is a primary case? First case that occurs in the community. First case of a disease. First case of a disease in community is called as primary case. What is a secondary case? Secondary case is nothing but all cases that develop after exposure to primary case is called as secondary cases. Okay? What is an index case? First case that comes to the notice of investigator या फिर researcher या फिर medical officer या फिर healthcare system. First case that comes to the notice of healthcare system is called as index case. An index case can be a primary case, can be a secondary case. Okay. Next, what's the last definition? Latent period. It is time gap between onset of disease and appearance of sign and symptom. Please remember, latent period is equal to incubation period. Only difference is latent period term is used for non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, etc. Whereas incubation period is used for communicable diseases like for example tuberculosis, malaria, leprosy, chikungunya, etc. ठीक है. तो दोनों का मतलब सेम है, लेकिन हम कहाँ यूज़ करते हैं उस पर डिपेंड करता है कि वो लेटेंट पीरियड बनेगा या इंक्यूबेशन पीरियड बनेगा. ओके. नेक्स्ट, मूविंग अहेड. नेक्स्ट, कमिंग टू अल्फाबेट यू अपडेट्स. एज आई टोल्ड यू, निक्षय पोषण योजना 1000 INR पर मंथ फॉर न्यूट्रिशनल सपोर्ट. नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन का नया नाम है PM समग्र स्वास्थ्य मिशन. ये नाम बहुत पहले दिया गया बट पिकअप नहीं हुआ, इसीलिए हम उसे फिर भी नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन ही बोलते हैं. ठीक है. So, though the name was started with a good intention, it did not click well with the public. The public still are not using PM समग्र स्वास्थ्य मिशन. Instead, हम लोग ना नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन ही बोल रहे हैं उसे. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट है अमृत. अगेन, एग्जाम में क्या मैम स्पेलिंग्स भी पढ़ना ज़रूरी है? जी हाँ, क्योंकि वो आपको 1 मार्क कॉस्ट कर सकता है. तो 149 और 150 में बहुत सा डिफरेंस है. 6 मंथ्स का डिफरेंस है, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. तो प्लीज़ बी वेरी अटेंटिव व्हेन यू आर गिविंग द एग्जाम. अमृत H If it is present, then it is nothing but antimicrobial resistance intervention for total health. Okay, whereas Amrit, what did I told you? It is affordable medicines and reliable implants for treatment. Okay, now here what are we doing? We are having a ban on the sale of over-the-counter antibiotics. Okay, so ban on the sale of over-the-counter antibiotics, meaning to say antimicrobial resistance कम करने के लिए, super bugs की what they call control में रखने के लिए, we have started this newer initiative where without the prescription of a medical officer or a MBBS qualified medical officer, you are not, the pharmacist is not supposed to give any kind of antibiotics. Okay, next. We are focusing on fixed monthly incentive of 2,000 rupees for ASHA along with performance based incentives. So when ASHA cadre was started in the year 2005, at that time we were just giving her a honorarium based pay. Honorarium based pay ka matlab, whenever she does some work, to that work only we were giving some incentive. Like for example, if she accompanies a woman to a hospital and has a safe delivery, she will be given a 600 rupees incentive. So aisa we were doing, but now we have moved towards a concept of giving her a monthly pay, that is 2,000 rupees of fixed pay. Along with it, we are even giving her performance based incentives. Okay. Some quick points about ASHA worker. Let us quickly tell me about that. ASHA worker should be a woman only. She should be local of the village. She should be in the age group of 25 to 45 years. She should be having a minimum qualification of 10th standard. She can be a married woman or a divorced or a widow woman. She should have at least 2 to 3 living child. She should have this good communication skill and leadership qualities such that she can motivate the women in the area or the people in the area. She is a part of village health sanitation committee. It is her duty to ensure there is no open air defecation in her village. Okay? Now, one ASHA will cover 1,000 population. Please remember this very important point. And what are the works we are expecting from ASHA? Please remember, ASHA was started with base intention that she will accompany the pregnant woman for safe institutional delivery. Second important thing, she can be used for nutrition education. She will be conducting this village health nutrition days in collaboration with Anganwadi workers. Then apart from that, what are the other works? She can be a what do you call motivation, encouraged for vaccination or motivator for vaccination. She can be what do you call identify the children who are having some high risk diseases. Like for example, she can classify a child having diarrhea, or if she spots anyone having diarrhea or pneumonia in under 5, she can refer them to a primary health center or sub-center, or even escort them to a primary health center or sub-center. She can be a depot holder for 3 important things. One is ORS, another is IFA tablets, iron folic acid tablets, and another important thing is she can be a depot holder for this contraceptive, that is Mala N and Easy Pill. Okay. Next, apart from that, please remember she can do home delivery of contraceptives, male condoms, oral contraceptive pills and Easy Pill. And apart from that, what are the other works we are making her do? We are using her in active surveillance of leprosy. We are using her in active surveillance of tuberculosis. Apart from that, COVID-19 ke time pe bhi we have used her for active surveillance for COVID-19. Okay. So these are the other works of ASHA worker. ASHA stands for Accredited Social Health Activist. ASHA की बहन है उषा. अगर आशा अर्बन वर्ग एरिया में वर्क कर रही है तो हम उसे उषा कहेंगे. उषा will cover a population of 1,000 to 2,500. Okay. So I'm hoping all good in this area. Next, coming to other updates, as I told you, आयुष्मान भारत PMJ में एक और अपडेट है. What is that? आयुष्मान वे वंदना योजना. इसमें हमने क्या कहा, जो भी 70 years के above senior citizens है उनको 5 lakh इंश्योरेंस कवरेज पर सीनियर सिटीजन दिया जाएगा. ठीक है. So what is that we are telling? 5 lakh insurance coverage per family is Ayushman Bharat program. That is our प्रधानमंत्री जन आरोग्य योजना. इस प्रोग्राम में एक सब कॉम्पोनेंट लाया गया है जहां पर सीनियर सिटीजन्स को बेनिफिट दिया जा रहा है. That is nothing but your Ayushman वे वंदना योजना, where senior citizens more than 70 years of age can avail free services in hospitals, having a claim of almost 5 lakh coverage per person. It is not per family, it is per senior citizen. Okay. So, and it is one more important part about this is it has no capping on what do you call poverty line. So, ये APL families को भी applicable है, BPL families को भी applicable है. Whereas the original program where it was giving coverage only to BPL families. Okay. So, remember this Ayushman वे वंदना योजना. Then WHO certified India as trachoma free in 2024. NTEP में हमने 4 drugs का ये भी मैंने बता दिया है. That's pedaquilin, pretomanid, linezolid and moxifloxacin. Okay. Next important is tools. I think tools is done, no? Okay. यू में अपडेट्स ही है आई थिंक वन मोर, that is sub centers will be renamed as Ayushman Mandirs. I already told you this, that is health and wellness centers. Then urban areas, I told you, no, there is one concept, we want to bring sub centers in urban areas also, where they will cover 15,000 to 20,000 population. Okay. Next, another important POSHAN tracker we are trying to install. This is a mobile app for identification of wasting, stunting and underweight. This is going to act as job aid for Anganwadi workers. Okay, so this is going to act as what? It's going to act as job aid for Anganwadi workers. Next, U is done. Very, very important pediatric point of view, SPM point of view. As such, whenever you have child in your own life later on, you should know this very accurately क्योंकि आपके बच्चों को भी टीका लगवाना है. ठीक है, तो क्या है टीका and what is this national immunization schedule? Let us quickly have a look. प्लीज़ रिमेंबर, ये एक शेड्यूल ऐसा है जो यूनिफॉर्म है थ्रू आउट द कंट्री. जम्मू एंड कश्मीर से केरला, गुजरात से मेघालय, जहाँ भी जाओ इट्स यूनिफॉर्म. What are we doing this? At birth, we are giving BCG vaccine, OPV vaccine and hepatitis B vaccine. Please remember, these are called as birth doses or 0 doses of vaccine. Birth or 0 doses of vaccine. ठीक है. Next, at 6 weeks of age, pentavalent का first dose लगेगा. Pentavalent के components क्या है? डिप्थीरिया, पर्टुसिस, टेटनस, हेपेटाइटिस बी एंड हीमोफिलस इन्फ्लुएंजा बी. 5 वैक्सीन को मिलाकर एक वैक्सीन बनाया गया है जिसका नाम होता है पेंटावेलेंट. ठीक है, उसका फर्स्ट डोज 6 हफ्ते पे लगेगा. फिर उसके साथ साथ OPV का फर्स्ट डोज लगाएंगे. ओके, so we are giving OPV first dose, then we are giving rotavirus first dose, we are giving IPV fractional IPV first dose and we are also giving PCV first dose. ठीक है, तो बहुत सारे बार ये क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है, मैम ओरल पोलियो एक लाइव वायरस वैक्सीन है, IVPV एक किल्ड वैक्सीन है, हम लाइव और किल्ड दोनों एक साथ क्यों दे रहे हैं? तो प्लीज़ रिमेंबर, ओरल पोलियो वैक्सीन विल हेल्प इन जनरेटिंग ह्यूमोरल इम्यूनिटी, whereas IPV will help in generating cell mediated immunity. Now one more point is, because हम already eliminate कर चुके हैं, तो now is the point we should transit from oral live to a killed form. But because हमारे neighboring countries still report कर रहे हैं cases of polio, so to combat that we are still giving live vaccine. So someday, maybe in 3 to 4 years down the line, we are going to completely stop oral polio and completely shift towards IPV like any developed nation. Okay. Next, coming to 10th week, after 6 weeks, you have to call the child back at 10 weeks. At 10 weeks, what are we going to give? We are going to give pentavalent second dose, OPV second dose and Rota second dose. Okay. Next, please remember, 14 weeks पे हम third dose of pentavalent लगाएंगे, OPV का third dose लगाएंगे, रोटा वायरस का third dose लगाएंगे, फ्रैक्शनल IPV का सेकेंड डोज लगाएंगे, PCV का सेकेंड डोज लगवाएंगे. ठीक है, कमिंग टू सम बेसिक पॉइंट्स. BCG इज गिवन बाय इंट्राडर्मल रूट, OPV इज गिवन बाय ओरल रूट, हेपेटाइटिस बी अगेन बाय इंट्रामस्कुलर रूट. जो भी इंट्रामस्कुलर वैक्सीन है बच्चों को एंटीरोलेटरल पार्ट ऑफ मिड थाई रीजन पे लगेंगे, ग्लूटियल रीजन पे कभी नहीं देंगे. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, पेंटावेलेंट भी एंटीरोलेटरल पार्ट ऑफ थाई पे ही लगेगा. रोटा वायरस वैक्सीन ओरल फॉर्म में आता है, उसे ड्रॉप्स की तरह दिया जाएगा. फ्रैक्शनल IPV वैक्सीन को इंट्राडर्मल रूट से दिया जाता है. देन PCV वैक्सीन, हाउ डू वी गिव PCV वैक्सीन? अगेन दैट्स गिवन बाय इंट्रामस्कुलर रूट. ओके. नेक्स्ट, कमिंग टू 9 to 12 months of age, here we give measles rubella first dose, JE first dose, PCV booster, फ्रैक्शनल IPV थर्ड डोज भी बोल सकते हैं या बूस्टर भी बोल सकते हैं. दैट इज़ व्हाट वी आर डूइंग एट 9 to 12 months of age. प्लीज़ रिमेंबर, MR वैक्सीन सबक्यूटेनियस रूट पे लगती है. इट इज़ गिवन ऑन राइट अपर आर्म. जापानीज एनकेफ्लाइटिस, इससे पहले हम लाइव वैक्सीन देते थे, अभी हमने थ्रू आउट इंडिया शिफ्ट कर दिया है. नाउ वी आर गिविंग अ किल्ड वायरस वैक्सीन विच इज़ गिवन बाय इंट्रामस्कुलर रूट. नेक्स्ट, एट 16 to 24 months of age, MR second dose, JE second dose, DPT booster, OPV booster is given. Then please remember, at 5 to 6 years of age, we are giving DPT booster. At 10 years of age, we are giving tetanus diphtheria. At 16 years, we are giving tetanus diphtheria. Apart from this, pregnant women को भी cover किया जा रहा है, जिसके बारे में I have already told you. Pregnant women are given 2 doses of tetanus diphtheria, 1 dose as early as possible, second dose 4 weeks afterwards. ठीक है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, एक और प्लान है, दैट इज़ नथिंग बट सेरावैक बोलकर एक वैक्सीन लॉन्च किया है इंडिया ने. ये एक वैक्सीन है टू प्रिवेंट सर्वाइकल कैंसर. इट्स अ क्वाड्रीवेलेंट वैक्सीन विच हैज़ व्हाट यू कॉल इफेक्टिव अगेंस्ट HPV 6, 11, 16 एंड 18. ठीक है, तो इसको फेज वाइज लॉन्च करने का प्लान है टू स्कूल एज एडोलेसेंट गर्ल्स. स्कूल गोइंग एडोलेसेंट गर्ल्स को कवर करेंगे हम इसमें. 2 doses will be given 6 months apart. Okay, Ceravac. Very, very important नेशनल इम्यूनाइजेशन शेड्यूल. इवन if I wake you up from sleep you should be able to tell. इसके साथ हमेशा याद रखना कि विटामिन ए प्रोफाइलैक्सिस प्रोग्राम भी इसी के साथ हम इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, जिसके बारे में मैंने स्टार्टिंग ऑफ द वीडियो में ही बता दिया है. ठीक है. नेक्स्ट, coming to routes administration, I think this also I have covered. Please look at the adverse effects and maximum age. BCG can be given maximum till 1 year of age. OPV birth dose 15 दिन तक दे सकते हैं maximum. हेपेटाइटिस बी का मैक्सिमम एज, वो भी बर्थ डोज के बारे में बोल रही हूँ, इट इज़ स्टिल 24 आवर्स. पेंटावेलेंट मैक्सिमम एज इज़ 1 year. रोटा वायरस 1 year. PCV कैन बी गिवन इवन आफ्टर 1 year. देन प्लीज़ रिमेंबर फ्रैक्शनल IPV का मैक्सिमम एज भी 1 year है. OPV वैक्सीन मैक्सिमम 5 साल तक लगा सकते हैं. DPT की वैक्सीन मैक्सिमम 7 साल तक लगा सकते हैं. एंड प्लीज़ रिमेंबर जापानीज एनकेफ्लाइटिस की वैक्सीन 15 years तक लगा सकते हैं. MR ऑल्सो कैन बी गिवन मैक्सिमम टिल 5 years of age. Please remember, intussusception is an adverse effect of rotavirus vaccine. Toxic shock syndrome is a side effect of measles rubella or adverse event of measles rubella vaccine. Then lymphadenitis, osteitis are side effects or adverse events of BCG vaccine. Hypotensive hyporesponse episode, inconsolable cry, these are the side effects of pentavalent vaccines. Okay. Next, moving ahead, थोड़े स्ट्रेन्स देख लेते हैं. JE लाइव इज मेड अप ऑफ SA1414 2 strain. येलो फीवर इज मेड अप ऑफ 17D strain. मीजल्स वैक्सीन इज प्रिपेयर्ड बाय यूजिंग Edmonston-Zagreb strain. या फिर we can even use Schwartz strain also to prepare it. Mumps vaccine is prepared by using Gerry-Lin strain. Rubella vaccine is prepared by using RA27/3 strain. BCG vaccine is prepared by using Danish 1331 strain. OPV vaccine P1 and P3, very important MCQ. IPV P1, P2, P3. JE killed can be prepared by using Nakayama strain, or we can even use Kolar strain. Okay. Mosquirix vaccine is prepared by using RTS-S strain. Okay. Next, adjuvant क्या है? Adjuvant is something which will enhance the immune response. That is nothing but aluminium phosphate and aluminium hydroxide in DPT vaccine. What are antibiotics? Antibiotics are something which will prevent the bacterial contamination of vaccine. This include your neomycin in MMR and IPV, kanamycin in measles. Coming to preservatives, preservatives are the ones which will inactivate the viruses, detoxify the toxins. Thimerosal is an example of preservative. स्टेबलाइजर्स इंक्लूड योर मैग्नीशियम क्लोराइड इन OPV वैक्सीन. तो प्लीज़ याद रखना, DPT में बहुत 2 भी है, एक एडजुवेंट भी है, एक प्रिजर्वेटिव भी है. अल्यूमिनियम हाइड्रोक्साइड एडजुवेंट की तरह एक्ट करेगा, थायोमर्सल एक प्रिजर्वेटिव की तरह या एक्ट करेगा, whereas मैग्नीशियम क्लोराइड इन OPV विल एक्ट लाइक अ स्टेबलाइजर. नेक्स्ट, मूविंग अहेड, फिर you will be asked about arrangement of vaccines in the ILR, that is ice-lined refrigerator. पहले याद रखना कि ice-lined refrigerator का टेम्परेचर +2 to +8 डिग्री सेल्सियस है. ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट हिस्सा है कोल्ड चेन का. प्लीज़ रिमेंबर, ILR इज़ प्रेजेंट एट द लास्ट लेवल ऑफ प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर. दैट्स द रीज़न मैक्सिमम कोल्ड चेन फेल्योर हमको सब सेंटर लेवल या फिर विलेज लेवल पर नजर आएगा. ठीक है. नाउ सी हियर, there is something called vaccine sensitive to heat, that is BCG after reconstitution, OPV, IPV, measles, MR, rotavirus, JE, DPT, all this. Vaccines which are sensitive to freezing, these include your hepatitis B, PCV, okay, and pentavalent IPV, DPT and TT. Okay. Next, very important, there is something called open vial policy. Okay. What is this open vial policy? जब भी आप एक मल्टी डोज वैक्सीन को यूज़ करते हो, so after few usages, after few doses of vaccine that is being used, what is to be done to the vaccine vial? That is important. ठीक है. तो open vial policy allows us reuse of multi-dose vaccine vials provided it is within 28 days of opening the vial, provided VVM, that is vaccine vial monitor, is in stage 1 and stage 2, provided expiry date of the vaccine has not passed. ठीक है. See here, vial is within 28 days, date and time of opening the vial is mentioned, VVM is intact and vaccine vial septum is not contaminated. Next, it should not be used. कहाँ पर इसको अप्लाई नहीं करेंगे हम? BCG, measles, MR, JE and rotavirus vaccine. But now rotavirus vaccine is no more there in the list. एंड जेई लाइफ को ही ये अप्लीकेबल नहीं है, जेई किल्ड को इट्स वेरी मच अप्लीकेबल. नेक्स्ट प्लीज रिमेंबर, so for what all vaccines it's applicable? It's applicable to IPV, OPV, Rota, pentavalent, DPT. For all this it's applicable. Hepatitis B it's applicable. Okay. Next is biomedical waste management. Very important. So we are just left with 4 alphabets, I believe, W, X, Y and Z. So let us have a quick look at W, that's biomedical waste management. एक question पक्का आएगा. Please remember, yellow, red, blue, white कौन सा भी हो, पूरे non chlorinated bags ही हैं. ठीक है. So what do we use in biomedical waste management? We use non-chlorinated bags only. Okay. Now see here, yellow color. What is the category we will disclose in yellow color bag? Human anatomical waste, animal anatomical waste, okay. Human anatomical waste, animal anatomical waste, microbiological waste. Anatomical waste का मतलब क्या है? जो भी वेस्ट आपके बॉडी का ऑर्गन या टिश्यू है ना, तो हम उसे एनाटॉमिकल वेस्ट कहेंगे. ठीक है. फिर क्या आता है? सॉइल्ड वेस्ट, expired drugs, cytotoxic drugs, expired drugs, cytotoxic drugs. All these are examples of your yellow color category. Then please remember there is one more thing called chemical waste. All these are disposed into yellow color bag. For yellow color bag, majority of the times हम incineration करेंगे. अगर incineration available नहीं है, then we will go with plasma pyrolysis. Okay, incineration, plasma pyrolysis. Next is red category. Red में recyclable waste आता है. Like for example, your IV tubes, IV catheters, okay, syringes, what do you call, Foley's catheter, all these urine bags, this all will go into your red color waste. For this, majority of the times we focus on autoclaving. If autoclaving is not there, hydroclaving, and if hydroclaving is also not there, then we go for microwaving. फिर आता है blue color category. Blue color category में we have got what is known as glassware and metallic implants. Okay, so here we dispose glassware and metallic implants. Like for example, injection vials है या फिर vaccine ampules है, तो ये वाले चीज़ ना आपको we will dispose it off in blue color bag. Again, they are also subjected to autoclaving, microwaving or hydroclaving. Coming to white color category, sharp wastes are disposed into white color. Like for example, scalpel blades, needles, syringes with fixed needles, all this will go into your white color bag. Again, these are also subjected to autoclaving, followed by putting them into sharp bits. Very important point, please remember, biomedical waste is responsibility of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Again, it is something which does not come under the responsibility of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. Okay. So one question sure shot from biomedical waste management. Do not miss out on this question. Next, see here, temperature in incineration they can ask you sometime. Please remember, two types of chamber है, एक primary chamber है, एक secondary chamber है. Primary chamber में the temperature of the vaccine is 800 plus or minus 50 degrees Celsius, whereas secondary chamber the temperature is 1050 plus or minus 50 degrees Celsius. Okay, and what is the principle of incineration? It is high temperature dry oxidation. Okay, next is inertization, mixing the toxic waste with other substances to make it non-toxic. जैसे we will mix 65% of pharmaceutical waste with 15% of cement and 15% of lime and 5% of water. This mixture we can use it for construction of roads, dams, etc. That is called as inertization. Next, HIV infected material disposal. Please remember, we have to soak it in 1% of sodium hypochlorite solution, and after we soak it in 1% of sodium hypochlorite solution, we will dispose it into respective bag. Like for example, let us suppose a HIV positive patient hai and we have delivered the baby of that. Now the placenta which is delivered afterwards, how it should be disposed? So placenta is anatomical waste, it will go into yellow. But before you dispose into yellow, you should first soak it in 1% sodium hypochlorite solution. Let us suppose you have put an IV tube. IV tube will go into red color bag, but before you put it into red color bag, soak it in 1% of sodium hypochlorite solution. You have used a needle to give the injection. That needle will be disposed in white, but before you dispose it into white, soak it in 1% sodium hypochlorite. Okay. Next, whenever there are blood spills, use 1% sodium hypochlorite to clean it. Okay. So like usually sometimes ये पूछा जाता है कि emergency ward में there is a lot of blood, how should you clean it? Answer is you have to clean it with 1% of sodium hypochlorite solution. So I think W is done. Next is X. X for let us say sexually transmitted infections का treatment पढ़ लेंगे यहाँ पर. So as I told you, there are 8 colored kits. Okay. So this is under Suraksha Clinic. Any urethral discharge in males, you should treat it with grey color kit. Okay. Urethral discharge in males, please treat it with grey color kit. Next, cervical discharge in females, painful scrotal swellings. For all these 3 things, you will give a grey color kit. Kit number 2, that is vaginal discharge in females, you will give a green color kit. Any syphilitic genital ulcer, you will give a white color kit. Chancroid also, you will give white color kit. In white color kit, the content is benzathine penicillin. If a person is found to be allergic to penicillin but suffering with syphilis, then you have to give a blue color kit. In blue color kit, you will have doxycycline and azithromycin. ठीक है. Then उसके बाद आता है kit number 5, which is given for herpetic genital ulcer. That is red color kit is given. Okay. The drug of choice to treat herpetic genital ulcer is acyclovir. Okay. Next, after that, please remember, after that, next important, what do we have got? Kit number 6, that is for lower abdominal pain, especially given for pelvic inflammatory disease. Okay. Here we have got what is known as cefixime, metronidazole and doxycycline. Kit number 7 is inguinal bubo under genital ulcer syndrome and LGV proctitis under anorectal discharge syndrome. Lastly, now that this buzz of homosexuality has increased so much, now we have separated this anorectal discharge syndrome as a separate entity, and now we are giving them a brown color kit. Earlier anorectal discharge is to be a part of grey color kit, but now we have separated it and brought it as a brown color kit. Okay. So very important, this sexually transmitted infections. Kits are important, kit contents are important. Anything can come in your exam. Okay. एक quick recap करते हैं communicable diseases का, such that we cover that part also. So see here, chickenpox, what is the period of communicability? They can ask you 1 to 2 days before the onset of rash to 4 to 5 days after the appearance of rash. Measles की period of communicability क्या है? 4 days before the appearance of rash to 5 days after the appearance of rash. Then rubella is 1 week before to 1 week after, and mumps is 4 to 6 days before the onset of swelling to 6 days or 7 days after the onset of swelling. Okay. Next, moving ahead, then drug of choice for treatment and for chemoprophylaxis, please have a look. Influenza can be treated by using oseltamivir or zanamivir, and for chemoprophylaxis also the drug of choice is oseltamivir. Meningitis, for treatment we use penicillin, but for chemoprophylaxis we use rifampicin, very important MCQ. Pneumonia, the drug of choice is amoxicillin. Cholera, the drug of choice is doxycycline. Azithromycin in case it's a pregnant woman. So in pregnancy, doxycycline is contraindicated, and also for children less than 2 years it is contraindicated, hence we use azithromycin. And again for chemoprophylaxis, the drug of choice is tetracyclines. Coming to typhoid fever, 3rd generation cephalosporins like ceftriaxones can be given. Even simple quinines like quinolones can, like ciprofloxacin can also be given, or ofloxacin can also be given. Next, coming to malaria, we all know the drug of choice for malaria is chloroquine and primaquine, provided it is Plasmodium vivax. If it is falciparum, you should look from which state it is coming. If it is northeastern states, we will give artemether plus lumefantrine. If it is other than northeastern states, then we have to give artesunate plus sulfadoxine plus pyrimethamine combination. Okay. And please remember, primaquine is given only on day 2 single dose. Whereas for chemoprophylaxis, depending on the duration of stay we will give. If the duration of stay is less than 6 weeks, then we go for doxycycline daily 1 tablet. Should be started 2 days before the travel, give it throughout the travel period and after coming back for 4 weeks. Likewise, if the duration of stay is more than 6 weeks, then we go for mefloquine. Mefloquine is given weekly 1 tablet, started 2 weeks prior to the travel, take it throughout the duration, and after coming back also you should take it for 4 weeks. Then coming to filariasis, the drug of choice is diethylcarbamazine. To prevent filariasis or to eliminate filariasis in India, we are following mass drug administration, which is done annually once, where we are giving triple drug regimen, ivermectin, albendazole and DEC. DEC is nothing but diethylcarbamazine. फिर काला आजार का treatment is very important. The drug of choice is liposomal amphotericin B. If that's not available, you can go for miltefosine. Okay. Next, HIV. The post-exposure prophylaxis consists of tenofovir, lamivudine and dolutegravir. Same combination even for treatment also. Then ORS composition पूछा जाएगा कभी कभी. Sodium chloride 2.6 grams, potassium chloride 1.5 gram, trisodium citrate 2.9, glucose 13.5. Please remember, the whole sachet of ORS should be dissolved in 1 liter of water, and once we dissolve it in 1 liter of water, it will release 75 millimoles of sodium, 75 millimoles of glucose, 65 millimoles of chloride, 10 millimoles of citrate and 20 millimoles of potassium. The total osmolarity of ORS is 245 milliosmol per liter. Ma'am, should we remember all the numbers? The answer is yes, you have to remember, because examiner wants to trick you with the numbers and make sure that you lose the mark, but you should not lose the marks. Okay. Next, coming to treatment of leprosy, we all know what are the 3 drugs we are giving: dapsone, rifampicin and clofazamine. Dapsone, rifampicin and clofazamine. It is given for 6 months in case of paucibacillary. In case of multibacillary, the same drugs, that is dapsone, rifampicin and clofazamine, is given for 12 months. Please remember, very important point. How will you identify whether it's a paucibacillary or multibacillary leprosy? If there are 1 to 5 skin lesions, then it is paucibacillary. If there are more than 6 or more than or equal to 6 skin lesions, then it is multibacillary leprosy. No nerve involvement is feature of paucibacillary. Whereas nerve involvement is a feature of multibacillary leprosy. Next, third important point. Bacilli are absent in slit skin smear microscopy. Slit skin smear microscopy. Whereas bacilli are present in slit skin smear microscopy in multibacillary leprosy. Okay. Next, please remember, what is the annual surveillance period for paucibacillary after the completion of treatment? The annual surveillance period is 2 years. Annual surveillance period is 2 years, whereas annual surveillance period in multibacillary leprosy is 5 years. Okay. Nerve involvement with only 1 lesion, what will it be? If nerve involvement is there, then the answer is multibacillary leprosy. Okay, clear cut. Next, coming to post exposure prophylaxis after an animal bite. Please remember, जब भी animal bite का case आया, first you categorize whether it is category 1, category 2 or category 3. If it is category 1, please remember, you need not do anything. You will not give any vaccine. You will just wash the wound, assure the patient and send away. What is category 1? Any touching or feeding of animals, any licks on the intact skin or contact of intact skin with secretions or excretions of the rabid animal. Okay. What is category 2? Nibbling of the uncovered skin, minor scratches or abrasions which does not cause oozing of the blood. Here we will give anti-rabies vaccine. Okay. Next, what is category 3? Whenever there are transdermal bites, whenever there are licks on the broken skin, whenever you come in contact with the bats or contamination of mucous membrane with saliva of the rabid animals, then you will go for rabies immunoglobulin along with rabies vaccine. Very, very important. ठीक है. रेबीज वैक्सीन कौन से टाइम्स पे लगाना है? 4 डोसेस लगाना है. What are those? Day 0, day 3, day 7 and day 28. It is given by intradermal route. This is post-exposure prophylaxis which we are following. What is pre-exposure prophylaxis? It is nothing but it is given for people who are at high risk of having an animal bite. इनको हम 3 doses of vaccine लगवाएंगे. That is on day 0, day 7, day 21 or 28. Okay. Next, what is re-exposure prophylaxis? If for example a person has taken post-exposure या फिर pre-exposure ले चुका है, अभी उसको फिर से animal bite हुआ है, तो हम उसे re-exposure category में डालेंगे. Re-exposure category में हमें एक question पूछना है कि last dose of vaccine कब लिया था. If he says less than 3 months, you need not do anything. If he says more than 3 months, give 2 doses of vaccine, that is on day 0 and day 3. प्लीज़ रिमेंबर कौन से भी सिनेरियो में इम्यूनोग्लोबुलिन्स री एक्सपोजर में नहीं देंगे, ठीक है. लाइक फॉर एग्जाम्पल, ए पर्सन वॉज बिटन बाई डॉग. First time he had category 2 bite, okay. We have given 4 doses of vaccine. Now he is re-bitten by an animal, okay. Now it is a category 3 bite. Still you will not give rabies immunoglobulins, okay. You will see whether the vaccine last dosage was less than 3 months or more than 3 months. If it is more than 3 months, you will give 2 doses of vaccine, and if it is less than 3 months, you will not even give the vaccine, okay. Are we clear with this regimen? So post-exposure, pre-exposure and re-exposure. Next, target years for elimination, I think ये तो हमने in detail कर चुके हैं. Next, coming to Y. So we are just about to complete. Y and Z are the 2 alphabets remaining with us. So Y for family, let us have a quick look. What is a family? It is group of biologically related individuals living together, sharing a common kitchen and sharing a common purse, okay. What is a nuclear family? If parents and their children are living together, then we call it as a nuclear family. Earlier, India's families used to be a joint family. Nowadays, they are more into a nuclear family. What is a joint or extended family? Where there are many married couples, their children, men are related by blood, women are either their spouses or the widows of the kinsmen, okay. They share expenses from common purse, and senior male member acts as a head of the family. Then we call it as a joint family. What is a 3-generation family? Where there are people from 3 different generations. Like for example, my grandparents, my parents and me living together. Then it is called as a 3-generation family. What is a new family? A family in which married duration is less than 10 years. We call it as a new family. What is a broken family? Where the parents are separated or death of one or both parents happens. Then it is called as broken family. What is a problem family? A family which lags behind all other families. Then it is called as problem family. How do they lag behind? They lag behind economically, nutritionally and socially, okay. Next, coming to temporary social groups. What is a crowd? अगर बहुत से लोग एक common interest के लिए join होते हैं तो हम उसे crowd कहेंगे. Like for example, you all are joining me live for this session. That is nothing but crowd. If a crowd has a leader and you people are using some slogans, then it is called as mob, okay. So what is a mob? Crowd which has got a leader who forces members into actions. Where you are using flags or slogans, then it is called mob. What is a herd? There is a leader and the people of the crowd are following him blindly. Then it is called as herd. Example, tourist group under a guide, okay. Next, last thing, 3 stages in adoption model. I think this was also a recent MCQ. So whenever you want a change behavior to come in the public, like for example, I have gone to an area. I am teaching them hand washing technique, okay. I want them to adopt this what you call hand washing practice every time they eat food or every time they visit a washroom. Now to do that or to see that behavior come in that public, the public will go through 3 stages. What are the 3 stages? Awareness, motivation and action, okay. What is that? Awareness, motivation and action. So as I always tell you, you remember my name Asma without an S. That is the way it goes. Awareness, motivation and action. Awareness, motivation and action. Okay. Now awareness, when I tell them about what you call hand hygiene, so it will create an interest among them. I'll show them the steps. First you have to take lather, rub it all across your palms and fingers, then what you call wash the back of your hands. ऐसा मैं जब बोलूँगी तो एक interest पैदा होगा, ठीक है. मैं बताऊँगी कि what are the advantages of hand hygiene. So it creates an interest among you. Once interest is created, the second step which happens is evaluation. What is evaluation? Now the public will evaluate whether they will be able to do it all the times or not. Whether doing this practice will cost them more of water, will cost them more of soap, okay? Will they be able to afford it or not? So this kind of what you call things which run pro and cons which run through your mind, that is called as evaluation. Once evaluation is done, then there will be decision making, okay? Once evaluation is done, what is called? It is called as decision making. So now they will make the decision whether to practice it or not to practice it. And then once they have decided to practice, then it will be called as what? It is called as adoption or acceptance. So they will bring the practice into habit, that is called as adoption. So what are the stages? That is awareness, motivation and acceptance or action. Awareness will include interest, motivation will include evaluation and decision making, and action will look into adoption or acceptance. Okay. Next, very important, family cycle. Majority of the students somehow after knowing also they are getting confused. तो मैं एक बार revise करवा दूंगी. Now you see how much you will be able to do it right. ठीक है. Any family will go through these 6 stages. What are the 6 stages? Formation, extension, complete extension, contraction, complete contraction, dissolution. ठीक है. What is formation? Starts with marriage of 2 individuals. Ends with birth of first child. Ends with birth of first child. Next we have got what is known as extension. What is extension? Extension starts with birth of first child and it ends with birth of last child. Next, complete extension starts with birth of last child and it ends with first child leaving the home. Next comes contraction. Contraction starts with first child leaving the home, first child leaving the home to last child leaving the home. Then comes the complete contraction phase. What is complete contraction? Last child leaving the home to death of the spouse. That means the person who got married at the first place ना, उनमें से किसी एक की death हो जाती है, तो हम उसे complete contraction कहेंगे. And then from death of the spouse to death of survivor is the dissolution phase. Now, whenever you are doing the questions related to family cycle na, please look in whether is he asking the family is in which phase or is he asking the family has completed which phase or the family has entered into which phase. ठीक है? एक simple example दूंगी. See here. If the question is telling that the couple has given birth to their last child. Now the family is entering into which phase? Now see here, they have given birth to last child. Now the family has entered into complete extension phase. Now the family has completed which phase? They have completed the phase of extension. Are you understanding this? So read the question properly. Now sometimes they are giving a question like this. The time gap between birth of last child to first child leaving the home is called as which phase? Again it is called as complete extension phase only. Okay? Are you getting the point? So read the question properly. थोड़े key errors भी है कुछ apps में. Do not go blindly by that. Please read the question. Either the question will be asking the family has completed which phase or the question will be asking the family is entering into which phase. So you have to get clarity which phase they are asking. Whether they are asking completed which phase or they are asking entering into which phase. Okay. So like for example, death of spouse has happened. Now the family is entering into which phase? Now the answer is dissolution phase. Death of spouse has happened. The family has completed which phase? The answer is complete contraction phase. Okay. So read the question properly. That's very essential. Sometimes एक simple question भी पूछा जाएगा कि logical sequence क्या है, तो वो तो बहुत easy है. Formation, extension, complete extension, contraction, complete contraction and dissolution. तो ये भी पूछा जा सकता है. Okay. So I'm hoping this is clear to you all. Now let us move towards the last alphabet of the day, that is Z. Z for mosquitoes. They make the sound Z sound. So we'll remember it like that. Now see here, image based MCQs आ सकते हैं exam में, where you may have to identify the mosquito based on the image itself. Whenever you find a mosquito which makes a 45-degree angle to the surface while resting, then it is a Anopheles mosquito, where it is making an inclined angle to the surface. Okay. Next important, whenever you find a mosquito resting with hunchback appearance, black and white stripes on the legs, then it is a Aedes mosquito. Okay. Next, please remember, if you find a hunchback appearance but no black and white stripes, then it is Culex. If you find a mosquito in squatting position, then it is Mansonia mosquito. Every point about mosquito is important. Uske eggs ka shape, larvae ka resting position, everything has been a tried and tested MCQ. It can come tomorrow in your exam. Okay. So let us quickly have a look about that. See here, Anopheles mosquito spreads which disease? Answer is malaria. Please see here, it lays down boat shaped eggs with lateral floats. Okay. It lays down the single eggs Larvae does not have a respiratory tube called siphon tube because this is not there. They will lie parallel to water surface. ठीक है, तो water surface अगर ऐसा है तो mosquito का larvae भी यही होगा. It will lie parallel to water surface. Okay, and they are surface feeders. Remember that. Adults will have a spotted wings. They will breed in natural waters जैसे कि lakes, ponds, etc. They will rest at an inclined angle. The flight range is 2 to 3 kilometers. They are also known as sophisticated mosquito. Okay. Next we have got Aedes mosquito. Aedes mosquito transmits which diseases? It will transmit yellow fever, it will transmit dengue, it will transmit chikungunya and also Zika virus disease. If you look at the egg shapes, they are cigar shaped eggs, single eggs. Siphon tube is present because ये tube है तो वो लोग deep रह सकते हैं water में, so they will rest perpendicular to water surface. Okay. They will have black and white stripes on the legs. They breed in artificial collections of water. Okay. And because they are having black and white stripes on the legs, they are called as tiger mosquitoes and their flight range is around 100 meters. Okay. What are artificial collections of waters? Overhead tanks, coolers, flower pots, all this will comprise your artificial collections of water. Next is Culex mosquito, that is filariasis. It spreads diseases like filariasis, Japanese encephalitis, West Nile fever. Here they will lay down groups of eggs. They will appear like raft, hence we say raft shaped eggs. इनमें भी siphon tube होता है, इसीलिए ये लोग deep feeders होते हैं. ये लोग भी perpendicular to water surface rest करेंगे. Okay. Next, please remember Culex mosquito breeds in dirty brackish waters. They are predominantly night biters, whereas Anopheles is a predominant daytime biter. Aedes mosquito can bite anytime during day as well as night. Please remember the flight range is very high in a Culex mosquito. It can fly up to 11 to 13 kilometers. It is also known as nuisance mosquito. Okay. Next is what is known as Mansonia mosquito. Mansonia mosquito is transmitting a very important disease called Brugian filariasis and chikungunya. They lay down star-shaped eggs. The roots of this, the larvae of this mosquito are attached to the roots of aquatic plants, especially the pistia and the water hyacinth. Okay, and if you look at the adult forms, they rest with squatting position. They have got very long legs. They have got a very hairy body to it. Okay, they are most common in rural areas. Next, a quick recap for mosquito control measures. We have got anti-larval measures. We have got anti-adult measures. I'm so sorry. The last one is personal protection measures. Okay. Now, in anti-larval measures, please remember again we have got biological measures or before biological environmental measures. What are environmental measures? If you clean up the clear up the ditches, or if you fill up the ditches, if you change the salinity of the water, then it comes under environmental measures. Then we have got chemical measures. What are chemical measures? These include using some chemicals which can kill the mosquito larvae, like for example mineral oils, kerosene, petrol, etc. Then we can even use a Paris green, that is nothing but copper acetoarsenite, that can also be used. Please remember Paris green is a stomach poison. Okay, that's another important MCQ. Then third important, another chemical which can be used is malathion, that also will kill the mosquito larvae. Then third important method is biological measures. These include use of certain fishes like 𝗘𝗱𝗶𝗁𝗍, gambusia, which can kill or eat the mosquito larvae. Okay. Next, coming to anti-adult measures, these include residual spraying. So wherever annual parasite incidence is high, at that time we focus on spraying DDT and malathion. Next is space spraying. This is nothing but fogging which happens in urban areas where a machine will come and fog the whole area. We use the insecticide pyrethrum here very commonly. Then research is being carried out on genetic control, where we are trying to develop sterile male mosquitoes such that their population comes down. Next is personal protection measures. These include using mosquito nets. These mosquito nets are made up of what? They are made up of insecticides treated mosquito nets, that is deltamethrin and C-fluthrin. Those are the two insecticides we use, deltamethrin and C-fluthrin. Okay. Here, apart from that, you can even use mosquito repellents like 𝗘𝗱𝗶𝗁𝗍, DEET it is called as. And lastly, we can wear long sleeves also to protect us from mosquito bites. Okay. Very important, do not forget this: anti-larval, anti-adult and personal protection measures. Next, some other insects. It can come as image-based MCQ. This is an image of soft tick. This is the image of flea. Flea can be identified, a bilaterally compressed body. This is the image of hard tick. Hard tick transmits tick typhus and tularemia. This is the image of sandfly, that is Phlebotomus argentypus. It transmits Kala Azar. Okay. Next. So these are the list of diseases transmitted by various other vectors. Sandfly transmits Kala Azar, oriental sore, sandfly fever, Oraya fever. CC fly transmits African sleeping sickness. Redwood bug transmits American sleeping sickness. Rat flea transmits plague and endemic typhus. Soft tick transmits lapsing fever, Q fever and KFD. Hard tick, tularemia, tick typhus, Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Next, louse transmits epidemic typhus, trench fever, pediculosis and relapsing fever. Black fly transmits onchocerciasis. Onchocerciasis is also known as river blindness. Very, very important. Mite is transmitting scrub typhus. Nowadays, we are seeing a huge outbreak of scrub typhus in both the Telugu speaking states. So, might possible that you may get one question. Please remember, the drug of choice for all the rickettsial infections is doxycycline. They can ask you in that terms. They can ask you what is the telltale sign of scrub typhus. There is a blackened out scar that is called as eschar. That's very commonly seen in scrub typhus. They can even ask you the causative organism. There is a very funny name for scrub typhus causative organism, that is Rickettsia susuggamushi. So remember, these are the other important points, and it is transmitted by a mite. Then housefly transmits typhoid, cholera, polio and gastroenteritis. Okay. Next, last 2-3 points before I end. So there are, I think, 2 slides to end this whole discussion of remarkable rapid revision 2.0. One question, because again there is a burning topic of air pollution in India. They can ask you about is air quality index. What they can focus upon is they can ask you what are the components of air quality index. So there are 8 components totally involved in air quality index. One is ozone, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, particulate matter 2.5, particulate matter 10, ammonia and there is not sulfur dioxide. Sulfur dioxide is a repeat. So there is one more thing which I am not able to recollect: sulfur dioxide, ozone, nitrogen dioxide, particulate matter 2.5, ammonia. Okay, I'll come back to it. Next, please remember the AQI, if it is 0 to 50, then it's considered as good quality of air. If it is, this is India standards, it is very different from American and the European standards of AQI. 51 to 100 is satisfactory kind of air, 101 to 200 is moderate, 201 to 300 is poor quality of air, 301 to 400 very poor, 401 to 500 is severe quality of air. Please remember, people with pre-existing diseases will have problem at moderate quality of air, whereas even the normal people will start showing symptoms at poor quality of air. Okay, very important. Next, what is chlorine demand? Chlorine demand is nothing but it is the amount of chlorine needed for chlorination. Okay, the answer is lead. Another important answer is component is lead. The amount of chlorine needed for chlorination is known as chlorine demand. What are the tests to look for chlorination of water? We can look for orthotolidine test, and another one is orthotolidine arsenide test. Please remember, if they ask you in the exam which is the better test, answer is orthotolidine arsenide test. Why is it a better test? Because it can give you the values of residual chlorine and free chlorine separately. What is the residual level of chlorine in drinking water? I already told you, it is 0.5 milligram per deciliter or per liter. Recommended contact period for chlorination, answer is 1 hour. Main disinfecting action is by hypochlorous acid. Main disinfecting action is by hypochlorous acid. Which is the primary biological indicator of water contamination? So when can I say that this drinking water is contaminated? Whenever there is E. coli in the water. So no sample of drinking water should have E. coli. If you find E. coli in the drinking water, that means the water is contaminated. What is the marker for recent contamination? It is fecal streptococci. And what is the marker for remote contamination? Answer is Clostridium perfringens. Then one question, what is kata thermometer? They'll ask. Kata thermometer is used to measure low air velocities and also cooling power of air. If both options are given, please prefer low air velocities. Okay. I think that marks the whole end for your remarkable rapid revision. We have touched, I think, almost all the aspects of PSM in this short duration of time. I hope it fetches you at least 15 to 30 marks in your upcoming exam. Many students have been asking me, ma'am, is this sufficient or not? Definitely it is sufficient, provided if you have already read the subject once or twice. So this rapid revision will give you a quick glance on what are all the important things to revise before going for exam. Okay. Thank you. All the best.